Regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji absent. Councilmember Barron.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Let's see, do we have any blue folder items?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak on non-agenda items or closed session items?
We do not have anyone on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, could you read off what we're going to be discussing in closed session?
Yes, is authorized by the government code and on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 and F2 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F1, the name of the case is John Bruce versus City of Redondo Beach. WCAB numbers 80J121-41327 and 80J121-41328. For F2, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach versus Mike Madani, trustee of the Madani Family Trust under Declaration of Trust dated May 6, 2022, et al. Case number 21-STC-V11444. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Wojciechowski. Could you talk to who's going to speak to these items
Yes, Mayor.
in closed session?
This evening, myself, I believe City Attorney Mike Webb and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director, and Aaron Prosen, our outside legal counsel on the matter. For item F2, we will be joined by Public Works Director Andy Wingy and outside legal counsel from Richard Watson, Gershon, Maine, Kachatrayan.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion to second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We will return on or about 6 p.m. To report out and then start the regular city council meeting. Thank you.
Not
Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovic. Here. Councilmember Obaji. Here. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, I now call the regular council meeting. Oh, anything to report? Sorry, from closed session.
Yes, Mayor, just one item. Nicolette Petz, our Human Resources Analyst, joined us for item F1. Just wanted to make that announcement as well.
And I was present for the whole closed
And-
session.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn from the closed session?
Second.
Motion and a second, all four?
All right.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to now reconvene to the open session of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Yes, here. Thank you. Let's see. If we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Okay, if we could all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing afterward for a moment of silence, I'd like to call up Ryder, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The floor is all yours, Ryder.
Good evening. My name is Ryder. I am a fourth grader at Valor Christian Academy. My favorite subject in school is PE. I love my community in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join us, me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now if you could remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, you can be seated, Ryder. Why don't you come on up here? Great job. Great job.
I love PE too.
Okay, let's get a picture. Everybody pull in. Say cheese. Oh, thank you. Well done. Okay, now we'll conclude the meeting. Since we hit the high point. Okay, do we have any blue folder items or additional backup materials?
We're doing presentations,
I'm sorry?
announcements.
Council.
I'm lost.
Council announcements.
Got it, okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'll catch up one of these days. I was too excited about the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Nierenheim, anything, we have no proclamations or presentations, so we're over to council.
Yeah, a couple of things here. I want to give out, this is appropriate actually for dealing with street sweeping at night. I want to give a big shout out to MSOs Brian Saboski and MSO Pedro Malo. They deal with the parking meters and ticketing parking meters. They have eagle eyes on their jobs, I should say. And the reason I'm giving them a shout out is because last week, Saturday, they were doing their job and they noticed some little QR code on the parking meters. And, I was talking about this with someone just last night, actually, and they said, that's, you gotta have eagle eyes. You notice that? How did you notice? I'm like, I don't know, but that's pretty darn good because, little QR code, caught immediately, alerted, steps was taken by the police department, city to rectify the situation. And I just want to give a shout out to those two employees who saw it because, again, like I said, it's not just somebody just going off doing their job. And missing over important things. It could have been a really big deal. In fact, so much so, either that group or some other group did the same thing in South Orange County. I heard about this last week. So it's been around and we caught it very quickly. So big thanks to everyone involved in the city to notify the media. And going to all the work that's happening in the city, there's a lot of work that's happening in my district right now. I want to give a big thanks to Public Works for moving along on a couple of things. Nob Hill, there's a bike lane, dedicated bike lane being built on Nob Hill right now. Alta Vista, we dedicated money this year to Alta Vista, $60,000. The fence is up. We're ordering some netting. Things are happening. It's going to be in time, ready to go for a lot of these seasons that are coming up. So that's a big deal, a lot of work, and I want to thank Public Works for that. And of course, they're also involved with the Harbor Waterfront Department or the International Boardwalk pavers. You know, everyone talks and sees me about pavers in Riviera Village, but getting in on the International Boardwalk. And I said, I want it to happen the day after Labor Day, and it's done. And so I was walking there on Sunday, and I saw everything laid out, ready to go, with the equipment, and I'm like, oh, that is awesome. So thank you, Greg and David, for all you guys, the whole team over there. So appreciate that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I also am very excited about the pavers on the International Boardwalk. So Greg, thank you and your team for getting everything lined up. And speaking of that, the District 2 community meeting for September will be held on Wednesday, the 25th of September on Zoom, 6 to 7:30. And my special guest is Greg Kapovich, who is our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. And we will also be talking about the bonds that will be in front of voters in November. So we had a great meeting, it was actually last week with Mark Weiner. So thank you for being there, Mark. It was great. And we listened to information on the Measure FP, which is the general obligation bond for rebuilding our police and fire stations. We'll be talking about that, school bonds, as well as the BCHD bond on the 25th. Again, 6 to 7:30, register redondo.org, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajirovich.
No, just that I had my District 3 community meeting online last week. It was well-attended, great conversations, and I will be posting my next meeting for September coming soon. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Director House, for attending and leading my community meeting last Thursday. It's amazing if you go to redondo.org and go to departments, community services, all the publications they have out there. There's a whole publication just for seniors, and then there's all sorts of classes and programs, everything from, I think, jiu-jitsu, karate to soccer in the park for all ages. So it's pretty amazing what our community services department is doing, and I thank you for that. And also wanted to thank everybody for, as you know, the council unanimously put a bond measure on the ballot coming up, supporting our infrastructure, public safety infrastructure needs here. There are some people outside the city who are opposing this effort, and council worked together to get the opposition withdrawn, including the mayor. So thank you for that great teamwork. This is a great collaborative council here. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Barron.
None tonight.
Okay, thank you. I've got one. Tomorrow night, I'm going to have my first community meeting. So everybody's welcome to come up. It's from 5 to 7 at the North Library in the community room, and any and all questions will be entertained. I don't know if I can answer them all, but they're all open. So come on down and feel free to ask me any question you want. We'll cover some of the big topics if folks don't come with questions. So look forward to seeing the community out there tomorrow night. Okay, could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
Could I make a motion to change the order by moving up P3 ahead of P1, please?
P3 ahead of P1?
Let me just double check my notes.
Or to have the
P3 ahead of P1 after N1.
Fine with that. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all four.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, with that, can I get a motion to go into agency recess?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay, with that, I would like to call the meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Nierenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Kalojedovich.
Here.
Member Obaji.
Here.
Member Barrett. Commissioner Jimenez is absent, and Chairman Light.
Okay, let's see, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Do we have any blue folder items?
Not for this item, no.
Okay. We have 3 items on the consent calendar. Would anyone like to pull any of the items on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing
No, good.
none? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve consent calendar for the Housing Authority.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to come up and address anything on the consent calendar? Okay, anybody online?
None.
Okay. Can I get a, let's see, we have the motion. All four?
Aye.
All against? Anybody against? Did you vote, Scott?
Aye.
Okay. So everything passed there. We have no excluded consent calendar items. Any public participation on non-agenda items for the Redondo Beach Housing Authority? Anybody online? Okay, with that, we'll jump to new business, status report on Section 8 and fair housing programs.
Good evening, Chair and members. Tonight, we're presenting our quarterly update on our Section 8 and fair housing programs. With me tonight, I have our housing manager, Angelica Zavala. As you may recall, at our previous meeting, though, staff was directed to return with demographic composition of our Section 8 waiting list so that you guys can see what families we have on there. So she included that as part of her report as well as tonight's presentation. And with that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Zavala.
Hello, good evening.
Madam Clerk, thank you.
There we go.
All right, so this is a quarterly status report of the Section 8 and the Fair Housing Programs for the months of June, July, and August of 2024.
Okay, I have to comment, the title slide is great.
Yep.
I love the video in the background.
Thank you. Thank you. We currently have 462 families on our program, of which the majority are seniors or disabled, 347. The remaining are families. Our goal is outlined in our 5-year and our 1-year agency plan is to house 648 families here in Redondo Beach. However, at this time, we're not pulling any families from the waiting list because as it looks, our projection spending for the calendar year 24, we're at 99.6%. So until we receive further funding, we will not be able to pull any more families from the waiting list. The table on screen reflects the Section 8 activity over the last 3 months. We were able to execute 27 new contracts. We renewed 115 leases. We had 14 families that moved out of the program, most of which unfortunately were due to death. The average monthly housing payment per family is about $1,591. The total amount of payments that were dispersed for the months of June, July, and August were about $2.08 million. The following are Section 8 funding news, and this is for the calendar year 2024. So in May of this year, we received our calendar year award letter for our Housing Choice Voucher Program and our VASH program. They're fully funded. We will be receiving, or we receive $150.05 per unit's lease. That's why it's very important that we continue leasing families when funding is available. We do receive separate funding for our EHV program, Emergency Housing Voucher Program. For this program, we were allocated 29 vouchers. Right now, we have 19 families housed. And again, this program is fully funded as well. Another highlight for us is the VASH program, which is Permanent Housing for Homeless Veterans. Right now, we have 36 veterans housed in Redondo Beach under the HUD VASH program. Our goal is to be able to house 50, be able to use all 50 of our VASH vouchers. Our VASH payment standard is slightly higher than the normal Housing Choice Voucher standard. Right now, it's at 135% of the fiscal year 2024 FMR. And the reason why we have the high payment standard is that we want to enable our veterans to search and secure housing here within Redondo Beach. It's very important to us. The waiting list. Our waiting list was last opened in September of 2015. Right now, we have 1,060 families on that waiting list. Any applicant who wants to check the status of the waiting list should call the number on screen, 855-361-9512, or visit the website, www.waitlistcheck.com. The following slide is per request of our city council, and this is a statistics report of the families that we have on the waiting list. So we have 1,060 families, of which 52.17% are families with children, 25.47% are identified as elderly families, and families with disabilities, about 45.47%. The following statistics are the families and their income level. So we have extremely low income, 72.36%, very low income, 22.83%. We don't have anyone under low income, and then we just have a slight number, 4.81%, that are over income. When we opened up the waiting list, we have different preferences or priorities. So people who live in Redondo Beach have number one preference, followed by honorably discharged veterans, then families, elderly or disabled. So right now, out of the 1,060, we have 3 families that live or work in Redondo Beach, 0 veterans. Families, elderly or disabled, are the vast majority, 1,037. And then the remaining families are families that do not qualify for any of the preferences, but they're still on the waiting list.
Before we leave that one, can you mind going back?
Yes, of course.
Why do the percentages in the top one go to over
Don't add up.
100%? Is that because some people are in 2 categories?
Exactly, because they
Okay.
overlap. So there may be an elderly family, but there's also children living
Or
there.
they're disabled or?
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
and how are over income people getting on?
That's because
Section 8.
anyone can apply when we open up the waiting list. But then when your name reaches the top of the waiting list, we check to see if you're eligible based on income. And that's because your income can change. Maybe you might be working, but then by the time we pull you from the waiting list, you're retired. So that's the reason anyone can apply once that waiting list opens.
So I could apply.
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Are you telling us you're over income?
I'm pretty sure I would be over income.
But then when we pull you from the waiting list, we'll check to see if you're eligible. And if you're not eligible, then you would be removed from the waiting list.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
And
Sorry.
we've closed the waiting list since 2021.
2015. We opened it for maybe
these
3.
people who are over income get to hold their place in line. And then maybe when their name comes to the list, to the top of the list.
Exactly, and that's because when we sort the waiting list, we're not looking at income. So we're looking at, do you live or work in Redondo Beach? We look at, are you an honorably discharged veteran, or are you a family, elderly or disabled? That's how that waiting list is sorted, not necessarily by income.
I see. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The Housing Authority continues to refer any families who have questions regarding housing or need legal advice to the Housing Rights Center. The Housing Rights Center is able to help with any discrimination investigations, mediations, counseling, outreach, and education. Anyone who needs housing advice or needs legal housing advice can call the number on screen, 800-477-5977. They can also schedule a meeting if they visit their website, info@housingrightscenter.org, or attend a Zoom meeting. Or if they have any questions, they can also go to www.housingrightscenter.org/help. This concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Councilmember Keller-Jorovich.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for including that demographic information. I have a few questions for you. I see that you broke it down by elderly and families, and I understand that it's maybe difficult to discern how many individuals will be applying for a single unit based on the waiting list. Is that right?
That is correct, yes. So the way that vouchers are issued, they're dependent on family size. A family of one gets 1 bedroom. A family of two, if it's a couple, gets 1 bedroom. If it's like a mother and child, they'll get a 2 bedroom.
Okay, so there are standards for
They're
all of that.
exactly, yes.
Is there a way that we could get the information for next time that says what types of units are signing up to be part of the program, whether it's VASH or Section 8, so that we can see, is there a correlation? I mean, are they mostly 1 bedrooms? Are they mostly 2 bedrooms? Because if our wait list, is families or a parent and a child, and they need a 2 bedroom, and most of the units that are being offered are 1 bedrooms, I think we could have a more focused approach as to what units we need to fill. That would be great. And then I know we talked about foster youth vouchers. Can you give us an update on where we are with that? No?
I can tell you that we're eager to start that program.
Okay.
We're
For
eager,
next
however,
time, maybe.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So there's a contract because of there's privacy. There's a lot of rules to that program, and the contract keeps going back and forth.
Okay.
So right now, we've done our part. Right now, it's with their attorney. So
Understood.
once we're able to agree on something that suits our city,
Yep.
then we're ready to get started. And I want to thank you because I know that you're advocating on our behalf already. So
Yes,
thank you very
yes.
much.
Well, thank you for your
that.
help on that. Let's see. I think those are all because we are offering, I think, was it 135% of the median rent for VASH programs? Do you have, I'm assuming you have more willing landlords wanting to participate in that program as opposed to the others?
Yes,
Do
we
you have some in line? So if there were veterans that are coming to you, and I know they have to come from the VA, not
Exactly. Well, today I received one, and I'm excited because I already know exactly where we're going to house them. So
Okay, so there are openings.
there are openings, yes. So all of the referrals need to come from the VA.
Mhm.
And the veterans that we've housed here in Redondo Beach, they stay housed. They're happy living here. However, many of them, because they do not have transportation, prefer to live in areas where there's a hospital
Yeah.
close to them.
Yep.
But we did receive one, and whenever I get a landlord that says, I have a unit available, the VA is the very first agency that I reach out to, saying, we have a unit available. Do you have a veteran who'd be interested?
Well, great. Those are all my questions. Thank you so much for all that you do on this program.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, anyone else from the council? Okay, any member of the public wish to address this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I just want to apologize. A couple of 3-4 weeks I couldn't attend because my city was too busy. Anyway, I like this program because, this is saving people to living on the streets. And I know this is not a homeless issue, but, it's a nice thing if spending over $2 million quarterly for the people. The only problem is 1,600 or over 1,060 on the waiting list. And, it's like 20, 30 houses in and out, So if I would sign up today, probably, I get after my funeral, you know what I mean? So I think this program should be expanded, applying for more government funds and then housing more people. And I think that the biggest problem is that, I look at just on my street, every second or third house is rented. So people have money to have 2-3 houses in these expensive neighborhoods, rent it out for like $4,000 minimum. And we don't have money for the low-income people, who actually doing the jobs what nobody wants to do. Because believe me, I was an immigrant. Nobody hired for me for nothing except cutting their grass, cleaning their, So these people should be housed and affordably and a very good program, but make it bigger. You know what I mean? Concentrate for more government funds. Because like City of Torrance got funds, but the bastards bought the Torrance theater company. city of Torrance got $1 million 10 years ago from the government for public housing, and they bought the Torrance Theater Company, and after when they had to give back the money, they took other funds to buy the theater company, because in Torrance, the theater company is more important than housing people. Anyway, it's a good thing. You're spending $8 million or close to $8 million. Congratulations. Thank you. Good work.
Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
None.
Okay, could I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, motion and second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Well done. Appreciate it. And I still like that opening slide. Let's see, any member items or referrals to staff? Councilmember Narenheim.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kolodjovich.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barrett. And none from me. So could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion to second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, we're adjourned. Come on. There we go. Okay, with that, I'd like to call to order regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Nierenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Kolodjovich.
Here.
Member Obaji.
Here.
Member Barrett.
Here.
Chairman Light.
Here. Could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion to second, all four?
Aye.
Thank you. Let's see, any blue folder items?
None for this.
Okay, thank you. We've got 4 items on the consent calendar. Does anyone on the council wish to pull any of those 4 items? No? Okay. Does any member of the public wish to address any of these 4 items?
This is Andy Porchop. I might would address the thing, but I see nothing of this thing. So it's very hard to look it up, these things, and it takes a long time with your computer at home. So if it would be printed a little bit more, and if you would present something, you would present it to the public, and they could speak on it, because if you don't present it, But anyway, is this the same thing like Torrance Financial Authority? Torrance Joint Financial Authority, this is like the same kind of thing? No? All right. Anyway, if it's the same thing, or financing, anyway, so if the ballot measure doesn't pass, like a school bond or the, for the building the fire station and police station, like that, people would vote against it. We just bring it here to the financial authority, and just like Torrance, in the middle of the night, the city council, just like here, part of the city council meeting, took $350 million. People don't even know it, and we're paying it back, $470 million, and it's totally legal. So if the stupid people don't vote for something, don't get in panic or don't panic, just put it on the financing authority, but preferably at the middle of the night, because people might watch right now, and approve any amount you want. You know what I mean? And call it like street revenue bonds. All right, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address the financing authority? Anyone online?
None.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all 4?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, any public participation on non-agenda items for the Community Financing Authority? Okay, anyone online?
None.
Okay, we have no public hearing, no new business. Any Member items and referrals to staff. Just give me the high sign if you want to. Okay, I see none. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, F3, the meeting, the Public Financing Authority, regular meeting, it was canceled, so we will be jumping to item G. But first,
Go ahead.
could I get, I'd like to adjourn the open session of the city council. I'm not adjourn, open. Well, I'd like to adjourn it, but we're a little early. Could
Roll call.
could I get a roll call, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Still here.
Councilmember Kalujita.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor. For H15, related to the change order number for the Bicycle Transportation Plan Implementation Project, you received a Surly Seal Project. J1, non-agenda items, public communications, and one regarding city enforcement of parking restrictions during street sweeping hours, a revised draft ordinance with minor language changes to subsection D. P1, related to the chart amendment pertaining to the duties of the city treasurer, sample municipal ordinance, delegation of financial duties, and PowerPoint presentation. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, could I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, motion to second, all four?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're now moving into the consent calendar. I'm going to pull the council for anything you'd like to pull. Councilmember Nierenheim,
Yeah, I'd like to pull items H20 and H24, please.
H20 and H24. Councilmember Lowenstein,
H23, please.
H23. Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich,
None, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji,
With nothing but love, H6.
H6. And Councilmember Barrett,
H7.
H7. Okay. With that, does any member of the public wish to address the council on any of the items that are not pulled from the consent calendar? Do we have any?
No, they're all
Cards?
pulled, so I have some for the pulled
Okay.
items.
Okay, looks like no one from the audience. Anybody online?
None. So let's see, wait a minute. Okay, H20, never mind. That's it.
Okay, could I get a motion to approve the consent calendar excluding H6, H7, H20, H23, and H24?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay. Anything you need to read off?
Yes, let's see. So starting with H8, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2409-070, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the salary range for the position of Waterfront and Economic Development Manager. H9, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2409-071, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Jarrett Technologies, Inc., a Delaware corporation. H10, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2409-072, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain properties to Pedro Quincy DMS, Inc., a California corporation. H11, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2407-073, a resolution of City Council of City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain properties to Rosenwald Capital Management, Inc., a New York corporation. H13, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2409-077, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing the mayor, the city manager of the city managers or the city manager's designee to execute a transfer agreement with the Los Angeles County Flood Control District for the Safe Clean Water Programs Municipal Program. H14, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2409-074, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications to include a new position of Principal Transportation Engineer. H21, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2409-075, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the part-time employment policy and pay plan for part-time employees. H22, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2409-076, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications to add the position of library manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, going to excluded consent calendar items, H6. I believe that's yours, Councilmember Obagi.
Sure, I just think this is a monumental achievement because in the 3 years that I've been on council, it's been one of my utmost priorities to try to get art proliferated in the city with the troves of money that we had in the art fund, and this is the first such art project. So it's beautiful, and it's coming to the Pier Skate Park area, and I'll actually share it on the screen because I think it's worthwhile for folks to see if I can get it here. Yes. All right, one sec. If you can share 3B, please. Current page. Is that showing up? Is it plugged in? Councilman Barrett? Oh, this one.
How many of those do you guys got?
I thought we were gonna, we were sharing one, didn't realize. All right, can we switch to 2B, please?
Oh, there we go.
All right, whoop, there it is. After a long, long time. All right, motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address this item?
Hello, everyone. I don't know if I mentioned my name today. I'm Andy Porchop. I'm from the city of Torrance. I like murals. I love murals because I grew up with murals, except I did not like it back there because it was all these communist bastards like Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, Karl Marx, and I forgot Engels' first name, I think Frederick. Anyway, and then Stalin. So I looked at those murals for like 25 years until they went out of fashion. But I love murals, as I just said. And I like this project because, all the skater kids, have something to look at while they're skateboarding. And I only one suggestion because I'm here to help. You could save the money because just like at Venice Beach, there is a wall there. Anybody can go and, do their artwork, and it's totally free for them and for the public. So here, if you just tell the kids, anybody's artwork, people would put up artwork, and you would save, what is it, $47,000? I forgot to look. Anyway, so $50,000. I know the guy is guaranteed, for vandalism and what you call that, graffiti and over spraying it. But, after 6 months, what you gonna do? Have a couple of policemen guarding the mural there? Because, these kids are very, very well behaved, the skateboarder kids. I never met a bad skateboarding kid. You know what I mean? They all were very polite, very law-abiding, and never causing any trouble. Anyway, this is just my thought, for free. Just have that wall and, come here and do your graffiti. These amateur artists, very talented, and I think they would do a good job instead of $50,000. Anyway, I yield my time because I see your interest in my speech, and I was gonna call up a few more items, but when I did that in Redondo Beach, they took away the people's right to call any consent calendar item. So about that, I'm just shut up. I'm not gonna call any items because that's what caused intolerance. You know, the citizens cannot call or ask about any consent calendar item. Otherwise, I love the mural and good luck with it. I hope the skateboarders like it. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Okay, anyone else from the audience wish to address this item? Anybody online? I do have one question. When is this scheduled to start?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Just tell us.
I would tell you, but it's not on the.
In the next few weeks is the response. Okay, thank you. So we had a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. Okay, H7, I think that was yours,
It
Councilmember?
was, Mayor. I'll be abstaining.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve in a second. Anyone from the audience wish to address item H7? Anyone online?
None.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay,
And I abstain.
yes, one abstain.
Thank you.
Okay, next one is H20. I forget who was, was that
pulled
yours,
that.
Councilmember Nair?
Yeah, so I pulled, because this is the city attorney's pay. Last time that the city council came to a conclusion to give it a 2% raise to $280,000 a year. And then every subsequent year thereafter, a 3% raise for base pay of $305,964, basically $306,000. And, you know, I think this is a perfect opportunity. This is going to be a new city attorney to reset the pay. This is about the position, and we don't know who we're getting. The voters are choosing the person who they feel was qualified to be there. And we should do what San Diego does, which is set the pay equal to what the California Superior Court judge is. That way it takes the politics out of it, makes it even, makes it consistent with other cities. And even with that, we are paying per resident a healthy number way above other cities such as San Diego and Chula Vista, Huntington Beach, all of which actually pay more or pay less than us. So I pull it because I'll just make a friendly amendment to, or I'll make a substitute motion to this to,
I don't think there's a motion yet.
well, excuse, you're right, thank you, sorry. I'll make a motion to approve this pay to bring it down to $238,000 per year and a 3% subsequent increase per year thereafter.
Did you say 2 or 3%?
3%.
3%.
3%. And in line with what San Diego does. So that would be my motion to approve this item.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, motion fails for lack of a second. Any other motions on this item?
And motion,
You wanna
and,
put-
yeah. No, please.
Motion to
Motion.
approve H20.
There you go.
Introduced by title only, ordinance 3276-24.
That's what I said.
Yep.
My second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address this? I do have one card. Rolf Strutzenberg.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Rolf Strutzenberg, Redondo Beach. With this item, you need to ask yourself, are you condoning, or for that matter, rewarding any illegal activity of the elected city attorney, any criminal activity of the elected city attorney? City charter is clear in its delineations of the duties of the office of the elected city attorney. That's as far as the scope is. Any activity outside of those is a violation of the charter, because the charter is explicit that the city attorney, elected city attorney, shall devote their full time to their duties of office. any violation of the city charter is a criminal act. Furthermore, when the duties are not done by the elected city attorney, which are prescribed as shall, they are mandates as described by the city charter, that is yet another avenue of violations of the city charter. The elected city attorney is not immune from the city charter. The elected city attorney is bound by it like everyone else that is described in it. So you need to ask yourself that question and really look at it before proceeding with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. I'm wondering if you might have an opportunity to address this a little bit differently by perhaps having a salary that's more commensurate with like cities, but a bonus plan on top of it instead. Because what we have is a city attorney who is elected by the people who don't really have 100% transparency over what that person does. And there's a reason for that, because a lot of it is confidential. We're not allowed to have any input to that or knowledge of that. We do see things that are absolutely wonderful, like groundbreaking programs like the homeless. That is absolutely awesome, to which perhaps an annual bonus could apply to that position instead of, or in conjunction with, a smaller base salary plus an increase in pay. So it's an opportunity for the council to look at performance-based in addition to the electorate's opinion of what they think is a great performance, but not knowing all of the nuances that are involved in that. So it might be advantageous to take a step back and consider that. And again, it could be a once annual bonus to the city attorney, not defining when that has to be once annually, based on what the council deems has been a stellar performance for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item?
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchap. A good thing these two people spoke before me, because I did not know that this position was elected. And I wish it was elected in Torrance, because people have a say, you know, who's going to be the dude or not, or do that. Mr. Webb, in my eye, you know, he's a very good guy, you know, nice and cool guy. And anything I say, it's not against him or for him, it's just a thing. So I'm happy this position is elected and people have something to say about it. But just a warning for you, you know, every city compares their lawyers, their city manager, their wages and this and that, and they got nice raises all the time. You know what I mean? But you have to think about the biggest problem state of California facing is CalPER, you know, the California Retirement or Pension Program. And Torrance took a $350 million loan, and I don't know, you guys took $60 million loan, you know, try to pay off CalPER's obligations, and these are growing and growing. So city and government employees make more and more money. The taxpayers has to come up with more and more ways to come up with the money. So more the government official making, more taxes has to be collected to pay for the programs. And so far as I can see, there is no end of the story. Every city is in the same shoe. They cannot pay the employees' financial obligations, especially the retirement one. So every time you give a raise to any person, you give a raise or make a bigger amount to pay for this employee's retirement. And some of them go 20, 30 years. You know what I mean? There is a firefighter coming to my house, intimidate me. Last time he worked, it was 1987. And collecting pensions and came to intimidate me because I'm speaking up on meetings. So just think about it, how much more you have to pay out besides this when he retires. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item? Anybody online?
I have no one on Zoom. However, I have 3 e-comments, 2 oppose, and the other one's just neutral. That's it.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve item H20. All 4?
No, sorry.
1 no and 4 yeses, correct?
Yeah, no. I
1, 2,
actually
3,
had
no
one comment.
takebacks.
What? I didn't listen. I didn't hear what you said.
1, 2, 3, no takebacks.
Oh, 3. I actually had one comment. That's what I wanted to say. There was a great email that a resident wrote in with Luis, and he talked about the median government annual salary in LA, Los Angeles. So top earners, $170,000, 75th percentile, $129,000, average is $95,000. And he asked, actually, in light of one of the commenters, about doing a salary survey in the government sector, and talked about how this is excessive, seems to be excessive. And just want to let the commenters know, and the people who emailed in, we can't, this has to be done, we have to set the price now, and exact price. We can't talk about, or can't in X amount of years give a bonus, or give, or do a salary survey now. Could have done that 6 months ago and come up with that number. It has to be set now by ordinance. So I just wanted to clear that up for everyone for this particular position. And it is, some people did write me, it is the second highest paid elected city attorney in the state of California, more than Huntington Beach and LA City. That's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Going to
Okay.
H23, I believe that was,
Mayor, before you go on to H23, I need a,
can't do them all at the end?
no, I have to read it now. Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3276-24, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending section 2-3.904 of Article 9, Title 2 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, updating the salary and benefits of the city attorney for introduction and first reading. Thank you.
Okay, item H23, I think that was you.
That was me. It's a very small typo, just the word beach in Redondo Beach is not capitalized, so. Just,
Oh my gosh.
I know it's small, but I don't want to be sending to Senator Atkins with Redondo Beach on,
I do have one input
It's
on this.
third paragraph, by the way.
In my discussions with State Senator Ben Allen and his staff,
Yeah.
this has already been approved, right? So the only one that would have an impact on is Governor Newsom, so I assume we'll write it for government.
Yeah, you could
Governor
CC
Newsom.
him as well, too. But I think it should go to Senator Atkins. She should know how dangerous
And
this.
Why don't we put that in here, CC it to the governor?
Okay.
Or address it to the governor.
So
Let's
to make,
address it to the governor. and
okay, so I'll
CC
make the
it to-
motion to address it to the governor, CC Senator Tony Atkins, and also change the small b to a large b.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Councilmember Barrett's trying to get his hand up.
Do we have a second?
I did have a,
Okay. Councilmember Barrett.
Oh, I have a,
oh, you have a card?
We're not open to, I haven't opened it to public yet. Go ahead, Councilmember Barrett.
I agree with everything that's been said and with the sentiment expressed in the letter that was drafted. I did want to propose in the future that we consider moving our position on these bills from oppose to support if amended. And what I have in mind is straightforward, fair, and wholly consistent with ensuring that cities do their fair share with respect to housing. And specifically, the amendment would be that this bill, SB 450, and others like it, should apply to cities that have a residential population density of less than 10,000 people per square mile. Cities that arguably are most in need of and capable of providing increased housing. And I think the distinction would be having a change in position from opposition to, hey, we support if amended, could maybe bring a different perspective, allow us to maybe get a seat at the table, so to speak, and focus on that singular issue, which I think the mayor's been an advocate of and spoken eloquently too, of those cities that have already done a lot, continue to do a lot, are different from those that have not. And so that would be the distinction. Bills like this apply to cities that have a residential population density of less than 10,000 per square mile, who have room for this additional housing.
It also adds a carrot, not just a stick.
It adds a carrot. It adds a carrot, yeah.
There's an incentive to get over that threshold so it doesn't apply.
So,
Can we amend the motion to add wording to that effect?
Yeah, I'd be open to that.
Okay, who seconded that? Was that you, Councilmember Baji? Who seconded?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have an amended motion with the second. Any other discussion from the council?
I would say, I would leave the words oppose SB 4, but we would be open to supporting if it was amended to include the following items. And I agree with you. The only problem is since it's very past the floor, right, for both houses, the governor can't just simply line item veto or change anything, right?
You can veto it with recommendations.
Right, coming back for next year. So that's the only thing that we're up against on the wall with. It's just
And
now
his
it's a
staff is here
signature.
tomorrow.
Can he veto
Directly
it?
handed.
Does he need a threshold to get above in order for the veto to be effective? Like a
Yeah, it's 66%.
Is it 66%?
Yeah, but it already passed well over that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very likely.
Yeah.
Or notice of oppose as written or something like that. That's fine.
Well, I think we may have missed the boat a little bit on this one. I think the message that we are sending is that
In the future.
in the future, this is where, we're open to this, but I like the wording that you had in there.
I want to be very, very clear, though, what you just said, missing the boat. I want everyone to understand, because we are all very familiar up here, what we're talking about. I want everyone to understand that SB 450 is a 2-year bill, started off last year, last 2023, and was put in something called suspense, which means it's put out into the closet and say, we'll come back to you, filing cabinet, filing it away, and usually it never comes back. And this came back literally last week. It was never supposed to come back. It was fully voted on multiple times. It was ready to go to the floor and get its final vote, and it was pulled last year. And when it came back this year, it didn't come back, didn't see the light of day. And literally came back, at the beginning of the week, last week, middle of the week, last week, got one floor House, a floor vote on the Senate or Assembly, Assembly, and then it had to go for a concurrence vote over at the Senate. And they got that Thursday afternoon. So they pushed this thing through. Okay, when I say push, I mean took it out of the closet, pushed it in, and said, boom, done, here you go. And you shall take this. So, and there's some very specific reasons why it was done. And it's, this is the way Sacramento works. And this is why, again, I'll just say our neighborhood voices. All land uses need to be a municipal affair. And our neighborhood voices solves all of that. This would not happen. And once again, we at local city are going to be affected negatively on this. And this is just horrible what's happening.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji, your hand's up. Did you want to speak on this or?
No, I just fully agree with Councilmember Barron and his perspective on this.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to speak to this? I do have one card, and that's Holly Osborne.
You took some of the words out of my mouth. Holly Osborne, District 5. First of all, I'd like to thank the city of Redondo Beach and especially our attorney, Mr. Webb, who fought successfully for SB 9 to not, that was the last bill, to not apply to charter cities. And they were joined by 4 other cities, and we won, okay? And this bill, unfortunately, SB 40, was a last-minute sneaky bill amended August 21st to effectively nullify our victory, okay? And I wrote to Assemblymember Muratsuchi and I said, please oppose this. And he did. And we all owe Assemblymember Muratsuchi a letter of thanks. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough. And I wrote to Senator Allen, I said, please oppose this. And he supported it, okay? And yes, it passed the Senate. And I wasn't happy. I was really depressed. Okay, but this is why, and again, he read my mind, we need our neighborhood voices of initiative so we can control our own zoning, and we can't have this this sneaky stuff pulled out like the legislature did. And then if we can get the constitutional amendment passed and people sign the petition when we start, or sign the request for a constitutional amendment, we can control our own zoning. So please sign our neighborhood voices paperwork when it comes through. And I'm going to just say thank you, Mr. Webb. And I had this speech written before I even knew they were going to do all that other attorney stuff. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to speak to this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop again. Just let you know, I sacrificed the other meeting in Torrance to come here, and I did not really study up on this one, but just for your information, up on the board, bulletin board, it says H20. And for like 3 minutes you were talking, I was like, what the hell are these guys talking about? So maybe, you know, because this is so little to read here or get educated about the subject, maybe at least you would put up the right number when you're speaking. You know what I mean? This is just me. I have ADHD, so I notice things like that. But people behind me, they did not even know what you were talking about. You know what I mean? Because it said something else behind. Anyway, just for your information, we had an ex-council member in Torrance, Mike Griffith, who is a big crybaby. I mean, he's a crybaby, but he's a macho man compared to Mike Griffith. You should watch him crying 30 minutes on the city council meeting. I tried to interrupt him, but they didn't let me. They almost kicked me out because everybody wanted him to cry. And he forgot his reading glasses, so he was crying because he couldn't read whatever he was going to say. But back to this thing. So Mike Griffith was a fighter in this case. He had his own organization, so people can join him, crying baby, you know what? And here is what I know. In California, most of the people want to live on the coast. You know what I mean? And creating new cities, it's very expensive for the government because new cities, new infrastructure, new city employees, new government employees, and they don't want that. You know what I mean? They want the people to live here where we already live, you know? They don't build more power stations. Imagine they would have to build more power stations. You guys are shutting it down, but people has to live someplace, and most of the people live here. So only one thing to go is up, and more housing. You know, the growth, the city government grows when the population grows. Population growth, population growth. That's why people bring here immigrants. That's why people bring here other people, other states, you know, people leaving, but they're coming back because California, the only thing is the best, the better. You know what I mean? So anyway, so population growth, that's what every city needs. So need more housing, and you're not gonna go up against Sacramento. You know what I mean? You have to take it.
Okay, thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
No, none on online or e-comments.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All four?
Mayor, could you please just clarify the motion? Are we including Councilmember Barron's language, oppose unless amended is what we're saying? Or are we going to start with the word support if amended?
Support, it was supported if amended.
Support if amended will be the title. Okay.
Correct. plus the typo change and.
And the addressing it to the governor.
Correct.
And CCing to, is
CC Tony Atkins, Senator
there any
Atkins.
chance I could get that by tomorrow morning to, assuming it passes here,
By 10
so we can hand it to the
Yes.
governor's staff?
I think Luke's watching, so. Yes.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, item H24. I believe that was Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, so I pulled that and actually you can show section 1A, please, light up 1A for me. I wanted to strike something under definitions or get a clarification on whether we have to do this or not, just because it's in the ordinance. It says unofficial night tally and election night report, quote. And oh, please, I hope it works.
Which
1A?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Uh-oh. I need to bring a longer cord. Do you have an HDMI cord over there? An extra one? To the...
It'll cost you.
$10?
1B.
One. There we go.
There you go, perfect. So, let's see here, right here, it says unofficial election night report. This just gives a definition. That doesn't mean we have to do this, right? Is this in the ordinance that we have to actually do a report that night of the election night? And it's a summary report, ballot cast report, but I didn't see on here that we have to or forced to do it because it's in the definitions.
So for election night, what I would run is just how we would do it normally.
Mhm.
So it would just be the ballots that we've received, and we would just count for that sort of first ranking or first round, just whatever's on that first one, and that is it.
Right.
That's it.
So what I'm concerned about here is going through some digging on some things. This is from Voluntary Voting Systems Guide. This was created by the Federal Government Elections Assistance Commission. It's created in 2000 and I believe it's 22? 2021. Well, this guide was created in 2021. The commission itself was created in 2002. And it's for under the Congressional Act, Help America Vote Act of 2002. And this is their guidance packet of information. And what I'm concerned about here is going through that is 111.8. Of course, I shouldn't have moved that. There he is. Here it is. So, and this is, I asked this question before, and what I'm worried about is if we do a vote count the night of, it says ranked choice voting methods are different for single seat elections and multi-seat contests. Jurisdictional rules may vary even when using the same basic method. And a voting, it's because we had discussion last time where we had implementing different rules. A voting unit or precinct tabulating cannot perform RCV tabulation. RCV tabulation requires the concurrent availability of all CVRs, which are the ballots, associated with an RCV contest and is a post-voting accumulation aggregation process. So what this is telling us here is that you got to have all the ballots in at once in order for them to count them. And if we do a vote, a count, so to speak, the night of, we're putting everything, all these different piles into one, counting it, and then we're waiting for the next set and counting those. And then when we do our audit, our 1% audit, we're going to have potential issues with which ones were counted, which ones were together, putting them all together again, now going through the process. And if, according to this here, I'd rather just have one count when we have all of the ballots ready to go.
So on election day, we're just going to do it just like we would just count it for that one ranking, right? Just like we would do it. And that would be it. We would not do the instant runoff. We would not eliminate anyone. And then on just how we normally do our elections now. And then on election, on the final day, which is usually about 2 weeks after, we run them. And I don't think there's two separate ones, because I went through this with the equipment on how they calculate it. And it knows which ones were done on election day, and it knows which ones are the rest of the ballots that we receive for the final. And then it accumulates them both, and it runs it. And it runs the first ranking, and it does all instant runoff right there and then. And then it provides reports.
Right, and that's, and we don't know what ballots it's, the point of the audit is to make sure that it says, we're gonna take 1%, let's just say it's 100 ballots, and 100 ballots say 10 votes here, 15 votes there, 30 votes there, 50 votes there, whatever it may be, right? And then we do a hand count, we check that and say, yep, that is correct.
What we do is we have 2 precincts for each district. And technically, we will have 4 boxes. When we go to the final day, we'll have 4 boxes, because we'll have 2 from election day and 2 from the final day. And then we do a rank of picking a box, and then we do our 1%. So it might be more than 1%. Usually it's more than 1%, because we take a box and we look at that and we make sure it ties in. We make sure it's tying into the computer report. And if it's not, then that's where we have an issue.
So when you say the 1% ties into the computer report, we're not running a separate, are you gonna take that 1% of ballots, you're gonna run through the machine again and then
No,
count that?
we hand count. We compare hand counted ballots and we compare it to the report.
Right.
Does it tie in?
So you're going to go through all the rounds manually?
We would have to, yes. We're looking at, yep. But it's just for not all the precincts. It's
Right.
just only one box.
What are the 10 precincts?
Based on each district that has a contest. And then we also
Yeah,
do the tally
you have to do
for,
one for each race.
correct. But so say for instance, we have District 1, 2, and 4. So we have a precinct, we have 4 boxes per precinct after election night, because we have to do it the next day. We take 1 box from District 4, and then we take that report and we compare it and based on all the races on that box. And we compare it to that report, the box of ballots. And we take the hand count. It's a process, and it will take longer, but that's what we do.
So you do it for that council seat and for citywide, just
Anything
out of
that's
that
on
one
there.
precinct?
Correct. And we'll do it for District 1 and District 2 for every race on that.
1, 2, and 4.
1, 2, and 4. That's how we do it.
And then the ballots are kept in the vault, the rest of
Yes.
them?
They're kept in the vault.
And you're
And we
the
have
only one
video.
that has access to it, correct?
Excuse me?
Who has access to it? Just you?
My staff.
Your staff? So,
Yep.
okay.
So where are you driving this to, Councilman?
I mean, I'm not comfortable with the
The preliminary run?
preliminary run because A, doesn't give us any information. Is it-
It's going to give, yeah, it's going to give you whatever ballots we have. So the thing that's hard is that, one time we had 5,000 ballots. So it didn't really give you a big picture, and then we ended up getting like 8 or 10,000
Right, after that.
after
Remember
that. And then usually we get 10,000, and then we get 5,000, so afterwards.
Right.
So it just really depends.
Yeah. So my concern is doing the according to this discussion and document and seeing and reading and hearing what happened everywhere else and then just thinking about the process. I don't feel comfortable with doing a check, doing that vote, doing the tabulation the day of. I'd rather just do it get it all done at once. Because it's mixing all the ballots together.
We're just doing the ballots from that day. Just like we normally do.
But we're not tabulating it the same way. That's my point.
We're just, we're doing only the first ballot run
First round.
Yeah,
First ranking.
with no eliminations.
right.
That just gives you raw data that's unofficial.
So my question is, we don't have to then, we don't have to, it's not in the ordinance that we shall do this. I didn't see that in here. It just says it's under an unofficial definitions. That-
Right.
Okay, so do we have to remove this then? We can leave that in there, it's like, Mr. City Attorney?
It's up to you. If you do remove it, it's a substantive change, so it will delay the adoption of it. You'll have to reintroduce it tonight and adopt it at a subsequent meeting. This was put in there because the clerk, it's not in any of the other ordinance that we looked at, but the clerk, for a first time doing it, I think, as you've discussed, there's going to be a lot of confusion and there'll be a lot of angst if come election night, they get no information. And I don't see the language you put up there as conflicting with this at all, because that is only saying that the round has to be on, the ranked choice voting has to be with all the ballots. And what this language has is clear that the rounds have to be when all the ballots have been received, that this is not a round. This is just a definition that I wrote to make clear that that is not an initial round, and it would be up to the election official, so Ms. Manzano for March, whether or not to release that election, the unofficial, and so
Election night count,
yeah, election night count.
unofficial election night count.
Right, and that's to make clear that it's not around, that things can change. Because otherwise, we don't have a definition. If the clerk does it anyways, then that may confuse people. So if the clerk wants to do it, you should have a definition in there. But it's not a required round of counting. It's not a required report. It was just the clerk felt that it would be good to give some initial indication. In some races, may not be clear at all. In some races, you may have 2 rounds of, you may have 2 candidates. And that initial, just like some of our recent elections, you may get a pretty clear indication of who's winning. But if you don't do that, then you're not going to know for 2 weeks. So it's entirely up to you whether you take it out or leave it in. It's not the norm for these ordinances. But then I would urge the clerk not to provide any sort of report without a definition. So that means your voters may be perturbed for 2 weeks, and I showed up and voted and I know nothing. And that's not been the norm at any level of government.
A new style of voting. Yeah, so I'd be in favor of leaving it in case we do an unofficial election night report. But I don't feel comfortable with doing a report overall. I'd rather just do it all at once. So we can have that discussion later. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have 2 items on this. The first is a non-substantive scrivener's matter that I discussed with the city clerk, and it concerns section 2-2.406 and ensuring that the defined terms are capitalized as they are in the definitions, and whether we can and should do that. And I don't know if I see the city attorneys here.
Yeah, I have no strong feelings about it. The reason so the point is, we define our terms in capital letters as you define terms, and then we use lowercase letters, and it's been done both ways. In terms of ranked choice voting, every ordinance used this language. They didn't tie it to the definitions, but there would be nothing wrong, and you're correct, it's a non-substantive change. And so you wouldn't have to reintroduce it to just, in every place where there's the defined term, undervote, overvote, skipped ranking, or exhausted ballot, change it to capital letters. So I actually like your way better, but I didn't.
Okay.
We tried to not deviate. We have enough. We'll have enough challenges with the system. We try not to deviate, but to be in transparency, I did deviate from the normal ordinances because I put the defined terms alphabetically. They are not alphabetically in any of the ordinances I saw.
I prefer them alphabetically.
I do, and we typically do it, and it's easier to see because if you're looking for a term, if it's E, it's going to be here, not next to last. So I like your way better. So
capitalizing the defined terms.
Yeah, because I like the belts and suspenders approach. When we're using this term, we mean our defined term. So,
thank you, both. The other item, Mayor, had to do with skipped rankings. And as you recall, the council reached the conclusion that if you don't list a person, a candidate in the first round, but you list someone in the second round, can't really determine the intention of that voter, right? If we wanted to revisit that issue, there is a way to determine the intention of the voter who doesn't put a name in the first round but does in the second. And the way we would do that would be to go back to what was proposed with skipped rankings, okay? Which is, if you don't have a ranking in the first round, who did you put in the next round, okay? And the way you can make sure you have the intention of the voter there is to put in the instructions that in the event you do skip a ranking, your vote will be given to your next ranked candidate. So the voter knows, hey, if I skip round 1 and I just put a name in round 2, that round 2 person is going to be my first round vote. So I mentioned that in part after speaking with Mr. Tony Hale, who's here, who's the RCV representative. And I guess at risk of having tomatoes thrown, he's here to speak to us tonight. So I don't know if you want to elaborate on it. It's certainly your discretion if you want to hear more, but that's the issue I brought up. Going back to how we had it before, skipped rankings, which is if in the first or any round in the event any ballot reaches a ranking with no candidate indicated, the ballot shall immediately be advanced to the next ranking.
And that would be unlimited, or would it be limited to 1 or 2 skip votes, or unlimited?
Unlimited.
Yeah.
So, hey, you don't have someone here, do you have someone else? Okay, that's your candidate.
So this is a vast departure from what you
No.
proposed the last meeting, so I'm wondering
Here's-
what changed your mind?
Well, here's what changed my mind. The concern last time was if somebody doesn't list a candidate in the first round, but they do in the second, we don't really know their intent. Maybe that voter said, you know what, I'm not voting for any of these people in round 1. But I'll tell you, if there's a runoff, put me down for candidate 2, okay? How do we know what they intended? And there's a substantive impact of that if we automatically push that second round candidate into round 1, because now that affects who would have been eliminated. And so the idea is, how do we discern the intent? Well, the way we could correct it is to tell voters explicitly, hey, if you skip a candidate in round 1 or any other round, we will assume you want the next candidate you ranked, and that's what we'll do. And that's how we'd be able to discern the intent, by telling them, these are the instructions, and we're going to assume that's what you meant.
But assuming they read the instructions, and now
Assuming
you
they
want
read
them
it.
to start leading you to inferences rather than expressly, following the rules and expressly telling us who they want to vote for.
You
My
got it.
concern with it is somebody puts somebody down as a 5, like, don't like any of these people. Worst case scenario, I want this person to go. You're going to give a number 1 vote to the person they ranked their 5th favorite. I feel like we start to infer things that we tried to rule out that we'd be doing. The last meeting that we had.
Yeah. It's fair. I at least wanted
I
to
get that
raise
no
it.
other city does it this way.
Right.
Which is what Tony Hill, I think, emailed me with as well, and pointed out that the RCV folks are concerned that this election is going to blow up in our face if we have more than 2 candidates, and if something goes wrong or a bunch of ballots are disqualified.
For skipped rankings.
Due to skipped rankings. With that said, I went over the rules at my council meeting or community meeting, I should say, and people seem to understand no skipped rankings. Start at 1 and don't skip anybody, and if you do, then your ballot's done. But I don't really feel, we're doing the best we can in this experimental program, so I don't feel strongly either way.
Okay. So that's all I had. I'll yield back, Mayor. Maybe others want to speak to the issue.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, actually, I was a little concerned about it too when I looked at it, and I read that like up to 3% of elections, in elections, up to 3% of ballots can have skipped votes. So that's in a city where we have normally 15,000. That could be 450 votes. That's a lot of ballots. Even if it's half that, that's 225. That's quite a bit. So I wonder if, people do make mistakes. Let's assume that it's intentional. Then the D, option D, which would be unlimited, would be kind of abusive. But if we had some type of okay, if you skip it twice, that's okay. But if you keep skipping it, then there's something nefarious going on, or you're incompetent in terms of how you're voting, I guess is maybe the way I would look at it.
This isn't a requirement for voting.
Yes, or it's intentional. And that's a concern if you get to a certain level, like I'm skipping every top person. So, I actually see both sides of it, but I am concerned that we would be throwing out a lot of votes, and it could potentially expose us to challenges to the legitimacy of the election. That's my concern about it. So I wanted to throw that out to people.
What's the percent of overvotes?
It's not an over.
They don't care
Well,
about
if you know what they skipped.
I'm guessing it's close to that.
So we're throwing out that
Yeah.
many just for,
Wow.
and in one case, we're saying, oh, we can't read your intent.
Yeah.
And in the other, we're going, oh yeah, now we can,
Well, if it's overvotes and they're voting for more than one candidate, right?
for one rank.
Right, one rank. It's the same thing. It could be the same way to do it. And do we throw those out as well too? I don't know.
We already are throwing those out.
Yeah,
That's why
the
we
question
went-
is, should we? And I don't know.
That's opening the can of worms all over again that we
Yeah.
had last time.
I know we had this discussion at length, at nauseum is probably the best way of putting it.
Okay, anything
So,
else?
No, I wanted to bring those two things up. But you did bring up Tony Hale, and I know he's here and he
Yeah.
did
And
represent
we'll
some,
open it to the public.
when he's, if he submitted a
Councilmember
card.
Rabaji.
Madam Clerk, let's say somebody marks their ballot 1, 3, 5. Why can't we count their ballot, their first one towards, their first ranking for that candidate? Don't count anybody for their second, during the second round of counting, don't allocate a vote. During the third round of counting, allocate a vote to somebody. Maybe that pushes them over the threshold, if that person's still alive in the race.
Yeah, I don't know if, I don't think the software like that, it's either it'll skip or not skip regarding the software.
So I'd either
I can't-
automatically
Yeah, I
drop
can't,
them down to the next ranking.
no. It would just it would look for the next rank and consider that the second rank if there's none for second.
Okay. That's my
Okay, I've
question.
got no other hands up. Let's open it up to the public. Tony Hill, you're the first, you're the only
we got
card
the
we've
card.
received.
The card first.
Huh?
You have a card?
I have one, Tony Hill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. The concern that the ranked choice voting organizations nationwide have is that throwing out votes is very different than throwing out a vote if you can't determine the will of the voter. If they double vote, you can't determine who they voted for. But if in their second ranking, they chose a candidate that they wanted to vote for, it's against the standards of the Secretary of State and against how almost every other municipality in the country is doing it. And whereas nobody wants to see a vote cast when we can't determine the will of the voter, when we can, when the voter has marked a clear name that they want to vote for, we should honor that vote and not throw it out. The software does have options for if they skip more than 2, and we have some experts on the line that can answer some of those questions.
I don't trust them. They answered us wrong last time.
Sorry?
I don't trust them. They answered us incorrectly last time.
I'm not sure. I missed that meeting. I'm sorry. I know it got very complicated. And
When it came to tie votes, they misled us.
sorry?
When it came to tie votes, they misled us on what.
So what was misleading?
I'm not going to go into it here.
Okay.
So you get your.
Well, the other aspect which was talked about is that if we have up to, and the ranked choice voting organizations have looked into this specifically because of the decision Redondo Beach has made. They've looked into it and they've found serious concerns about it. And they've raised the level of concern about this issue with all their organizations to make sure that other municipalities don't do this. If a candidate loses in this race and people who clearly marked that they wanted to vote for someone, their ballots are thrown out, they could sue the city. Now, that wouldn't be the end of the world for the city, but they could win that case based on standards that the Secretary of State's put forward. And the bigger loss is that we lose credibility with the voters. We lose the confidence of the voters in our election system. And that is hard to win back after a loss. The standard is clear that from the Secretary of State that if someone marks that they want to vote for someone, even if they didn't follow the rules exactly, but they clearly marked who they wanted to vote for, that vote should be counted and shouldn't be thrown out. So my time's up, but I'll address quickly. The 1% is check is done against the final count, not the election night count. I believe that's correct, right? Yeah, so.
Right.
Yeah, the election night count would not be in contradiction to the check, because the check on the 1% would be against the final count, not the early result.
And what I was asking, figuring out what that is, we're doing them separately and then putting them together. We need to put them all together and do it at once, is what the systems are recommending, best practices. And that's why I'm concerned of separating things out and then combining and then trying to do your 1%. One clear cut, very simple, and go with 1%.
That's something you have prerogative on, but I was just addressing the concern that it's not based on election night early results, it's based on the final results. That's what the check is, that's what the 1% check is, to see if there was a problem with the machinery and the hand count revealed it.
I have a question related to this then. So let's say 3% of the ballots are thrown out, right? That impacts other races as well too, not just the race that we're talking about. Yeah, it does. If you throw out the ballot, doesn't it throw out the entire ballot, or is it throw out just that vote?
No, just for ranked choice voting.
Just ranked choice voting.
Just for those contests that are ranked choice voting. It won't throw out the ballot for school board or measures.
Will it throw
No, he's saying.
I'm talking about other races.
If-
Let's say
If there's a
let's
city
say it's a
council race
District
and a
1.
mayoral race,
Right.
and you throw somebody out for the city council race, are they out for both of them?
They're separate contests.
They're separate counts?
Yeah, they're separate.
Okay, so
contests.
maybe we shouldn't say ballot then, because then, to me, that says
Contests are different contests.
contest, because I want to make sure that that's clear in the ordinance, that it looks like the entire ballot is thrown out.
Well,
And I
if we
think
make substantive changes, we're coming back.
this is important stuff, I mean, I agree.
We're not going to have a ranked choice voting election until March, right? Or at the earliest, right?
We have to have the rules
We
in
got
place.
plenty of time.
Our deadline was about changing a charter amendment by November, so we have some time, as Councilmember Babaji says.
By the time we call the election.
Yes, well, we have a month after the ordinance.
The clerk had indicated she wanted it done by August 20th so that she could put the rules in place in time for the opening of the nominations period. Now, maybe that's changed.
Well, I mean, I need an ordinance. That way I know we're doing ranked choice voting. So I can let
yeah.
our vendors know that we are doing ranked choice voting, because that, regarding what our quotes are going to be in the sense of our assistants, our ballots, those kind of things. So if you want to make corrections after, that's fine, but I need some kind of ordinance.
Oh, I see what you're saying. We could make changes to the ordinance after, but they have not substantive, they have to be minor.
Thank you. 2 more readings.
The change that we made from the initial draft you gave us was putting
It was to eliminate, can you highlight if it's okay, highlight my screen?
Let's see. There we go.
So as I recall, this is off the top of my head, I'll have to look. You changed the definition, the instructions in 2-2.403. You eliminated the second sentence in 2-2.405 based, as Mayor Light indicated, the false information that we'd received from some of the speakers that they couldn't do that. And that's not a typical sentence. You eliminated in its entirety 2-2.406, skipped rankings, which they would go on to the next ranking. You included skipped rankings in 2-2.407, and you subsequently renumbered all the other definitions. So those were the changes that you made.
Thank you, super helpful. So if we wanted to go back, we would just reinstate, undo the changes that we made to 2-2.406 and 2-2.407 as well. And I don't mind actually leaving the instructions as is, because you're essentially, you'd be guiding the voter to vote as clearly as possible.
It's up to you. What I was going to suggest, if you want to go back, and it would be a substantive amendment, obviously, so you'd have to reintroduce it, is give direction to decide to reinstate this version with 2.2406 and 2.2407, decide whether or not you want to go back to the tie-breaking system that is used in one other city, but seems more fair than
Which is
drawing a
what?
lot.
Lots.
The
Higher
first
number of
round,
votes
the
in the
first
round.
round, whoever had the highest number
I
of.
thought we learned that with the vote, the system can't
That
do
was
it.
misinformation.
So apparently, they've learned,
That
the
they can
clerk
do
and mayor has learned since then that is not true.
Yeah, so the problem is, well, it's not a problem, but it's just that there's a lot of, there's the person that developed the software, and then it goes into our equipment from Hart, and then they have a way to actually do other reports. So I can get a report for the first round to see who is the top person. So I can get that.
And then what I was going to suggest, because Councilmember Barrett had started this conversation with changing the instructions, you may want to add you may want to add a final sentence after "do not skip rankings." However, or comma, however, if you do, your next ranked candidate or next ranked choice will be.
Why would you tell somebody that though? Because you're gonna honor their next ranked thing, but you don't want to induce them to skip rankings, right?
I'm not arguing for it. It's not my role. I'm just saying, because Councilman Barrett had said we need to tell them, well, this is the place and where you're going to direct the clerk if you want to tell them that. I'm not arguing for it at all.
It cuts both ways. You may be inducing someone, but you may also be allowing us to say, hey, we know your intent, because this is what the instruction said. That's what you did.
No, we're telling them that's how we're going to interpret their.
That's how we're going to interpret your intent.
It doesn't mean that that was their intent.
Right. And to city attorney's point, the sentence could be, in the event you do skip a ranking, your vote will be given to your next ranked continuing candidate.
But here's the thing, we have a long paragraph here of instructions, and the instructions were much shorter in what they provided us initially. Why don't we just go back to the default instructions, since we're going back to the default rules on everything else?
I understood, if I may, I understood his motion to be go back to, these are the default instructions.
Right.
These are the shorter, and he would then add the one sentence.
Oh, you'd add one sentence to this sentence.
Right after, do not skip rankings. However, in the event you do, blah, blah, blah.
The problem is you're once again going down the path of interpretation. Right? We have to have the computer read it exactly as is and go from there.
But we got the comforty guide rail of the Secretary of State and the election code.
Comforty guide rail. Wow.
So we did, Eleanor, could you light up 3B?
I'm sorry. Oh, 3.
B, thank you.
Sorry.
So this is the language I believe we currently have in the draft ordinance, and then here are some tracked changes.
Okay, would you be opposed to this change being added to the original language?
No, what we have here was sort of an iteration of what we discussed. Hey, let's make clear. We added some stuff in here. So we could put them up side by side, perhaps.
In the event you do skip a ranking.
Pardon me. Just make it easier for everyone if I could.
Are you pulling this up from the old agenda packet?
Yeah, from the old agenda packet right here. This is what was in the old agenda packet. Here's what we added with some potential other changes.
And what do we do with overvotes? What does it say for overvotes? Can you scroll that?
2.2407.
Okay, so I will make a motion to go back to what was initially proposed, subject to adding this red line that Councilmember Barrett has written out to the initial instructions that are indicated on the right side of the page here at the end.
Can you show, would you mind showing what we do with overvote?
Can you scroll down on your right side to scroll on the right down? There you go. Undervote, overvote, or exhausted shall remain so and shall not be counted towards any candidate.
Yeah, so we're fixing this for people who skip votes, but if you
Yeah.
accidentally overvoted, you're out.
Yeah,
Right.
You're
don't
totally
vote
out.
for
But
two
only
people.
for that round.
For that,
No, it
It
says
says in the, oh, I see, in subsequent rounds.
in subsequent rounds.
The idea behind it, if I may attempt, is there's no way to decide which of those candidates, when they overvote, they prefer. The point that Mr. Hale has brought up and some others have brought up is that if there's a skipped vote, they meant in some manner that to be their next vote. May not be 2, maybe 3, not be 4. And there's a risk, small risk, but if that could have made a difference in a close election, then they'll say you didn't follow the Secretary of State's guidelines and you disenfranchised me and disenfranchised the voter by not counting their clear intent to vote for that
I
candidate.
understand, but by the same token, if someone puts 2 for their first vote, and one of those candidates makes it in the next round and the other doesn't, then then why are you throwing out the rest of their votes?
And I think the idea.
In one case, we're saying we can perfectly interpret this, and in the other, we're going, I don't know, we're throwing your whole thing out. And
No,
that's,
I don't think anyone's saying you can perfectly interpret it. I think and you know my views on this whole topic, but I think the idea is you can't resolve you voted for 2 people in the same round. You don't know who to favor between the 2.
no, but if the 2 aren't up in subsequent rounds.
But I don't think the machine can handle it. The
Oh,
machine
I could
can.
write that algorithm.
Yeah, but then you'd have to get it approved by the
can do anything
secretary.
with software.
You'd have to not by March and not to have it
Yeah.
approved by the Secretary of State.
I
in
actually think
time.
it's clearer if it's an honest vote to say, I vote 2 people equal. We're disenfranchising them, but if you intentionally screw up and leave a gap, we're interpreting that you didn't mean to do that, and we're going to move your people up.
Not arguing the philosophy at all.
I
However,
understand you're not.
Yeah, I will say, this is the norm for cities that have adopted this experimental voting system. And as the council unanimously asked the voters to approve based on the
We didn't
recommendation.
ask them to approve, we put it on the ballot.
I will just tell people here, I am not for voting to disenfranchise
just a second.
one kind of mistake and not the other.
You file the argument in
disenfranchise
favor
them all.
of. You file the argument in favor
Rather
of.
than
Don't, you
select.
can't
If you
say,
vote wrong,
we didn't
you're
ask
out.
them to approve it. You asked them to approve it. You file the argument in favor of. So that's just disingenuous to say that. But it was based on the Charter Review Committee. It passed unanimously, the council, and then the voters approved it somewhat overwhelmingly. So now you're trying to come up with something, and the more deviation you make the more unintentional error you may insert into the process. And because this is an ordinance, you can see how the first one goes. And then the council can make additional changes.
Could make the argument on the other side.
All right.
We could leave it like we voted for it, and if it doesn't work, we can come back and fix it.
Can I amend my motion, please?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, did the initial draft that we discussed last time have a provision about you announcing unofficial box sample results? You said you were
Unofficial
going to.
results.
Unofficial results.
Yeah,
The same definition.
It's the same, it's
Okay,
the
all right.
change.
So the motion is to add that sentence that we had, in the event you skip a ranking, your vote will be given to your next rank continuing candidate. Initial capsing all defined terms, both where they're defined and further in the ordinance. And also, there's an extra, if we go back to Councilmember Barron's screen at 3B, there's an extra space in between in that round, in 2-2407. Just wanted to clean that up.
The bottom line.
Yeah, there's one.
And did your motion include the capitalization?
Yeah, it did. I said initial
Okay.
caps with the capitalized.
Also, Councilman Barrett, you also included ballot on 2-2.406, the last, where it says, or exhaust ballot shall remain. You included ballot. Second to the last sentence. 406, I'm sorry, 406.
Oh, right. We also, wait.
Well, I'm not sure with that, because remember, that sentence starts with any ballot that has been declared an undervote, overvote, skip ranking, or exhausted. I don't know that you need ballot, but it's entirely up to you.
Okay. Just want to make sure it was brought up.
All right, is that clear?
It is, other than, do you want to go with that modification that the clerk just asked?
What's the modification? Are you looking at the old draft or the new draft?
The 4.07, that one that's right there.
Okay.
But I mean, it's
Yeah.
So the
recommended by, it doesn't matter either way regarding adding ballot.
So any ballot that is declared at each round, any ballot that is not continuing is either an undervote, overvote, or exhausted ballot. Any ballot that has been declared an undervote shall remain so and shall not count towards any candidate in that round or in subsequent rounds. What's the question? What's the
So the
issue?
question is whether you put ballot in there twice. So in other words, do you, and it may make sense because you're capitalizing it. You're putting any ballot that's been declared an undervote, overvote, skipped round, or exhausted. And the question is whether you put ballot. It makes sense since you're capitalizing it to put that. It's a bit redundant, but if you're going to capitalize it to use the
got
term.
it. So adding
then
after.
add a second ballot.
After exhausted, putting in ballot.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And since you're capitalizing it, might make sense.
Sure.
Do we have to
that.
clarify that that's just for a specific election? Per our question before, doesn't throw you out for the whole.
Right, I think it's important that we do that. If we're making
Well,
changes.
but-
let's
For
do
each seat.
But what we're ending up doing, listen, at the very beginning, one of the very tenets of how we started choosing this was not to interpret the ballot to try to find the voter's intent. We said from the very beginning to look at the ballot, have the computer read the ballot, and go from there. Now we're interpreting the ballot, we're going backwards. Now we have to go back and look at all the other rules that we have set up, to the mayor's point. And we're making this this is on a consent calendar, should be at this point in time a discussion item. See, we're here for 38 minutes on this item.
And I started it late, we're more like an hour.
And so I have, by changing this, we might very well be changing other things in the ordinance that we're not looking at and thinking about, and we're catching. So I think we keep this the way it is, and if we want to come back after it's been fully adopted, we can come back and look at it holistically and correctly. But to do these, what seems like minor modifications, but we know how complicated and convoluted this all is. I think we should be really careful on this, as you said, this experimental system, and be very careful.
So what I would say is this motion goes back to what the norm is. So it's more the security of what other agencies have used. However, nowhere in here does it say it's kicked out. It says it's exhausted. And it's not, there are 3 candidates for mayor and 4 candidates for council person, it's going to be by election. Because you're not going to say, oh, it's exhausted, now it's not.
By contest.
By contest. So I don't think you need to change that. I have not
But we
heard
didn't even understand that.
but I've not heard of that becoming an issue, and the clerk understands.
I'm just saying. The people who voted on it didn't know that's what.
Feel free to make any changes you want. It's just, this is the norm. And it's pretty clear that if there are 2 candidates for mayor and the ballot's exhausted, you're not going to say, oh, we're not counting it in any other round, correct? And that's the same with overvotes or undervotes. It's per election contest. And this is the standard language. With that, go ahead, feel free, but just.
I think we could continue doing what we're doing, and then amend it later. I think time is a little bit of the essence here.
Well, remember, that's an ordinance.
I know, right.
Yeah. 5 days after that.
Right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
All right, if we can go back to 3B, please. I do appreciate the point that you made, Councilmember Lowenstein. Now, if everybody's using this language and it isn't really a problem, is it really worth changing? With that said, one solution could be to change these lowercase ballots in the definition, the ones that I've highlighted, to contest. But basically, what I provided in the motion is direction to the city attorney to work with the city clerk to clarify in the ordinance. No. That's what happens, folks, when you got 2 electeds.
No, it's because this is your ordinance and you've had multiple definite, it's hard to, given the time, and I will.
We've had 2 meetings to discuss this. This is a second meeting to discuss this ordinance, right?
You had 2 years warning when the council.
So what are we supposed to be back there writing up ordinances?
You could do the research that you've all done.
Okay.
Before putting on the ballot.
You don't do research until you get a draft ordinance.
I will. But the reason I was shaking my head, and it was a little bit facetious, is that it's hard to come up with a collective what you all want. Because you can see, you even disagree with what you came up with next time. So if you pass a motion, I will do my best with the clerk to come up with it. I just want you to appreciate.
All right. Councilmember Barrett says leave it as is.
That's fine.
All right, we'll leave it as is. That's withdrawn. So the changes are simply to, in adding, in the event you skip a ranking, your vote will be given to your next ranked continuing candidate, initial caps, defined terms, and correcting the typo or extra space, and also adding the term ballot to the end of that's right here.
Okay, yeah, I'll second that.
Cool.
Okay, we had opened the public testimony. Anyone else from the public wish to speak to this?
My name is David Engel. I live in the 5th District. I've lived in Redondo Beach since 1951, and I think this thing is just stupid. All you're going to do is fewer people are going to vote. Fewer people. And that's not, I assume that's not what your intention is. One thing, though, if you go down this road, you should test this thing. Get 100 people to come in and have them vote and see how they screw up. This is ridiculous if you don't test this thing. Thank you.
No, you're absolutely right on that.
Anyone else from the public wish to address this?
Actually, I thought about this last time. I've got 2 perfect groups for you. you take 100 people from your senior centers, and then well, I've got 3 proof. And then you take 100 people from the nerdiest nerd A students at Redondo Union High School who are over 18, and then you take 100 people from the football team and the sports teams who are over 18, and see if they can follow these directions. If they can't, well, you want some test groups? I think that's a big variety.
I like that idea. If we're going to do a test, that was good.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Actually, I think I mentioned that a few meetings ago. I thought that would be a great idea to test that out in some high school classes. I think 3 of them do the smartest kids, the not the greatest kids, and the middle kids. See what kind of results you get. One thing that did concern me, and I'm speaking of this way because my father fought in World War II, and the one thing that was said tonight was really concerning. It says, we're doing the best we can with an experimental program. To the folks that fought in the Greatest Generation, I don't think they think that would be a great thing to do. Like, either your vote counts or it doesn't. And many people risk their lives for the right to vote. So if we're going to be machinating those things around, I don't know if that's a great thing to be doing. And also, one thing that's really clear, and I was talking to someone else in the audience here, goes, we can't clearly articulate what we're doing. Well, you know what? It's not ready. Thanks.
Anyone else wish to address the council?
Hi, my name is Andy Porchak, and I'm the proud resident of the city of Torrance. And you guys lucky I came here today so I can express my opinion. I used to be living in Redondo Beach in the avenues, and everybody hated me when, they see an immigrant moving into the avenues. And I'm not voting in the election, so my opinion is not as close. But I just don't know why you don't listen to your elected lawyer. I mean, he tried to tell you meeting after meeting, you guys are fools. The laws of the elections are governed by the election codes. People don't need this experimental this and throw out votes and throw out this, throw out votes. We have very good laws about the elections. I went to the Union High School for government classes because I was making sure I passed the citizenship test, And I learned about elections and the government of the United States of America. And there is not too much thing that worth to mess with. Because when one of the homework was come up with something what we should change in the United States Constitution and our laws, and it was very hard to come up with something. And here you are, instead of hiring an expert or consulting with an expert or listening to your own lawyer, you come up with these ideas, spending people's money on this. Election money and this and that. Already we have this election, District 1, District 2, District D, District whatever. Somebody lives in District 1, cannot vote for District 5, but District 5 people vote on anything for District 1. It's already not a good improvement on the election things. And here you are, with all the problems facing the city, facing the county, facing California, you want to rig the election rules again. But it's all set up. And here, you don't even listen to your own lawyer. This is a shame on you. And then you disrupt the public meeting for 20-some minutes because you are so important, saying things that is already governed by the codes of the United States of America. Look it up first before start stupidity like this.
Okay, any other member of the public? Anybody online?
Yes. Tom Chirone?
Hello, everyone. My name is Tom Sharon. I am one of the co-founders of the California Ranked Choice Voting Coalition. We've spoken before. I just want to quickly address respectfully the concept that instant runoff voting or ranked choice voting is experimental. Just as a reminder, it's not. Right, there are 50 cities in the United States using this. San Francisco has been using it for 20 years. Millions of people have voted with ranked choice voting. So it's not experimental. It is still, a relatively new thing in lots of places, and it does take education, but it's not experimental, right? It's been well proven in lots of places around the country and around the world. To the skipped ranking policy that the council passed at your last meeting, we are concerned that it'll disenfranchise too many voters. Up to 3.5% of Redondo Beach voters could be disenfranchised if you kept that skip ranking policy as implemented. Fair Vote did a recent analysis and found that the number of instant runoff elections in California with skipped rankings was from 3.5% on the high end to 0.5% on the low end. And I know there was some interest in what those numbers were like, depending very much on the city and the race. All other cities using instant runoff in California have adopted the same skipped ranking policy. If a voter skips a ranking, their vote advances to the next ranking that has a continuing candidate marked on it. That is also the policy that's recommended by the Secretary of State guidelines for instant runoff voting. And it's the best policy for honoring the intent of the voter and ensuring that no voters are disenfranchised because they skipped ranking. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Next person is Marcella.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Light and council members. My name is Marcela Miranda Caballero. You might remember me from your council meeting 2 weeks ago. I am the executive director here at California Ranked Choice Voting Coalition. I'm here tonight to speak in regards to skip rankings. Skip first rankings will disenfranchise voters and not allow them to participate in the election at all. Voters who accidentally skip a first ranking but have ballot choices for rankings 2, 3, and 4 would have their ballots tossed out without counting any of their candidates' choices. Those voters would be completely disenfranchised even though the intent of the voter is clear. Now, how often might that happen, you may ask? Every election is different, but in San Francisco's district attorney race in 2022, 1.15% of voters skipped their first ranking. There were 272,953 voters in that race. So if San Francisco had followed Redondo Beach's rules, approximately 3,138 voters would have had none of their ranked candidates counted. They would have been completely disenfranchised. In Oakland's at-large city council election in 2020, 0.62% of voters skipped their first ranking. In that race, there were 185,258 voters. So if Oakland had followed Redondo Beach rules, 1,148 voters would have been disenfranchised with none of their candidate choices being counted. While Redondo Beach is a charter city, even charter cities cannot legally toss out ballots in which the intent of the voter is clearly displayed. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Anyone else?
Okay, next one is Stephen Hill.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you, City Council members, Mayor Light. It's a pleasure to join you again. I just wanted to make a clarification that might be helpful in these discussions that you're having, which I want to second what previous caller said, that this is not experimental in any way. It's being used all over the world. It's been used in Australia for 100 years. So how experimental can it be? What's experimental is you guys changing some of the rules that so many other places have been using before you. And some of it seems to be the confusion over undervotes, overvotes, or exhausted ballots, and you're kind of equating them all. With overvotes, there really is no intent of the voter because the voter voted for the same thing in the same race. They voted for two candidates, so you cannot tell the intent of the voter. And that is actually not a ranked choice voting thing. That also happens in non-RCV races. If you think about the gubernatorial recall, where there were dozens of candidates running, and some voters accidentally picked more than one candidate, that's an overvote, and their ballot gets tossed out. There's nothing you can do about an overvote at that point because you don't know the intent of the voter. And that's state law. That's not just a ranked choice voting thing. That is what state law requires for overvotes. When it comes to undervotes, that means the voter has no indication at all on their ballot of what they want. So of course you can't tell the intent of the voter. When it comes to skipped ranking, you actually can tell the intent of the voter. Now, the intent of the voter doesn't mean that you can get inside the head of the voter and know exactly what they meant. What it means is that given reasonable assumptions, you can see, okay, this voter showed up, this voter marked some candidates on her or his ballot, and we can count that ballot in a way that's reasonable. And I should note that in state law, it actually says that you cannot throw out a voter's ballot simply because that voter made a mistake and did not follow the instructions exactly. That's mentioned in state law in several places where it says you must honor the intent of the voter. So when it comes to an exhausted ballot, at that point, an exhausted ballot means there are no more continuing candidates. So you can't tell the intent of the voter in that situation either, because there's no data there. There's no more continuing candidates. So what I'm suggesting is that with skipped rankings, what makes it different from all these other three categories is it's the only one in which you can, in fact, tell the intent of the voter. And in California state law, it says in multiple places in the statutes, if you can tell the intent of the voter, you must count that ballot. And that means even if the voter didn't follow the instructions 100% exactly, you still, if you can tell the intent of the voter, you must count that ballot. And that's why all these other jurisdictions deal with skipped rankings in the way that they have. Thank you.
Okay, next person, Steve Chesson.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I just want to follow up on the previous speaker's points that your original skipped ranking policy would be in violation of California state law, because it has a strong legal standard for honoring the intent of the voter. California Election Code Section 15342F3 states that the elections official shall count a vote for the office if the intent of the voter can be determined, regardless of whether the voter has complied with the voting instructions. And in addition, Election Code Section 15342.5 says that the process set forth in Section 15342 shall be liberally construed to ensure that each ballot is counted if the intent of the voter can be determined, regardless of whether the voter has complied with the voting instructions. So I don't know why somebody is laughing at what I'm saying, and I think that's a little bit disrespectful.
No, it's not, sir, it's not about you.
Thank you. And I forgot to identify myself, Steve Chesson, President of Californians for Electoral Reform. And we, and along with all the other organizations that support ranked choice voting, support the national standard that skipped rankings do not invalidate a voter's ballot. And we hope that you will approve these amendments to the ordinance that will not invalidate ballots when there are skipped rankings. Thank you very much.
Okay, next person is Monica Almos.
Folks, you're getting your way, by the way. Don't snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Okay. Too late. Let's see.
Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, so Nancy Skiba.
Good evening, Mayor Light and City Council. I'm Nancy Skiba, District 4, and I still believe this is a terrible idea. And I still think there are going to be people who are not going to vote because they're going to say, oh God, this is just too much, too confusing. I'm sorry that they were able to convince people to take this thing. And it was really shameful that the information, all information about this type of voting wasn't made available before people voted for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's it.
Mr. Mayor, can I say one thing? Just that, if the, I thought we were done.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Good evening again, Mayor, Council, Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. To address some of the other speakers, I think what's disrespectful are those who don't reside within the city of Redondo Beach, and some of the same people who apparently provided this council with disinformation choose to come online, call in, and tell us that we're all wet and we're all wrong all over again. And yet they were providing disinformation. One of the people who called in said that this is a proven method from which to vote. 50 cities in the United States choose RCV. There are over 109,000 cities in the United States. So the percentage of 50 cities is 0.0004587,156%. That is a nit. That's less than 0.1%. So it's not well proven and well founded within the United States. Indeed, to me, that would seem like it is very experimental. I think the council advocated for a system that they thought they were getting at the time that wasn't as complicated, convoluted, or with so many different methods that you could choose to take action on this type of voting. Simply, I don't think we're ready for prime time on this. Wouldn't bother me in the slightest if you did that survey with 100 people of different ages, different demographics, and different socioeconomic areas within the city to find out if they could simply understand what the voting is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on, I have to get all my titles. Austin Carmichael, Public Safety Commissioner, District 5, Sub-Scott. I just want to add, that was going to be my stat. 50 out of 109,000 cities. Sorry. Okay, we won't say experimental, we'll say nascent. What I'll also add is what we're not hearing, and all of these folks that are, I promised my grandmother I'd be polite. What we're not hearing is the implementation. So while it may be working now, we don't know what the implementation schedule and plan and way to get to where it's now working and where Australia can say it's proven or it's working. In 100 years, I think we've been doing this for way longer than that. And I have to say, as an African-American who fought for, whose ancestry was not considered a person, and then considered 3/5 of a person, then a whole person, and then allowed to vote. If we can't clearly articulate this, yeah, not a fan, not a fan. There's a segment of the population that, of the population of Redondo Beach that can also say that. I think this is the 104th anniversary of women being allowed to vote. So now we have two categories of voters that we're saying, we want something, but we don't know how to articulate what that something is, but trust us, and I'm gonna go.
Okay, anyone else?
You have another speaker on Zoom, Clarissa Robinson.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. My name is Carissa and I live in District 3. I want to address the recent implementation of ranked choice voting in Redondo Beach. While I understand the potential benefits of this system, I'm concerned about the confusion it may create for our residents. Transitioning to a ranked choice voting is a significant change, and many voters may not feel comfortable with it right away. I believe it is essential to conduct a test of this voting system before the next election. This would allow both the council and our community to identify any challenges and ensure that everyone understands how to participate effectively. With our historically low voter turnout, it is crucial that we build confidence in this new process. Additionally, I urge the council to prioritize the voices of residents over paid advocates during this transition. Engaging with our community will help ensure that their concerns are heard and addressed. Thank you for considering my comments. I hope we work together to make ranked choice voting a success in Redondo Beach in the future.
Anyone else?
That's it. And there's no e-comments related to this item.
Okay. So I do want to address a few things that were said there. So first off, we're not just sitting up here because this is what we chose to do tonight. This was put on the ballot and the residents, the citizens of Redondo voted for this. So what we're wrestling with now is how we implement it. We brought up a couple sessions, 1 or 2 sessions ago, whether we do a ballot, another charter amendment vote, and the council did not support that. So the only thing we have to do right now is to approve a method of ranked choice voting. What is telling here is how long and how many times we're being spoken to by people from outside the city, consultants who are paid to do this, to advocate for ranked choice voting and telling us how stupid we are. And I don't appreciate that. And to sit there and academically say, you can interpret a skipped vote, but you can't interpret an overvote in certain circumstances is just wrong. It's just wrong. If you vote for the same people in the same rank, and I see you shaking your head, Tony, but if you voted for example, two people for mayor for your first choice, and only one of them makes it to the next round, you know their intent was one of those 2 people, and yet you're going to disenfranchise them from the whole election for that. But somebody who skipped the vote, you're going to say, oh, we understood what they meant, and you're going to slide their vote up. And that's just wrong. And you can write code to deal with those situations where someone overvotes and look at who makes it to the top. It's not that hard. It's not rocket science. I've written much harder code. So to sit there and say you can 100% interpret a skipped vote, but you absolutely cannot ever interpret an overvote is just a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy. And it's an insult to the integrity and to the intellect of the people up here to say you are wrong, that you can never interpret that result. It may not be the practice, but that does not mean it's correct. There's been a lot of things done wrong. There have been elections in ranked choice voting that they found flaws in. And one, the elected official was serving for, I think, 3 or 4 months, and they found out the algorithm was wrong. Their 1% check didn't catch it. It happened to be somebody who looked at the code and said, nah, this is coded wrong. So all these assurances that this is done right, it's not proven. As somebody said, it's such a low percentage in the United States. And I'm sorry, yeah, maybe they do it well in Australia. They've done it for 100 years and in Ireland and other places, but we're implementing California law here, which is different than Ireland, than Australia. And to say that California's got this down is a misnomer. We're the first city in the county of LA to do this. First one. Now, I don't know why we want to be bleeding edge on this when, we don't have the resources, we don't have the funds to do all the research. And I hate that each of these debates as it comes up becomes consultants just trying to twist our arms. And not much resident input. And the resident input we do get is pretty negative against it. But the challenge we're faced with today, and I'm sorry for dragging that out, is to come up with how we do ranked choice voting. I don't like disenfranchising some of the votes. This is an ordinance, but I will weigh that we need to move forward too. So
if I may, Councilmember Abaji, for what you're attempting to correct per Councilmember Lowenstein's concern, I think the clerk and I can come up with some language by changing the definition for exhausted ballot and overvote and skipped rankings undervote to make it clear that it's for a given election contest. And so my only fear is that we'll be the only ones changing it, but I was being more flippant, so I didn't mean to just tell you no. But I think we can do that. So if you want to put that back in so that it's just really clear that it's exhausted, or it's an overvote, or it's a skip vote for a contest, I'm happy to do that.
I'm okay with that. If
So
you guys are
included,
good with it.
Seconder?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, let's
Thank you,
go.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on this? Councilmember Obaji?
Nope,
Oh, you got your hand up.
sorry.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All for?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to adopt this resolution. Oh, I'm just going, intro, got it. Okay, introduction, ordinance number 3275-24, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, repeal Title II, Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.202, notices of runoff elections, and adding Article 4 to Municipal Code Title 2, Chapter 2 to provide for instant runoff voting related to ranked choice voting for introduction. Thank you.
Okay. And when would this ordinance be coming forward again?
Probably going to be the 17th because.
And it'll be a first vote, right?
It'll be, no, this was the intro, so it'll be the adoption.
Well, we don't have the exact wording. How can you count it as the intro?
We do have
No,
the
we-
exact wording. We
yes.
adopted the last.
No, he
draft.
said he's going to write the,
Right, for adoption on September 17th.
That's how it goes.
we're changing the ordinance.
Introduction and then
This
adoption.
is an introduction.
The same way we did last time.
Yep.
An
This is not
introduction
first
of
reading.
this.
It's not, it's first
We
reading.
made substantive changes. This is not the first reading.
No, it is the first reading. You have to bring it back. You can't adopt it tonight because you made substantive changes. I'll bring it back. You're introducing with your clear direction.
Right.
And that's
As
why I
amended.
focused on what
So
I'm
will our
putting
next-
in.
The next
Our
meeting will
next
it be
time-
first?
No, will be
Second.
for adopting.
Okay.
Because you can't adopt it tonight because you
I
made
understand.
substantive
I
changes. But that, tonight is first reading, which is why I interrupted the clerk.
As amended.
Okay.
Wow. We're done with consent?
Yeah, done with consent.
Now we go to public
That's the
participation.
longest ever.
Okay. No, it's, no, we
But it's
had a long one
important,
last
very
time.
important.
Okay, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda for action. Section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will only be afforded 3 minutes, and you only get to speak once. Okay, let's see. The first one is Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and then Mark Stratton.
Good evening, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3, and where's the city staff? And so first I want to thank the Redondo Beach Police Department for their vacation patrol. That was amazing, and we felt so much safer. Just as we were pulling out with our RV, there was this really suspicious character walking up and down the street with a empty backpack, looking at all the driveways and all the cars and everything. And so I called the police and they offered to do this vacation patrol. And it was awesome. And when we came home, even the day when we came home, we saw the patrol car pull up and they asked us if we were home from vacation now. It really made us feel a lot safer. And so anyway, there you are. Thank you. Thank you for that. There really needs to be limits on the number of topics one public member can speak on. I think 3 is plenty. So if non-agenda can be limited to 30 minutes, we can also limit 3 topics per person plus non-agenda. And that's only fair because it adds more time to the meeting. And there was one time where I had to skip out because it just was, I think tonight there's been like a half hour added to the meeting. On a more important topic, I know council members Kaladerovich and Obagi are acutely aware of the number of seniors that live on the right-of-way. And speaking as one of them, it's important to place urgency on highlighting this issue more in depth. And so I want to talk about the ones that are in their 80s and 90s. There's one, a couple, dementia, the husband has dementia. He thinks there's an earthquake every day when the freight train goes by, and she has to calm him down every single day. So that's one thing. The stress of being assaulted by 8 years of industrial construction outside our bedrooms, kitchen, and dining will for sure shorten a lot of lives. This is serious. This is a real. It's so much more than adjusting pictures on the wall. Metro's gaslighting and telling these elders they won't hear it with new windows and quiet zone designation is cruel and should be considered elder abuse because we know it's completely false. Please consider how literally horrifying and miserable this would be to these frail human beings. And to the staff and the city attorney, please hear me on this. And this really needs to be taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Stratton.
Thank you, Mayor Light and council members. I was hoping the city attorney would be here as well. This is in regards to Moonstone again. A great concern to the neighbors in District 1 that surround this facility. It was in the paper here this last week that we had e-bikes stolen from the high school that wound up being at Moonstone. Now, we were assured that we would have vetting and there would be monitoring on site, and obviously this has failed miserably. I would like to have the city attorney comment on what's being done to prevent this from happening. Certainly, we could have VIN numbers off vehicles, serial numbers off bikes and e-bikes that could be matched against stolen property, that they could make a list right on site there at Moonstone of these items when people come in. And we would know, comparing that against the police record, whether we have stolen items there. That would be my idea. I don't know if you have better, but we have been watching this from a 40,000 foot level, and we see exactly what's happening here at Moonstone. We're not happy in the neighborhood. We haven't been happy, and we see very little to reassure us going forward. I'd like some comments here tonight from city council members or the city attorney on how this is going to get fixed. Is Century here tonight? Of course not. We would certainly like to have answers from Century on what they're going to do to protect the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to address the city council on non-agenda items?
Holly Osborne, District 5. I'm going to be a little bit unconventional, but that's not unusual. What I'm talking about was not on the agenda. I'm going to talk about density. You all hastily amended an opposition letter without thinking about the consequences and without letting the public know in advance. Cities should have the right to do their own zoning regardless of density. What controls how much city have to build is RENA. And that could be controlled by density, but that is not the subject of SB 450. And we had 4 other cities on our lawsuit. Did you check their densities? And even density is sometimes misleading. I went to a lot of SCAG meetings. I went to more than all of you combined, okay? And one city had their RENA really reduced because it turns out a huge bunch of their city was on a floodplain and in front of a dam, which the Army Corps of Engineers had said was not safe to build in front. So even if you have a lot of land, it might not be buildable. So even density is not always the bottom line. But you definitely, I do not think that you should amend that letter to include density. We're opposed to SB 450. I say unconditionally right now. No more last minute changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council at this time?
Hello, I'm Andy Porchop, and I just would like to educate a few persons who talk here. First of all, as a resident of the United States of America, or even a tourist of the United States of America, people can go to city council meeting and speak about city matters. It doesn't matter where is it from. So these uneducated people shouldn't speak about against me. Second of all, in Torrance, they already reduced the speaking time for 1 minute. And the people behind me ask for it to reduce the speaking time. Because if I speak, I don't know why is it bother to them. You know, when you spend an hour on an item, that doesn't bother. So that lady should move to Torrance because she thinks that she can go only in Torrance and go and speak 1 minute for 15 minutes.
Please address the council, not
I'm addressing the
not
council.
the individuals in the audience. We don't
addressing the council.
We don't have to attack
They
people.
were
We can be
talking off
reasonable
topic.
people
You did
here.
not interrupt them, sir.
You can express your opinion without insulting
Exactly.
people.
I'm just telling what's going on in the city. All right. So I try to make Torrance and Redondo Beach friendly. Unfortunately, they did not sign up with this pledge, you guys, you know, but I have a good news. You can send all the homeless to Torrance. Torrance gonna take care of them. Mr. Sheparian said that. So I'm just here to bring the message. Any homeless, send it to Torrance. They take care of it. So your homeless crisis is over. All right, I read your article on the next door, like somebody took videos and pictures of a dead whale. You know, that's unheard of. But the other thing what happened, somebody went there and touched the flippers. Can you believe it? A dead whale flipper got, you know. So I saw you also releasing the sea lions. Sea lions, very good, very good. You know, I did not see 5 homeless rehabilitated, you know, released, you know. So that's all nice. Your priorities are all nice, you know what I mean? But people are upset if I speak here, you know, and all these priorities, you know, what the city have, you know, it's, you know, the sea lions and the whales. And by the way, don't go on Nextdoor. That's the stupidest site, you know. I enjoyed your article, by the way, but that's the stupidest site you can go to. It's a joke. You know what I mean? It's dogs, rabbits. Oh, people calling, oh, I see a dog on the street. What do I do? Let the dog find his way home. You know what I mean? But anyway, I just try to help here, you know. You know, I just try to help.
Thank you.
Like a United States American
Thank you.
citizen.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody online?
Yeah, I have Saul Williams.
Is he on?
Here we go. Sal?
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'd just like to say to the council, it's my personal opinion, that they shouldn't encourage this severely mentally retarded guy who likes to call himself Andy Porkchop. His name is actually Andros Turda. Again, his name is Andros Turda. Turda. Like, and flop. And Turda. He's a mentally disturbed predator. He terrorizes his entire neighborhood. He's unemployed. He gets his jollies committing disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace every single day, lurking around schools, hiding in the bushes, and filming children working out during PE like a sick pervert, and screaming obscenities in people's faces at the top of his lungs, while his wife Cheryl Turda, aka Cheryl Napier, works full-time as a payroll manager at Big 5 Sporting Goods.
Sir, do you have anything?
This is your
No interruption. Sir, if you can address the council with something we can act on, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, this is not on the agenda. I mean, all he does.
I know, but all you're doing
right,
is
is just
attacking one person.
terrorize-
Is there something you'd like to address with the council?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you need to stop encouraging. You need to stop encouraging this guy. All right, this Turda guy. All right, who keeps on. I mean, just right now, he started to go crazy. All right, he keeps on uttering obscenities at everybody. All right, and he always comes to the city council meeting with his fly down. He never zips up his fly, and when the people at the city council told him his fly was down, he goes. I mean, he didn't even know what they were telling him.
What flag? What you talking about?
Yeah. Then when they finally told him, all right, he goes crazy.
You're watching an old man crotch. But you are distracted.
This is so disruptive.
That's enough.
Disrespectful. I'm sorry, Vachumed, I cannot pronounce that word. Tell me again. Disrespectful. And smile back at me like I'm a little child. Shame on you.
Thank you
Yeah.
for the payback.
Yeah. All right. And he calls people all these names. All right. I mean, he wants to be treated like an adult. Does this sound like an adult?
You don't have a fucking GPS? You don't know the address, you stupid motherfucker? You stupid motherfucker, put this on and report me, motherfucker! You stupid motherfucker!
That's inappropriate.
Yeah, that language is.
Come
not-
on, that's inappropriate. This is,
I know it. Yeah, I know he is inappropriate. So
well,
you need
but
to,
you're just compounding it, sir.
Yeah, I know he is inappropriate. All right, he is inappropriate. All right, I mean, he wants to be treated like a grown adult. He's not a grown adult. He acts like a child. All right, he calls people these names. All right,
Time.
Cut him up. Cut him up. It's time. Come on down. Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar for a minute. Anyway, I'm not from Redondo Beach, but I'm
What's your
glad I
name?
got to sit in. Oh, I'm Maxina Franzoni. I'm from Cincinnati, but I live in Inglewood. So I'm here today because I might be a resident today because I got my car towed today as I pulled off the freeway, I got a flat tire, and when I went to go see about getting help from somewhere, my car was towed. So this is my last ditch effort to see if I can get some help to get the lovely Redondo Beach police officers to help me release my vehicle because my registration is past due. Unfortunately, I know that's my responsibility, and as a car driver, I should be maintaining that. It's just that I've fallen on hard times. Have a daughter that's disabled. She has to get her cast removed and put back on every week and for like the next 6 weeks, and we've been just having a hard time. It's probably why I've been getting no sleep because she's in so much pain. Like, it's probably why I forgot. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to where I parked because I kind of blocked someone's driveway. So I was just thinking about, because I'm running late to get her, so I was just thinking about going to like Pep Boys or whatever to get, the spare tire or what have you, because my car is not made with the spare tire. So I went there, and then when I came back, my car was gone. And I just wish that there was something that you guys could do to help me get my car back. I know that it doesn't take care of the registration thing, but I'm working on it. I'm just here, right now, just asking for your help. Maybe this is something you'd like to focus on instead of that other thing that took up a lot of time and made you guys all really, really tired and ready to go. And I apologize for adding more time, but I just thought I'd come and ask.
We talked to the police chief or police here.
Where was the car parked?
I was parked on Inglewood Avenue on the right-hand side. There's like some sort of water facility there. It's a small water facility. And I think my tail end of my car was there and the car was running. So they towed it while I was running. So wherever it is now, it's probably still running because I have the keys and everything. So, but like I said, the importance is I have to take my daughter to school every day. She is disabled. Her walker's in the car, backpack. They did give me permission to get our belongings out of the car, but it doesn't solve our transportation issues. We're not, like I said, we're not from here. We don't have a large support system, and I just don't know how we're gonna do that every day, until I'm able to get the registration taken care of, which they used to have a program for that prior to COVID, but they don't anymore, where you can go and get help, or they can put you on some kind of plan, which, I guess I kind of put myself on the plan because they've been taking my income tax until I pay for it. So I've paid at least $1,500 on the registration, but I still owe, so.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's not agendized, but Chief, any response to that?
Sergeant Martin, if you go talk to the sergeant in the back there, he can find out some specific information about this incident and provide you with some advice and potential guidance.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for hearing me.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Finally, jumping down to N1, discussion and possible action regarding city's enforcement of parking restrictions during sweeping hours and an introduction of an ordinance to change the policy on that. Chief, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joe Hoffman, Chief of Police. I'm here tonight with Captain Mike Martinez from the Special Operations Bureau and representatives from Public Works and Athens and parking enforcement, various city staff to provide you with a presentation and overview on street sweeping. Would you mind putting my presentation up, please? So I'll try to go through it relatively quickly, but we put a little bit of background up here, just talking about why we street sweep in Redondo Beach. And street sweeping in Southern California dates back over 100 years. And the reason that we street sweep in Redondo Beach is based on the Federal Clean Water Act from 1972. And the street sweeping is a very crucial part in keeping our streets clean, ocean waters unpolluted, and the storm drains clear from any debris, stormwater runoff, et cetera. Since 2019, the city of Redondo Beach has been contracting with Athens to do the street sweeping needs, where prior to that, it was actually city employees with city equipment that was doing the street sweeping in Redondo Beach. And we're still in a current agreement with Athens Services. So the way it works right now is Athens has 2 sweepers that work in the city on Monday through Friday, excluding holidays, essentially one in the north end of Redondo Beach and one in the south end of Redondo Beach. There's maps that are available. I have a couple slides that I can show those briefly, but there's about 37 sweeping routes throughout the city with the parking restrictions mostly in 2 or 3 hour blocks. There's a couple of 1 hour blocks around the high school, but mostly 2 or 3 hour blocks. And the 2 or 3 hour blocks are designed based upon various factors, including the lengths of the route, the neighborhood that they're in, and those timeframes and the restrictions in place for the various routes have been discussed between Athens and Public Works. And if there are any questions about that, we do have representatives here that can discuss that further. But the consensus is that the time frames that are currently established need to stay where they're at. The sweeper does try to arrive in the same location around the same time each week. However, as debris accumulates, the sweeper has to go a little bit slower. They try to go around 8 to 10 miles an hour from what I understand. But I was talking to the sweeper driver last week. If it rains and there's a lot of debris, they have to go slower. And I asked, do you ever have to circle back around and make second passes? And the driver said, yeah, that does happen from time to time. So that can throw off on a route that may have a time restriction for 3 hours. And the driver says it's going to take 2.5 hours to go through. A few of those slowdowns can delay when a vehicle is going to be there. And then it also takes a lot of time to go around the illegally parked vehicles and other obstructions that are on the roadway instead of just driving straight down the road. And I was able to see that myself. I'll talk about that in a little bit. This is just kind of like a rough snapshot of all the different time restrictions that are out there for the street sweeping. Like I mentioned, there are a couple of 1 hour blocks, but the bulk of them are these time restrictions. So it's a fairly complex mapping and scheduling system in order to accomplish the street sweeping in the most effective manner possible.
Can I ask a question, Chief?
Of course.
Why are some 2 hours and some 3? Is that the length of the block or?
Well, I think that they put a lot of time and effort between Athens and Public Works to decide how long does it actually take to sweep the various routes and what type of neighborhood it is. If there's a specific route that you have questions on, we do have Public Works and Athens representatives here that could probably provide more detail about a specific time frame for a route. But my information is that the time restrictions that are in place are what is needed in order to accomplish the street sweeping for any given area. So the city map here just kind of shows the times that were on the previous slide, how they're kind of broken up throughout the city. You've got North Redondo Beach and Central Redondo Beach on the left and South Redondo on the right for the most part. So it's kind of broken up systematically in order to allow for the most efficient sweeping possible. So this is how the law currently is stated. The section that's up there at the top, the Redondo Beach Municipal Code section, that's the one that we're going to be providing the amendment for consideration tonight. And currently, the law that is cited states that if there is a parking restriction that impedes a street sweeper, that those hours listed on the sign, that's what the citable offense is for. As it turns out, there's a courtesy that has been extended for many years in Redondo Beach, allowing parking during prohibited street sweeping hours after the sweeper has passed by. But there is no provision for that in the municipal code currently. This is just a snapshot of enforcement. So this is for calendar year 2024. It's up until August 15th, which is when we started putting the report together, and that's where our data goes through. But so far, we've written just over about 16,500 citations. It works out to around 90 to 100 a day if you factor in holidays and such. Right now, we have 5 full-time MSOs, municipal service officers, which do parking enforcement and animal control, and we have personnel assigned to street sweeping that are dedicated to follow the sweeper.
Can you go back one?
Of course.
You have that spike in July. Is that due to the enforcement that you started doing?
Well, we definitely stepped up changed the enforcement practices, and the citations went up, but we also had.
What was the date that you started that, or approximately? I don't need the exact date, but was it July when you started that?
Yeah, I believe it was July. But we also have a similar number of sites in May, and that we weren't doing it then. So it could have just been an anomaly with parking enforcement, and I'm not exactly sure why.
Yeah, I don't see a trend there. I'm just trying to see.
No, so there was no, I asked specifically when we were looking at the data if there was some sort of an anomaly with the citations.
Could be
but there
summer,
wasn't.
you know, people leave on vacation, leave their car.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
May I ask another question?
Yes, ma'am.
Year over year, are you seeing more citations?
No, the citation data has been consistent
Pretty
year over year.
consistent. So there's, okay.
So there's no money grab here like we're seeing in social media.
No, the amount of citations that we've been writing have been consistent, about 90 to 100 a day for the most part. But we have seen an increase in complaints, some more in certain areas than in others. But these were some of just, I know it's a little bit wordy, but it kind of highlights some of the complaints where we receive complaints at the police department about residents moving their vehicles with others that aren't and not getting citations. And then residents complaining that their streets aren't being cleaned because the illegally parked vehicles are impeding the sweeper. And when the sweeper has to go around an illegally parked car, it's not going right up to the car. It's, 15 feet behind and coming back to the curb 15 feet after. So it's a pretty big stretch that actually isn't getting cleaned. And then we were also getting complaints about neighbors that own several cars, and maybe they'll move them for street sweeping and then they move them right back. And when parking enforcement gets there, there is an enforcement, there's limited access to street sweeping in a city where parking is already impacted. So we have definitely seen an increase in these complaints over the course of the past year.
Let me ask, sometimes people are not able to park completely in their driveway, leave the car out into the street. You get complaints about that as well, too?
It's a problem. Yeah, in fact, I saw that firsthand last week. I'm going to talk about that right here. So parking enforcement does have challenges when it comes to enforcement of the street sweeping rules. One is the time gap. We talked about how for a 3-hour time frame, it could take 2.5 hours for the sweeper to run that route. And at the beginning of the route, the parking enforcement officer may be right behind the sweeper. But for every illegally parked vehicle that it encounters, park enforcement has to get out and issue the ticket. I was able to go out the other day and monitor how long it took. I was using my stopwatch, and it was taking about 45, 46 seconds per citation, which doesn't sound like a lot until there's 4 or 5 cars parked in a row and the sweeper is continuing to travel at 10 or 12 miles an hour. Before long, you can't see the sweeper anymore. And with the misting system that Athens uses, which is good because it uses less water, especially in the summer months or when it's warmer, it doesn't take long for that mist to dry up. So there was previously a practice where parking enforcement would try to use the watermarks in the street to see if a sweeper had gone around a car. One, it's not foolproof, and two, the streets still aren't getting cleaned. So there is a challenge with that as well. So last Wednesday, I went on a street sweeper ride along. I wanted to learn more about street sweeping. I wanted to find out, how does a street sweeper actually work? What does it take to go around these illegal cars? And
Lay underneath it when it went.
I didn't, but if you saw on Instagram, there's a video of the street sweeper going by, and the person taking the video got quite a bit of debris as they took the video going by, but it was a great video. So I went out with the street sweeper. Athens was gracious enough to allow me to join one of their drivers for a route in South Redondo. And I was amazed at how challenging it is for the sweepers to actually sweep the routes with all the illegal vehicles and the obstructions, and how much time it takes. And the driver told me that we were on a 3-hour route, and it was about a 2.5-hour job consistently, and he does this every day. So I rode with the sweeper for a while, and it was not long when I was looking in that side mirror before I couldn't see parking enforcement anymore. And then the sweeper would stop and wait until he could see the parking enforcement officer again, and then start on the route again. And that was a consistent theme throughout the time that I was there. And then I also noticed how long, when illegally parked cars are there, I mentioned it before, how much doesn't actually get cleaned when there's a car parked there. It's a huge chunk when they have to go around. Very physical job. I was impressed by the driver and how much effort it takes to do that. So after I left the sweeper, then I went and I got in with parking enforcement. And I said, now show me how this works. And I had the opportunity to follow along and actually issue some cites. And then I took it a step further and said, I want to learn how to use this device. I want to actually write some of these tickets myself. And parking enforcement taught me how to use the device, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit. And how does it only take 46 seconds to write these tickets? And I was able to do it myself and actually issue some citations. So I feel like I got a really good grasp on the street sweeping process and what it takes to do the adequate amount of parking enforcement when we're out there following the sweepers. So we're constantly looking for different types of technology that can enhance our municipal services. We do have information available on the Public Works website that talks about the sweeper routes and the maps and the times of the day. So there is information available out there with the street sweeping link that provides information that's available to the public all the time. We had some talk about using the ALPR devices. We do have a parking enforcement vehicle with the automatic license plate reader technology on there. And there were questions about, can we use the automatic license plate reader technology to scan plates and then issue the citations so that parking enforcement could stay closer to the street sweeper without having to get out to issue the citations? The answer is no, because the vehicle code does not allow for citations to be issued by mail for street sweeping citations. The vehicle code is very clear and only allows citations to be issued by mail in a couple of instances. One is in a bike lane and one is in a bus zone, and that's it. So we cannot use the ALPR technology, not to mention we would have to have some sort of interface with our ticket issuing software, which we don't currently have. Interestingly enough, when I wanted to learn about writing the tickets, it's basically a device through our software ticket platform that has a cell phone attached to it. And when the officer gets out, they use the camera on the cell phone to scan the license plate. It pre-populates the citation, you put in the location, and it works just like an ALPR. And that's why they're able to write the ticket so fast. So it's as efficient as it can possibly be with the technology that we currently are using, since we cannot use the ALPR technology that, one, it's only on a handful of our vehicles, but it wouldn't work with the systems that we have in place. And we couldn't do it legally through the vehicle code.
Councilmember Obaji.
Chief, if I may, why does the truck slow down or stop and wait for parking enforcement to catch back up?
So there isn't so big of a gap, so they don't get too far spread apart.
Okay, but why is that? Because people might still repark their cars if they see the street sweeping truck go by?
I think that that's definitely a possibility for sure, and then they would be subject to a citation. I think it's also just a good practice to try to keep the sweeper and parking enforcement in as close a proximity as possible, since they're working together as a team.
Okay. I just wonder, from the standpoint thinking ahead to these long windows of 3 hours and 2 hours blocking off, if we could shorten them a bit by allowing the truck the street sweeping truck to go. Granted, I guess the parking enforcement still needs to make the way
That-
back up there. So
That's the big concern, is it has to be both. We have to have both go by.
okay, thank you.
So here's something interesting that we're working on. So we're trying to figure out a way so that we could allow the community to have additional information at their disposal about the status of street sweeping. So what we've been able to do is using our current GIS platform that the city already has and working with engineering, we've been able to develop a system that will actually color code all of the street sweeper routes in the city and provide real-time information about the status. Has a sweeper and parking enforcement been down your street yet? Is it in progress, or have we not quite got there yet? Engineering has done an incredible job of putting this program together. We recently secured iPads, and we've configured those, and we're now on the stage where we're going to be able to start piloting this before we roll it out to the public. So essentially the way it would work is a 3-hour block might be broken up in, a 3-hour sweeping route might be broken up into 4 to 5 different segments. And then parking enforcement, when they start a segment, they tap that screen. It's already been pre-designated that that's a segment. It changes from red to yellow, indicating that it's in progress. And when parking enforcement finishes that route, they tap the screen again. It changes from yellow to green. And that way a resident, this will be a web-based link, will be able to see, okay, the sweeper and parking enforcement have already been by. So the system has now been configured, and we're now in the stage where we can actually start doing the pilot program, and we're hopeful to be able to roll it out once we are confident that it's working as intended. So just a demonstration of how city departments are working together to try to come up with additional solutions that would benefit the public.
Does that mean that parking enforcement will not be able to get ahead of the street sweeping truck?
Parking enforcement doesn't go ahead, we fall
Never goes
behind.
ahead, okay.
Is there a reason why it just can't go live from the
We haven't tested it yet.
laptop?
We haven't tested
Clean
it
up
yet.
the iPad instead of having them push a button that says I'm done?
Well,
Just
they have to
track them
tap
as
the
they drive?
They have to tap the screen. I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well,
Automated versus manuals, basically, is what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Well, the problem is they don't, the parking enforcement, and I saw this the other day, sometimes they have to double back and take a different route, or they see something, they make a different turn. So they may not follow the exact route as a sweeper. When I was with them, they had to double back and take a different turn to go around and then catch back up to the sweeper. So it's, we tried to make it as simple as possible, where it's just literally just tapping the screen to change it. But again, we're still in the testing phase, and we're going to take that feedback from the municipal services officers and make sure that the system's working as intended. And then once we're ready, we're hopeful that we're going to be able to roll that out to the public. But it's been a excellent collaboration between IT, engineering, public works, and the police department to even get this pilot off the ground in a short amount of time. So I'm excited to see this roll out. So for the street sweeping ordinance amendment that we're proposing, we work with the city attorney's office, and essentially this section would be amended so that it would allow for vehicles to be parked on the street after both the sweeper and parking enforcement have passed by. So we'll do our best to keep parking enforcement as close as possible to the sweepers and to make sure we limit that gap by working closely with Athens to control the sweeper speeds and staying in good contact. But once the sweeper and parking enforcement go by, if you're at the beginning of the route, that might be within the first 5 minutes of that 3-hour time block. However, if you're at the end of the route, it could be 2 or 2.5 hours in. But the residents will at least know that if they see the sweeper coming and they move their car to the other side of the street and the sweeper passes and they wait for parking enforcement, that they can park there, and basically codifying what was the courtesy that was extended so that people would not be getting citations or have to worry about it, but we would still accomplish our objectives of properly cleaning the streets and conducting enforcement and addressing the citizen complaints. So if you look at this little animation here, you see the parked car and the street sweeper goes by and then parking enforcement goes there, but that car now is to get a citation. But now that parking enforcement has gone by, now somebody can just pull right up and legally park. So I can't take credit for that. Somebody else did that for me. But it's a good explanation of what we're trying to accomplish here with the ordinance amendment, which you can see in the bolded section there. The parking will be prohibited except in situations where both the street sweeper has completed cleaning on the street on which the vehicle is parked and parking enforcement has completed inspection of the same street for violations. It codifies what the courtesy was. It accomplishes all of our objectives. And that's the recommendation tonight, is to receive and file the report on the street sweeping updates in the background, and hopefully to introduce for first reading the amendment to that existing ordinance. And then I'm here to answer questions. We have representatives from Athens, Public Works, Parking Enforcement, and we can hopefully address any concerns that the council may have.
Okay, anybody from the council wish to?
Yeah, a couple things. So we know where we give out the tickets, and we have a GIS team, and this whole thing started really with problem areas, right? So why can't we put together a heat map and, in addition to what we're doing now, and have two enforcement officers out there in giving out tickets?
Well, we only have so many MSOs, and I mean, our MSOs also double up in animal control.
But that's my point with this, is if we have a heat map, we know specifically where and when. It's not every route every day, it's certain areas, and we can hit that harder.
The complaints were focused more in certain areas, but the violations are citywide. When I was riding with parking enforcement last Wednesday, I asked him, how many citations are you averaging per route? And he said it's about 20 to 30 per route. So I asked, is the enforcement and the violations consistent throughout the different areas of the city? And the answer that I got from parking enforcement was yes.
Okay, because that's different. One of the reasons what we're given a few weeks ago, which was in certain areas it's worse. And in order to be consistent, we had to be consistent across the board for this policy change and enforce the policy as ordinance across the board.
The complaints were definitely focused in certain areas, but the citation issuance seems to be consistent.
Okay.
May I ask something related to what you just asked? We just hired 2 part-time MSOs at $55,000 to ticket.
We funded. Did we hire them?
No, we authorized okay, appropriated.
Sure, no, those positions have not been filled yet, and the ones from the previous year were put down on the pier, where we've seen a massive
Right, I
increase in
know,
enforcement.
well, the pier, and my point I was gonna make is the pier's busiest on the weekends, right, especially in the summer. And most of the street sweeping is during the week, in the mornings to early afternoons, and the pier is not as busy. Why couldn't we have somebody following that? We have 2 instead of 1 at that point. If we're gonna be spending $55,000 for 2 extra MSOs, why couldn't we use that to do this, like he's asking?
Well, part-time employees, we don't have the luxury of having them work every day. The MSOs that are following the sweeper right now are full-time employees, and it's a full-time position. So pulling the part-timers off of the weekend to work during the week to add a second vehicle on the street sweeping is not going to increase the enforcement. It may slightly accelerate the time frame for when the sweeper and the vehicle is passed, but it's going to be at another cost to the city, because there's going to be other areas, metered areas on the Esplanade, parking enforcement in the pier parking structures that will not get that attention, because we're spread thin. We're trying to conduct municipal enforcement throughout the city, and we only have 5 full-time MSOs to do that, and we rely on part-timers for the rest of that work.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries, all good. So what about the ability to reverse the course? It was also said that during the route, some routes have less enforcement in the end versus the beginning. So rather than start normally at the front end, how about we start at the back end? And
Sure. I mean, that would be a question for Public Works and for Athens. All I can tell you is whatever routes are established by Public Works in Athens that are going to best accomplish street sweeping in the city, I can guarantee you that we'll have parking enforcement on the heels of the sweeper in order to conduct enforcement while they're on the routes. So as far as the actual routes themselves, the police department has not weighed in on those at all. We just have a commitment to make sure that we're following the sweeper.
Okay.
And we do have representatives here from Public Works in Athens if you
Yeah,
would
so
like to.
can someone from Athens address that question? Andy's from Athens?
You know me, Andy Wingy, Public Works. This is
Andrea
Andre
Black,
DeLoss.
Senior Management Analyst.
Thank you.
And the specific question that you were asking was could you reverse the route? But that, if I understand your question correctly, and I can have Athens come up and speak to you in a minute, but you would be going against traffic. I'm not if you were to reverse the route. Unless I'm
Or
misunderstanding
you're
your
doubling
question.
back quite a bit to do a
Yeah.
block at the end and then come back and get the blocks before it and then go backwards to get the blocks before it. They're all set up to be
Continuous. So starting in reverse, you'd have to have more turns and wouldn't make it, it would take more time.
It would take more time.
Yeah, but you understand the concern is people at the beginning of the route, you know, they can move their car for 10 minutes, get back in. People at the end of the route have to still be gone in the beginning and
Wait.
could be 2 hours later. So it's kind of unfair from that perspective.
I understand that, and Andy's, coming up with
Yeah,
suggestions.
I mean, maybe this is very top of my head here. But it might be possible to start in the middle of the route, for instance, and run around, but we'd have to explore that with the drivers. I mean, they're driving, it seems like 2.5, 3 hours is a long time, but, we're supposed to drive less than 10 miles an hour. We get plenty of complaints about street sweepers going too fast and not picking up adequately. So
I don't think people are complaining how fast or slow the street sweepers go.
Really?
Okay, I never got that.
You don't have a district, so they're not.
So,
But I'm in a district,
So-
and I talk to people, so you don't have to.
so, to the point of time, we have a 3-hour window, right? Like for
some places,
instance,
yeah.
my area is 9 to 12, right? So if you're 9 o'clock, I know, and you're at the beginning, you got to be ASAP, right? And the route's not changing, right? And you're going to reverse routes. Instead of in the beginning of the route having a 3-hour time period, have it just from 9 to 10 or 9 to 11. And then the end of the route having instead of 9 to 12, well, you're not gonna get there the first hour anyway, so have it 10 to 12. So I fully realize that you're gonna use the full 3 hours, but that entire route is not gonna be on for 3 hours. You're gonna get consistent in your route.
So I understand exactly where you're coming from. I think that the 3-hour window, what you heard from the police chief, those windows, and Chief, do you want the table that had all of the different 2-hour slots or 3-hour slots? Those slots have been in place, pardon me, while Public Works. So Public Works own crews sort of tested these routes, tested the times. You've heard that Athens also have. It takes that amount of time to cover the route. There are often times when, for emergencies, for maintenance, for mechanical issues, it can be slower. It's very hard to time that exact. Yes, we know, and I know residents know their times. I'll have residents that will call up Public Works. It's 9:05. The sweeper's normally here at 2 minutes past 9. Is he not coming today? So I do know people know their routes, but that said, we need to give some sort of a buffer to the street sweepers in order to take care of these contingencies that do arise and that we are trying to mitigate against. Where specific instances have come up, whether through council direction or the community, we have looked at trying to shorten those. The school district around the high school was a great example of that. But it's kind of been proven that these time slots are the times needed. Andy came up with, a very interesting idea on the fly. That's something we could work with Athens. Could you start in the middle? What I would say to that is, we have 2 drivers, as the chief outlined to you all, who have to learn these very, very detailed matrix of routes. That's a challenge. And I think one of the challenge, not to speak for Athens, and Manny and Jonathan can come up and address that. I think learning multiple routes on top of multiple routes could be very challenging. But as the technology improves, as the technology that the chief and engineering have been working on improves, that's something we could continue to look at.
Well, that's the other thing that the chief shared that was, I took it as an interest of the residents that the sweeper comes by in about the same time every Tuesday or every Thursday. We start in the middle of the route, that starts to change a little bit. And while creating fairness, it does get rid of some reliability that you might count on if you're planning on moving your car and moving it back. So we can certainly look into it, but there are, effects either way.
Right. Okay, and are we enforcing, I got an email from someone.
Is this to Andy?
This is to the chief, thank you,
Thanks.
I appreciate it. Regarding vehicle that sits in the parkway / driveway, and its trunk is sitting in the street. We're supposed to be ticketing on that as well?
Yeah, if it's impeding the street sweeper. So it would just depend on the way that the driveway is set up and if the back of the vehicle is extending into the roadway to a point where the street sweeper has to go around it.
So if we're not giving a ticket, that is out of policy. We need to make sure that that's being followed.
Yeah, I mean, if the parking enforcement would be watching the street sweeper, and if the street sweeper has to deviate from its route because the vehicle is at a position where it's impacting the cleaning of the street, then it would be subject to a citation based on our ordinance.
Okay.
And the proposed one as well.
And if the street sweeper has to go back to a certain spot twice, like there's some areas that I know that might need a second sweep. What happens if someone puts their car there? They should be getting a ticket because the enforcement officer has not come through yet, correct?
That's right. That's right, that's right. So if the sweeper, and I asked the driver about this on Wednesday, I said, so if you need to double back on a street, when will you normally do it? And he said, right away. That's what he told me. So if the sweeper had to circle back around, then hopefully parking enforcement would see that and wait. But if for some reason the sweeper went by and parking enforcement had gone by, and then somebody moved their car there and the sweeper came back around a second time, I think that the person would be in compliance because the sweeper and parking enforcement had gone by. And it's just an unusual circumstance that didn't allow for that second pass. And if there was a citation issued, I think that there would be a basis for an appeal.
You just struck on something that I thought was intrinsic, and I think it's not. The street sweeper and the enforcement officer do not have radios, do not speak to each other. It's visual based.
That's correct.
So they don't have radios.
That's correct.
So if the street sweeper runs into an issue along the way, they're hoping that the officer behind them either catches up to them or knows what's going on. It's kind of a blind process between the two.
Yeah, I think that's correct. That is how it works right now. It's visual. And I saw it from firsthand last Wednesday. They look in the mirrors and they watch for each other. But I think that there is an opportunity to potentially work on improving communication so that that can be addressed.
Yes, actually, Chief, Lieutenant Strassnyder joined Athens, and this is Manny, our Director of Operations, and Jonathan, who is the Redondo Beach's route supervisor. So these are the team that we work with every day to get all of this work done. And so thank you to both of them. But during that meeting with Lieutenant King, we discussed communications, in 2019 and beyond. Before that, it was public works crews, and there was different communications that were set up. The Athens, and we're very grateful for this, but Athens services will not allow their drivers to use cell phones while they're operating the vehicle, and that's, we're very grateful for that. There isn't radio communications. Radios are expensive, and that wasn't something that we were going to implement right away. So the plan that we have come up with is that if our parking enforcement supervisor, and Nicole is with us this evening, if she makes a call to the driver will know that number, they will recognize that number, and at the earliest opportunity that is safe, they will pull over and they will return that call and take that call. So that's the current plan that we have to sort of, improve communications between Athens drivers and our parking enforcement. We'll give that a few weeks. That's just a plan that's been implemented in the last 2 to 3 weeks, I would say. And we can report back on that at a future date.
So step in the right direction to improve communication, but I think that a lot of it is also based on the communication between Public Works and Athens to make sure that we're on the same page with the speeds of the sweepers and the routes and everything. So, not a perfect system, but it is working.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I'll just close up with is what I see here is neighborhoods that have a higher density will intrinsically have more issues than single-family neighborhoods or there's no residents there, right? So if there's no residents, there's hardly a car parking. You add single-family residents, you have a few more cars. You add the higher the density of the neighborhood. So I think that's one of the issues that we're running up against. And looking forward, I'd love to see the heat maps and technology you guys have moving forward and implementing this. Street sweeping is a big deal in all 3 beach cities. Be very, we should take care of this. It's a big issue. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Abaji.
All right, Chief, thank you. Thank you to the police department for actually taking the street sweeping concerns that residents have expressed about the need for street sweeping seriously. If we could share 3B, please, that would be great. As you can tell from the poll in my district, unofficial poll, if we can see it, let's see. All right, people overwhelmingly support street sweeping. They do feel 55% say the streets need to be swept. 41.9 say it needs to be swept, but it doesn't take 3 hours to sweep the street. I wish we could get that down to a shorter period of time, but I understand based on the discussion why that's not entirely feasible. And a very small percentage, 16.4, claim they don't have a place to park their car. But they'll also tell you that, like, they can move it, but they want to move it back quickly. And there's no real rational reason to need your car back immediately in front of your house, I don't think. And by and large, actually, after you put out the notifications that, you know, street sweeping courtesies are no longer going to be extended, we're going to be enforcing, I got more demands for street sweeping. I got enforcement. And I noticed on my street that there are cars just continually being parked during street sweeping. And I'm shocked that even with the hiking up the street sweeping citation, that cars continue to park. So I've gotten complaints on Condon, I've gotten complaints on Grant Avenue about cars not being moved. So I appreciate the enforcement.
Can I ask a question, Councilmember Bodger?
Sure.
Did you ask them why they don't turn them in for the 72-hour violation?
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
No, I didn't ask that. Wait, when you 72-hour violation, you're not moving it?
Yeah, if they're not moving it, they can ticket.
Vehicle every 72 hours.
Okay, no, but the gentleman on Condon who's come and spoken over here, I'm sure would appreciate knowing that. And he's been in touch with the police now, so hopefully they'll be able to address that. Other than, I have gotten complaints also about the speed of the street sweeper going by on Grant Avenue. I forwarded those on to Public Works and to Athens. I think they've taken note of where the slower street sweeping is desired. But otherwise, thanks for trying to bring Redondo Beach into compliance. I'll tell you, the residents are behind this effort. They want their streets cleaned. It's a basic municipal service that they expect to be occurring. So please keep up the great work.
It's a law, too.
That's it.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
I wanted to say that we are to all of the residents, we are so lucky to live in Redondo Beach with our local police department that I have never lived in a city where there is an exception to a posted sign. And the effort that you're putting into being responsive to the residents' needs and how we can accommodate, you know, our restrictive parking spaces is above and beyond. And I just want to thank you. I want to thank staff and Athens for working with our residents. And I'm so glad we live in Redondo Beach.
Thank you. As it turns out, it looks like this courtesy was created as an unofficial city policy about 30 years ago, and it just never got codified. And by actually doing this approach, it accomplishes both things. It allows us to clean the streets, conduct our enforcement, but also lower the burden on the residents by being able to park there once we've done our job. And I think that by considering to add this amendment to the municipal code, we're removing that responsibility from future generations of Redondo Beach leadership, where they're going to have to deal with a similar issue in the future.
Okay. No other council input? So let's go to the public. David, I have one card, David Engel.
I live in District 5, and I'm a 79-year-old retired mechanical engineer. And you cannot take care of a problem unless you identify what the problem is, and it's the apartments. You're dancing around it, but it's the apartments. I've lived on Robinson since 1951, 2 different units. But it's just ridiculous. That street sweeper goes, he just buzzes by. There's really no opposition. I mean, he just blasts right by every day, or every Thursday, I should say, 9 o'clock, you can set your watch by him. He's very, very efficient. The problem is over in Graham. Anywhere there's massive amounts of apartments, that's where they get bogged down. You're trying to create I'm glad you're doing what you're doing, and I think it's probably about as fair as you could possibly do. But you need to figure out a way of those apartments. That's the problem child. If you take care of that, this all will all go away. And I'm not quite sure how you're gonna deal with that, other than having more people that are handing out citations in the apartment areas. But I think, I understand that's gonna be a real problem, a financial problem for the city itself. So good luck with that, but it's the apartments. Everybody's dancing around it, but that's where the problem is. Now I spent, as I said, I'm 79 years old. I've got time on my hands. And I followed the street sweepers for about 5 hours. And it's up and down North Redondo, there's not a problem. Every time you get over to Grant and that area in there where there's a lot of apartments, they just get bogged down. And on 2 different Thursdays, I spent about 2.5 hours following these people around, and it's just, and I don't think anybody really goes around. And I mean, the police chief, you should be able to identify it's the apartments and do something about it. So, you're shaking your head, but I think that that's where the problem is. I mean, in a residential area, by and large, most all of those people, there's some deadbeats that will constantly leave their cars out there, but.
I'll tell you, just by looking at my street, I see cars parked on the north side of Rockefeller, let's say 3 cars on the 2300 block. Across the street from them is Perry Park that has a dozen, vertical parking spots that you can park like this angled in.
Yeah.
And they're empty. They could easily move the car over there, and they're not moving them. They're leaving them right there.
Well, okay, like I said, you have to identify. I live in a residential area in my neighborhood. There are $1 to $2, $3 million, $4 million homes. They're more responsible.
Right, ours are $1.2 million 2-on-1 lots.
And they're not moving?
They're not moving.
Okay, well, I mean, all I can say is I've lived on Robinson for a very, very long time, probably more time than most of you all been alive.
Okay,
But thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to address this item?
Hello, my name's Peggy Cochran, and I live in the south area of Redondo. And we have always enjoyed that courtesy because this particular area is impacted with cars. And so now that they're enforcing you can't repark your car for 3 hours, I literally cannot move out and do any errands until late in the afternoon, because if I leave at 7 o'clock in the morning, I have no parking place to come back to. So it's not 3 hours for me, it's 8 or 9 hours before I can actually park on my street if I move. And so last time I was here, I said, if this is going to continue, can we, who are residents there, have like parking passes so that when the street cleaner goes by, because we do know what time it goes by, we can park and not get tickets, because right now there is not enough space for us, for the people who have businesses on PCH and they park there, for the women's club, for the beach goers, all of that. Like I said, 8 or 9 hours, I can't move. So that's all I hope that we get this courtesy thing soon, because it's a very, very difficult thing for all the people in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. May have a little bit different take on it. There's a sign that says, don't park from 8 to 10. I don't park there from 8 to 10. If I need to come home late, I got to park my car. I know there's another quarter block. I could park my car there from, when I have to move it there, I can't leave there from 10 to 12. It's not a hard thing to figure out. It seems like we're creating a solution for a problem that I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The other problem is on my street, we have a big problem with drainage. In fact, they have to come by twice to sweep the street because we have a lot of water that collects. Mosquitoes like to come in that and collects a lot of debris. City services have come up many times and said, yeah, we need to get two trips going by. Now, took a little bit for our neighbors to get used to it, but guess what? They don't leave their car there from 8 to 10. Not complicated. City services have come by and said, well, even that's not quite working, so they're looking to put one of those cisterns, so the water drain off will actually go inside of that. I know it sounds great. I know we live in a great city, and I appreciate all the stuff that we do, but it seems like we're really bending over backwards to say, don't park here from 8 to 10. Not a complicated thing. It's almost like we're creating a new system called ranked choice parking. And the other issue with this is,
Nation.
Yes, Nathan.
Yeah, nascent, I'm sorry. Well, not experimental, but it's nascent. And the other issue is too, if you're gonna go back to doing this, and I've seen this happen on the other side of the street that doesn't have a drainage problem, the moment the sweeper goes by, 4 or 5 people who live on the next street over on Catalina all move their cars over there, park them, and they put car covers on them. So we know they're gonna leave them there for a while. I know, Jim, you've probably seen it a bunch on our street. Our neighbors do make a call. Here's a 72-hour thing. You come out and they chalk the street. And I know one of our council members was saying they don't chalk the street. Yeah, they do, right by the tires. And if the car is there for more than 72 hours, they are ticketed. I think one actually got towed away. I was out of town for a few days, and the car that was parked on that same side with a car cover was removed. You could see some skid marks on the street. So I just don't know if this is really solving a big problem. I mean, I'm only speaking from my area of the city. Maybe it's a problem that can be solved elsewhere, but it just seems the time and expense we're putting through this could be better put to use with just sweeping the streets and telling people, don't park here from 8 to 10. Thanks.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchop. I'm not afraid or not ashamed of my old name, what my father gave me, but Andy Porchop was given to me by the Torrance City Council. So back to the agenda item here. I'm here to help. I just want to help my old community. One thing, it was an excellent presentation, by the way. I'm for clean streets and everything. The only thing is, what bothers me, when the street was swept, people cannot park, The problem with that is, not just Redondo Beach or other cities has big parking problem, and lots of people working from home, you know what I mean? So street parking is very, very important. So number one, why do you have 3-hour time frame for the street, no parking for street sweeping? The chief said in his presentation, some people done 5 minutes. There is a route, there is a scheduled route. So other thing is, very simple thing, and I don't understand this. Here comes the street sweeper, here comes the guy, the parking enforcer. So he gives a ticket to the car who parked there. Who comes after? Nobody. So they would know who was parked there and ticketed and did not move their car. So other thing is, how come the street sweepers don't have radios? In Torrance, every city worker, every street sweeper has radios. They can call in who parked there or who did not park there. So the street sweeper could call in and tell the enforcement where is the citation happened. So anybody parked after that, they could get away with no tickets. You know what I mean? And one thing, I did not cry about leaving Redondo Beach because street sweeping wasn't a problem for me, but it was very, aggressively enforced. But once, when I was working for my neighbor's house, she parked her car in her driveway, and the car bumper sticked out like 6 inches to the sidewalk, not the street. So the street sweeper went away, and she got a ticket parking on the sidewalk because she was in the sidewalk for 6 inches. Anyway, very important thing, clean streets and everything. Very important to pick at the people who is in the way for the street sweeping, and the people who come after, they should get a break. They should know, the enforcer know who was there when the street sweeper was there. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anybody online?
No, and we have one e-comment to support.
Okay.
Motion to introduce by title only ordinance number 3277-24 as amended in the blue folder.
Second.
And receive and file the report.
And receive and file the report. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, I do want to thank both the council and the police department for responding to the public so quickly. The volatility that went on social media right after this was amazing, how quickly people turned from nice to nasty. And I think this demonstrates that the council and the police department do care about what, the impacts to our citizenry. And it's not been that long since the issue was brought up. So I appreciate this coming quickly. So with that, I will call.
And thank Athens for being here until.
And thank
9:36.
Athens and Public Works for all being part of the solution. So appreciate that. So we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, so introduced by title only, ordinance number 3277-24, an ordinance of the city of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 3, Chapter 7, Section 3-7.1308 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to parking restrictions during various hours for street sweeping, for introduction and first reading. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, now we're going to city manager items. Anything that you wanted to discuss tonight?
Well, Councilmember Narenheim and Lowenstein stole my thunder on the paving project. They were already down there. We
See it
were
all
excited
over
to
again.
report that today.
Did you have some pictures?
We don't have, not any pictures yet. We'll do.
I've got some.
Yeah.
I saw them. They're cool.
We're excited to get that rolling. And
Paver project?
Yeah, they're already
International
laying
Boardwalk
them
Paver
out.
Project, we
by the
committed
Fun
to doing
Factory.
it right after Labor Day. We started it right after Labor Day.
It's going fast.
Well, let's keep our fingers
keep it
crossed. Yeah,
crossed.
there's a lot of things that could still arise through the course of the construction effort. But the other item is we're scheduled for strategic planning next week, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this point, I don't anticipate us having closed session, haven't confirmed that yet. I'll let you all know if there is some change in that time frame. But strategic planning will begin at 3 in the main library meeting room.
Has everyone signed up for a one-on-one with the consultant?
I've yet.
If you haven't, please do.
I'll do it.
Yes, that would be great. And we'll see everybody on Tuesday night. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. So we did change the order of the agenda. We're jumping to item P3, which is discussion and consideration of mayor appointments to various boards and commissions. Are you going to display anything for that?
Oh, no, I just.
You don't have my list, the list?
The list is. yeah, I have
Okay,
it.
so you all got the list.
Yeah.
This process, I tried to do collegiately with all of you. We sat down, looked at we had the interviews with the folks. I got each of your inputs and balanced those out. And this is the list that I would ask the council to vote on. I appreciate all of you inputting on that. I'm not sure how Bill did it in the past, but I intended to take
It was rough.
inputs from all of you, and I did that, and nobody got everything they wanted, but everybody got most of what they gave me for their inputs. So
You did nice work, I have to say.
thank you, appreciate that. So with that, any discussion on the,
My hand's up, yeah.
oh, I gotta go to the. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I'll just say that I'm gonna do what I usually do and commend the mayor on this. This is hard decisions to make. A lot of great applicants coming down. I want to thank the commissioners for putting in applications, all of the residents who come down and filled out the applications thoroughly, all the way through. It's always impressive to see this many residents apply for so few seats. And, this is the mayor's choice. And like he said, I didn't get everything I wanted, that's for sure. And I would have loved to see District 1 really be represented a lot more, which it's not, but it's the mayor's choice. And I appreciate it. I see what he's trying to balance, all the different choices here. And I wish all these commissioners good luck. So I will just make a motion exactly like I have in every single year that I've done this, to motion to approve the mayor's choice.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Barrett.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm very disappointed that the mayor's proposing that District 5 be completely excluded from the Harbor Commission. Not a single representative from D5 on that 7-member body, not one, even though Stephen Anderson from District 5 has indicated a strong and very capable interest to serve. And I've always believed and said that whomever serves as mayor should be inclusive, a unifier, and a representative for the entire city, all districts, especially when it comes to our waterfront and harbor. And unfortunately, that's not the case with this proposed action. And I think a lack of geographic and district diversity and refusal to allow someone from District 5 who is qualified to serve on the Harbor Commission in the at-large position, who importantly brings a different and fresh and independent perspective from North Redondo to the Harbor Commission, would be a serious mistake. And candidly, I don't think it's a big ask to have a District 5 representative on the critically important Harbor Commission. And Stephen Anderson is ready, willing, and able to serve there. And so I ask that you reconsider and do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, if you could share 3B, please. Looking at this list that the mayor put together, I would agree with you. This looks like a great list. Lee Collar, uber qualified to be on the Harbor Commission. Former Rear Commodore, Vice Commodore, then Commodore of the King Harbor Yacht Club. Indeed, the Commodore when I went there for my first opening day at the King Harbor Yacht Club in 2021. But when you look at the current composition of the Harbor Commission, you realize that it's becoming a commission of the mayor's pals and isn't at all representative of the diverse city of Redondo Beach that's inclusive. And I would expect not a single one of the council members up here to support the exclusion of District 5 from the Harbor Commission. Councilmember Nierenheim, you just said that, District 1 doesn't have a lot of positions. District 1 has 2 on the Harbor Commission. District 2 has 2 on the Harbor Commission. District 3 has a representative on the Harbor Commission. District 4 has a representative on the Harbor Commission. District 5 has none. All right? And when we further look at the fact that 3 of the 6 current Harbor Commissioners are King Harbor Yacht Club members, you realize that if King Harbor Yacht Club member Lee Collar is appointed to the Harbor Commission, when the lease for the King Harbor Yacht Club comes up with the city, there will be no quorum at the Harbor Commission because a majority of the Harbor Commission will have to recuse themselves from that decision.
Harbor Commission.
I have the floor.
I'm going to
I
correct
have the
something.
floor.
You can yell all you want.
mayor.
The
He's the
Harbor
mayor.
Commission does not approve leases.
I think it's fair to let it.
Just wanted to make a simple statement of fact.
All right, and they get to make, they get
You
to
don't
make
even know
any
what they do.
recommendations on stuff affecting Mole A? Did they make any recommendations on anything affecting Mole A?
So far, we haven't.
So far, you haven't, but it's within their quasi judicial capacity, correct?
Yes, and they make.
And they would have to be all recused from it, right?
Keep making, okay. No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't get a financial gain out of anything.
They haven't purchased, you haven't purchased a membership in King Harbor Yacht Club?
We've never enforced that. They all voted
All
on.
right, And here's the deal.
You're changing the rules.
Here's the deal. You know, where the yacht club sits is one of the most beautiful spots in Redondo Beach. I've been there many a time. I love it there. When I have been there, I've been in the accompaniment of other council members, the mayor, the mayors of Hermosa Beach, council members from there. They have access to all sorts of influential people in Redondo politics. You know who doesn't? The young parent in District 5 who's got toddler kids and just wants to get involved in Redondo Beach. And Steve Anderson doesn't care whether he serves on the Public Works Commission or the Harbor Commission. He's excited to get involved and show a good example to his kids. But we, as council members, have an obligation to ensure that Redondo Beach, the commissions are allocated in a inclusive and representative fashion to the whole city. A person in landlocked District 4 and 5 brings a different perspective and a different focus when they look at the harbor area than folks who are intimately acquainted with the harbor from the perspective of Mole A looking down south on the harbor. So I will have to vote no, and I ask our council to support the inclusion of District 5, a District 5 resident on the Harbor Commission. And I'll say this, that I'll fully support Lee Caller for the next position that opens up on the Harbor Commission. And indeed, he's expressed his willingness to serve on the Public Works and Sustainability Commission, although he would prefer, obviously, to serve on the Harbor Commission. That's all.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I don't know Steve Anderson. I'm the District 2 council member who's pretty much everything is in the Harbor Commission.
D5.
I know.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I've never met him. I know every other commissioner. He's never been to any of my meetings when we talk about the waterfront. I understand your desire to have that, and I think it's a legitimate desire. I do. I would think if somebody were interested in that, they would at least bother to talk to the council member who represents the harbor. And I think it's a little bit unusual that they haven't and has never been to any of our meetings. I've talked to everybody, and that's on a lot of these commissions. I just think it's unusual that if they were really interested, and I think it's great that he wants to get involved, and I have no qualms against him, and especially, but I just think it's a little unusual that they didn't even reach out. Hey, what's going on in the harbor? You know, what's going on? I'd like to know about the harbor amenities plan. On the contrary, Lee's at every one of my council meeting, my community meetings. I know Lee well. I don't belong to the King Harbor Yacht Club. I do keep a healthy distance because I know they have I'll say an outsized opinion of what should go in the harbor. And I agree with you guys on that. And that's fine because they're boaters and they should, right? Yeah. So and I respect them. I always keep a healthy distance though because of that. And I want to represent all the boaters and all the residents of Redondo Beach. So, you know, I don't begrudge you guys for advocating for North Redondo. I think we'll have, if Lee is appointed, we will have 3 of the 7 from North Redondo. And I would hope that whoever is the next mayor would consider appointing somebody from 5, somebody that's qualified for 5, maybe Steve, it could be somebody else, I don't know. Anyway, I get it. I think it's great that you guys are advocating for it. I just think Lee is really special. I think he's been a very, very good advocate for coastal dependent type things, and that's what we're looking for. But, you know, it's going to be up to the rest of the council how they feel. I feel very strongly that you'd make a great commissioner for the harbor.
Very fair point.
So,
yeah. Maybe, I don't know if anyone else wanted to speak. I'd make a substitute motion unless Calaver. Go ahead.
I'm going to speak. So first off, I don't know if you've looked at the history before I got in here, but just the council, the commissions that were here before I got here, 6 commissions that were not represented by all districts. 6 out of 10. 60% of the commissions did not have a representative from every district. So this is some arbitrary new rule that you're trying to make up here. Second, I did reach out to all of you, and I appreciate all of you getting back to me with your recommendations. 3 recommended Lee, 2 didn't. So it wasn't me that independently said, I'm ignoring all your inputs, I'm putting my guy in. In fact, although I know Lee, I would not call Lee a buddy. You said they're all my buddies. I didn't know Roger Carlson until I was on Harbor Commission. The only one I knew before now was Lisa Falk. And that was because I worked with her in aerospace, not because I saw her boating or anything like that. So this, I'm putting, my buddies in there is a false, I'm only putting 2 people in. One is a continuation. I didn't know Leslie before I was on the Harbor Commission. So you're making these allegations and trying to make it like there's some evil plotting by me to put in people that I know, my buddies, and to put people from South Redondo on this. Lee is not from South Redondo. So, all the way around, I think I've done a better job of trying to balance these commissions, taking all your inputs and integrate them together. And I don't appreciate the nasty characterizations and the politicization of this that you guys just attempted to do, because it's just not factual. It's not the way I operate. And I don't think I've demonstrated that I'm for or against any one side up here. I have my personal preferences, but I have not sided with one. It's not the old council where it's always one-sided. So I take huge exception to the way you characterize my decision-making process when that is not, in fact, how it actually happened. And I will tell you, between Steve Anderson and Lee, I've seen Lee at council meetings, and I've seen him at Harbor Commission meetings for over 8 years. Over 8 years. Steve Anderson, great resume. I'm not going to put down the guy, but he doesn't have a passion for the harbor. At least he's never demonstrated it. Not once. I didn't see him at the boat ramp stuff. I didn't see him at the amenities plan stuff. I didn't see him at the Seaside Lagoon stuff. I didn't see him during Measure C. So I respect Steve. I put him on what he originally applied for as his #1 choice, which is Public Works and Sustainability. And he's got great quals for that. So I'm going to rest my case there. I disagree and take great offense at your characterization, and I don't appreciate it because I've not treated either of you like that.
Would you want to not appoint Leslie Shrazan and instead appoint Lee and Steve?
No. No, I think Leslie's been a great contributor, and she deserves a second term. I've personally worked with her for almost 8 years. So you wanted to make a substitute motion?
I did, unless Councilmember Kaladerovich had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, sorry, I didn't put my hand up, but I think you all have good points on all this. I mean, I think it's important that all districts are represented, but understandably, that hasn't been the case. Not that we can't work towards that. I am curious to hear your motion.
Sure.
But I think these are tough decisions
Tough
all around.
decisions.
I don't envy you, I will say that. But I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. And I heard tonight Lee Collar would be willing to serve on the Public Works and Sustainability Commission. I don't speak for Lee, and Lee's here tonight. And I hear you, Mayor. And if you want to, as you said, leave it to the council and their inputs on this and leave it to the council, we'll have a vote and we'll see how the vote goes and stick with it.
Except you don't get to appoint people. You just get to accept or deny my appointment.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So we'll see where the chips fall, and no hard feelings either way. So I'll make a substitute motion to approve all of the appointments with the exception of the at-large appointment to the Harbor Commission.
And based on Bill Brand's past.
Mayor Brand's past.
Yes,
Be respectful.
Mayor Brand's past appointment of people, inclusive appointment of people, whether they're oriented with the subject matter or not. I know one time he appointed a guy to District, I think, to District 4, who didn't, on the Budget and Finance Commission, who didn't even want to, didn't even put the Budget and Finance Commission on his request. And his thought behind it when asked about it was, look, I just want to bring people with different perspectives who aren't, I don't want to put the engineer on the Public Works Commission. I want to bring people with different perspectives to the Public Works Commission so they can impart on the staff that diverse perspective. And for that reason, because Steve would bring, Mr. Anderson would bring the perspective of an engineer, land-based, young parent to the Harbor Commission, I second that motion in the hopes that you will reconsider and maybe down the line decide to appoint him or anybody else from District 5 to the Harbor Commission. And I'll say that Mayor Brand did strive to get a person from every district onto the commissions.
That's not evidenced in the commission makeup.
Sure, for whatever reason.
60%.
For whatever reason, if when people fell off or expired, they weren't, their commission, their council members didn't
60%, and
advocate for representation, but that's the ideal, right? Is to have a member of every council district on a 7-person commission, because there are only 5 council districts. So it's possible.
And I would say you mischaracterized how Bill made his decision-making process.
Sure.
I was very close with Bill, and I know some of his selections, and I know why they're on there.
I wrote him long, 7-page letters on who to appoint, and he almost appointed people from District 4 to every single commission as a result, because he was inclusive. He wanted to get people involved.
And yet 60% of the commissions
New people
were not
excited and
represented.
involved. Mr. Collar, I'm sure is super excited about the commission, about the harbor. Steve Anderson, probably not, but I bet being on the Harbor Commission would get him excited about the harbor.
So you want somebody who's not excited about it?
I want somebody who's interested in
Okay,
getting involved.
so there's a motion and a second.
My hand is up still.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Narenheim.
So I've been up here since 2017. I voted for all of the mayor's appointments, even though I heavily did not agree with some of the appointments. And I can tell you, heavily did not agree with some of those appointments and those personalities. And I want to be very clear, when somebody brings up Mayor Brand and his, quote, inclusiveness, unquote, of what he did, to what Mayor Light was just talking about. I've watched all these appointments come through all the years, all the years. Wasn't happy with all of them, wasn't happy with most of them. I tell you, last year, there was not a single member of District 1 on the Historical Commission. Not a single one of District 1 on the Historical Commission, but there were 2 District 5 residents.
Or Public Art.
Public Art Commission. There was not a single member from District 1 for Public Art. You know how many people from District 5 were on there? 5. It's almost a quorum. It is a quorum if only 5 show up, right? I voted for that. I didn't like it. District 1 needed some love. We still got love in District 1. Still got lots of love, right? The mayor's choice is not about fighting for a district. It's about seeing the overall scope, overall direction for the city. And that's what's important here. And we have to trust the mayor's judgment and understand that it's not just about a district, it's about the commissions and where we need to go. And I want to commend our current mayor, Mayor Light, for his choice. It's very hard. I've been up here for many years. And at the end of the day, you have 5 council members that are very passionate about what they want to see. And I didn't get what I always wanted. And you clearly see on the Historical Commission and Public Art Commission, I didn't get anything. Okay. So I appreciate what's being said here. I would highly suggest to my fellow colleagues on the council that the overall vision is really important, especially for our current mayor who, has such a deep understanding of the harbor, and we're moving things forward on the harbor. And we need people who understand how to move things forward. And the biggest complaint I hear from people is things aren't moving forward. Well, they are. And, even on this council, things don't go fast enough. And here we are, International Boardwalk, pavers are being done, planning processes being done. And I wouldn't want to be in the mayor's shoes, choosing these appointments. And this is why every single year and every single time an appointment has come up, doesn't even necessarily happen. What so everyone understands here, if someone leaves during the year, for instance, Commissioner Kilroy, who's been talked about here, didn't show up for 4 or 5 meetings straight, didn't even give an excuse. He technically speaking should have been off the commission. When people have left throughout the year, the mayor can appoint. There's no reason why District 5 council member or resident can't be appointed throughout the year if someone leaves. So I appreciate the word. It's tough. I get the passion, but looking at it from the mayor's perspective, I support the mayor and his choice, and I'm still going to vote for my motion and not for the substitute motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Evening again, Mayor and Council. Ralph Stretzenberg, Redondo Beach. So it sounds like the issue that Council Members Barrett and Obaji have is really with the ordinance or media code or whatever you want to call it itself. Because the 2 quasi-judicial bodies are the only 2 that prescribe any kind of qualifications for the members. Planning Commission does call out 1 from each district, 2 at large. However, that is not a mandate because City Council has the authority to override that if they saw fit. They could do that. Harbor Commission was set up very differently. It was set up as qualification-based, as I believe it should have been, and it remains. It doesn't say anything about the fact that 1 should be from each district or any kind of bent towards that. What you want for the Harbor Commission is people that are knowledgeable and qualified to deal with things that happen in the harbor. I'm not that person. I'm not a harbor person. I wouldn't want to be on that. Planning Commission fit me better. But if you want to change it, maybe go after the ordinance itself and write it in there if you think that is the right thing to do. But to, as Mayor Light said, to bring it in as a quasi-judicial additional rule, perhaps, late in the game, it just doesn't fit what the ordinance says. If your issue is with the ordinance, you can change the ordinance. But as it stands, I think it's written correctly that the harbor, especially, is such a unique environment. You need qualification-based candidates, and that's what the mayor chose from. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collar, you've been in.
Mayor, City Council,
Not
it's not,
debate here.
not a topic I'm usually speaking on. Excuse me. Just want to clarify one thing. It was stated I live in North Redondo while I am District 3. I am in that small strip of District 3 that is South Redondo.
South Redondo.
So I don't want there to be any mistake about where I live. I don't want somebody coming back to me and go, wait a minute, you said you lived in North Redondo. I don't. I live in South. North Redondo is half a block away from me. That's all. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
Anyone else from the public wish to address this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchap again. I wouldn't talk on this issue, but since you were arguing so badly about it, that was not very professional, you know? And a speaker has the floor and speaking, you should just listen. You know what I mean? Because that was very disgusting, you know, in my opinion. And that other thing is, it shouldn't be like, which district is the dude come from, by the way. That's my opinion, because Redondo Beach is Redondo Beach. I'm already against the districts, because every one of you vote on every issue, not just the District 5 issue, not just the District 1 issue. Every one of you is voting for every issue. All right, and the other thing is, the most thing I hate is nepotism, because that's ruined the country that I'm from. And always the most qualified people should get a job. That's what I think. So I see that's your body, Mayor Brent, body, you know, you cannot even call him Mr. Brandt, it's Mayor Brandt, you know what I mean? And but I think always, you know, should be somebody come from the outside, you know what I mean? Because your body, then how he's gonna do decisions? You know, your friend, how he's gonna make the decisions, what the commissioner has to do. So I think just because it's your body, you know, friend, I wouldn't vote for it because, you know, nepotism. Nepotism is the worst thing in society. Nepotism is the worst thing. You know what I mean? Voting in your children, voting in your wife, voting in your relative, voting in your best friend. You know what I mean? These are not qualifications. These are not qualifications. Qualification would be how good is he for the job. I'm just gonna talk one more minute because, you know, people don't like you and I talk too much. Because, you know, I cannot talk 3 minutes at home. You know, my wife shuts me down after 10 seconds. You know how these American ladies. Anyway, I would vote for people who qualify. And you don't have to fight here. This is about a vote, if you approved his choice or not. Just vote no. You know what I mean? You just brought out a lot of things that shouldn't come out, you know? Yelling and screaming each other, you know, and they call me rude. Did you hear that caller? They called me rude, and they called me inappropriate, and they called me whatever. You know what I mean? Listen that tape, you know. Now you all know my name, my real name, and with these guys, you can send your bodies, you know, to vandalize my house just because you don't like something I say here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item?
Mayor, council members, staff. I want to say thank you for a window into the discussion about how you're going to allow various members of the community to actually give back and serve the community. I feel like all of you fought for me, and I appreciate it. I'm glad my name made the list. One of the things that I ask that we consider when we have these sort of hot topics is we're adding a youth commission. Some of the things that we have to do is be an example for them. There's several topics that we covered tonight where if they were sitting in here, I don't know that they would be as excited to come into the, to join us and look at us as leaders. So I would just ask that for all of us who were considered, all of us who made the list, all of us who are going to be a part of these various commissions, that we figure out a way to show our passions. Totally, I don't sort of have an issue with how anyone necessarily represented their position, but I do ask that we at all times think about how we're representing and how we, like, because this is taped, so someone's going to look back at it and go, oh, so we spent a lot of time on this. Oh, we spent a lot of time on this, but I don't know that we showing that new commission, that youth commission, how exactly we should be excited about what it is that we do, how we got to this place. The last thing I'll close with is one of the things that excites me is that when we look at the history books of Redondo Beach, I was appointed by 2 mayors, one who passed away, who didn't know me at all, and one who's sitting in front of me that I'm proud that knows me and made the decision based on what you know. So I want you to take that as your takeaway, not anything that may have come across as an insult, not anything that questioned your character. I want you to take that I, as an African-American who just moved here 2 years ago, across the span of 2 mayors, one who's passed, one who's sitting in front of me, both who knew each other and both had similar countenances and said, you matter, you're worth it, and I appreciate you. So I want you to, that's your takeaway from this whole conversation. I want that for you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
Yes. Mark Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater. Just a quick audio check. You hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I'm here with you this evening to provide my very highest possible recommendation for Mr. Lee Collar on the Harbor Commission. I fully understand the desire of the northern councilmen to get good district representation across the commissions. In fact, I think they would all acknowledge, I've made the big effort. I show up at their community meetings to tell people what's going on in the harbor, invite them to come down and use the harbor. At Councilman Obaji's last meeting, he let me sneak in a quick advertisement before I ran off to the next meeting. One of the attendees came out to the lobby. I invited them to go racing the next day, which they did. And I can tell you, Lee Collar has been right there with me at numerous of the community meetings. So I don't think you guys have to worry about the harbor outreaching to your districts. We want everybody using that harbor. But you know, this particular time, we've got this phenomenal individual in Lee Collar, and I think this is a year that we want to use him and hopefully round out the district stuff in our future appointments. You've read the resume. Lee's not only involved locally, but he's the Vice Commodore of the Southern California Yachting Association, coordinating 80 yacht clubs in the southwestern United States, attends our Harbor Commission meetings, City Council meetings, roundtable meetings, chamber meetings. I mean, he's just phenomenal. I was quite frankly excited to hear about Steve Anderson when you guys did the interviews. He wasn't listed as applying for Harbor Commission, but then mentioned it in the interview. So I'm guessing maybe one of the councilmen suggested that to him. I believe he has a kid that's gone through youth sailing. So I made a big pencil note to get to know him and get him to come and attend all this harbor stuff. And we'll get him pumped up, and hopefully he'll be a great harbor commissioner in the future. So strong recommendation for Lee Collar. Don't worry about the district thing. We're going to keep trying to get all the northern district people down using that harbor. And I'll outreach to Steve Anderson, because I'm excited to have anybody new who wants to help work on the harbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, Nancy Skiba.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. Nancy Skiba, Public Safety Commissioner and District 4 member. I just really hope that the choices will be made on the basis of qualifications and desire. That people would have the strongest inclination for whichever role they apply for. And I really believe that the mayor's choices should be honored and respected, regardless of the emotions some people might be feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it.
Now it is. Just
Okay, because we couldn't hear back there when Mr. Carmichael was speaking, so I was wondering if it was on or not. Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. I'd just like to make one point. Lee Collar is here. The other person in question is not. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so we have a substitute motion on the table.
May I ask a question to our
Yes,
city
you may.
attorney? Thank you. Is there a conflict for commissioners who are members of the King Harbor Yacht Club that we should be cognizant of?
I can't answer that. It's a very, there could be an issue if the King Harbor Yacht Club puts in for a CUP, something like that. But I don't want to, I make recommendations based on specific facts when it comes to me. I can't enforce it. You have, where I thought there was a clear conflict, and some officials have chosen to ignore the advice, but I base it on the specific facts of the case. So I'm hesitant to, I don't think that's come to me in 20 years, which may lend some credence to the mayor saying it's not, that hasn't been applied, but that doesn't mean it's been, so I need specific, yeah.
But it is true that the Harbor Commission does not vote on leases.
Yes, the language is imperfect.
Even then, it's advised.
Yeah, and has, so as you know, there's a question of, do they advise before or do they advise after? And it's always, and there's been some question of whether the council has followed the direction, and the council's, the past practice is they're advised after the negotiation and advise the mayor, mayor and council prospectively, because to have them advised before, the Harbor Commission would need to go into closed session, which they've never done. And some of this is archaic language from back when a long time ago, the harbor lessees would actually have a vote on what leases were approved. And that changed even before I was here, and it was a violation of the Brown Act and other conditions. And so some of the language carried over, and it's not perfect. But you're correct, Mr. Mayor, that they advise, and it's past practices. They're told by the Waterfront and Economic Development Department after the fact, hey, the council just approved this lease, and then they can advise the council in the future. They can advise them, we think this lease was great, we think this lease stunk, or we think it needs to be changed. Could be read another way, but that would involve them going into closed session.
Is that all you had?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to call the vote
So
on.
the substitute motion is Mr. Barrett's motion?
Yes.
Okay.
And before we do, I did have a few things I want to say very quickly, if I may. I just wanted to be clear that Steve Anderson is very passionate for the harbor and waterfront. He's a frequent visitor, recreator, youth sailor, and patron. And he's excited about the prospect. And Mayor, I agree with you, you're right. He does have a very accomplished resume, and I think you put your finger on it. He actually has, he's a professional civil engineer, which is one of the qualifications for the specified position on the Harbor Commission. We're talking about the at-large, but he's got the chops. And, just to reiterate, I hear you. If you want to leave it to the council and their inputs, and I think that's the right way to go. And so we'll have a vote. And as I said, let the chips fall where they may, and we'll live with it. So that's all I have to say.
Mayor, me too, please.
Go ahead.
If we light up 3B, please. March 28th, we received an application from Mr. Anderson to join a commission, the Public Works Sustainability Commission, Mayor Jim. I like this applicant. We shared Nanny for a long while. He's talked with me for a long time, and this is true, over a year, about trying to get on a commission and get engaged. Given the low engagement in D5, I'd really like to see some more folks get involved. If you can please give him a spot on an open commission, thanks. Mayor's response, Zane, Matt Kilroy's spot will be open on the Harbor Commission in October. I think a civil engineer would be great to add to the Harbor Commission. Now, in addition, actually, Councilmember Narenheim accurately pointed out that Matt Kilroy vacated his seat, and his seat should have been deemed vacated after 60 days of missing meetings, at which point the obligation would have fallen to the mayor to reappoint and fill that vacancy. He didn't do that, at which point thereafter the obligation would fall on the city council to appoint somebody to that seat. But in any event.
That's a slippery slope.
That's actually the law, but
I know, but
it'd only be for 1 month.
There is over a dozen people that we're reappointing that have violated that, and the council's not taking action to oust them. So you want to cherry pick one person and say that it's delinquent, and the rest you're okay with. So, you know, you have a very interesting way of manipulating the law when it's to your advantage. So with that, I'm going to call the vote. All for the substitute motion?
Aye.
No.
No.
Okay, so that falls to the original motion. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
And you're a no?
I'm a no.
Okay, so it's 3-2, it passes. Okay, let's go to the next item. That's item P1, discussion and possible action regarding a charter amendment pertaining to the duties of the city treasurer and direction to staff to prepare a ballot measure for the March 4th election reflecting the proposed amendment. Mr. Solomon, you got the floor.
Good evening, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. I have to confess to being slightly jealous tonight and following Chief Hoffman's presentation because of the animation that was involved.
You missed the video of the waves too.
I do confess to being slightly behind. I do have a PowerPoint for you tonight that I'll bring up now to share with you. This is just going to be a quick recap for our discussion this evening. Following up on our previous discussion with regard to section 11.1 of the Redondo Beach City Charter, trying to align our current tactical functions with our city charter. The proposed charter amendment for duties of Redondo Beach City Treasurer. A little bit of background for you. In 2005, City Council budget adoption transferred 4 personnel and their responsibilities from the City Treasurer's office to the Financial Services Department. This action moved the tactical functions outlined in City Charter items 11.1 A through F from the City Treasurer to the City Financial Services Department. In 2014, the City Treasurer's office was modified by City Charter amendment, becoming a part-time position. However, this amendment did not address the fiduciary duties, informal assignment from the Treasurer's office to financial services. In 2019, Moss Adams, an independent consulting firm hired by the city to review roles and responsibilities in several Redondo Beach departments, identified the informal delegation of the city treasurer's city charter duties as cause for a moderate to high level of concern. Moss Adams' recommendation was to formally delegate those authorities over the treasurer's fiduciary duties to the Financial Services Department. City Treasurer, in coordination with the City Charter Review Committee, is recommending a charter amendment to formalize this now informal delegation of duties in order to align the charter with our tactical function, policies, and procedures. Have a red line version of the amendment in your agenda packets, if this is a little bit hard to see here as well. And we have a request for you all tonight of some direction for this version of our discussion, this latest iteration. Direction to the staff over preparation of a city charter amendment with any suggested changes that the council may have to the proposal that you have in your packets to the city treasurer section 11.1 for presentation to voters on the March 2025 ballot. Directions to staff for preparation of municipal ordinance should the above charter amendment be adopted by voters to formally delegate the charter defined fiduciary responsibilities to the Financial Services Department or other department or perhaps a city manager within the city. And direction from the council on inclusion of the Charter Review Committee recommendation, adding specific eligibility qualifications as a separate charter amendment presented to voters on the March 2025 ballot. I will say that that concludes the presentation that I have for you. I would ask you to consider the language that is in the proposed charter amendment that our city clerk put together as a draft. The language that we used was compiled after discussions during the City Charter Review Committee meetings in coordination with the City Financial Services Department, in coordination with the City Manager's Office and the City Treasurer's Department. Some of the language would be considered, I'll use the word softer than others, where you see times that the item is changed to review or to monitor or examine, as opposed to audit, as you have with section F. I would note the very beginning of the section where it was changed, the city treasurer and strike through of shall be the custodian of, maintain an autonomous role of oversight for monitoring of all public funds. Wanted to emphasize the idea that the city treasurer's office will act, or should act, as an autonomous oversight for those roles and responsibilities that are being performed in the city. That it is important for the treasurer's office to continue to have that oversight function as an elected official. So I ask you tonight to consider the language that's proposed, to make any suggestions that you might have, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have as well.
Okay, thank you.
I was just gonna say, can you make like a little garbage truck go along the bottom?
No, cash, having cash go across and being collected into a bag.
How about a Brinks truck?
I think visiting each different business vendor and collecting taxes.
There you go.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Could you go to council action requested slide? Okay, so I'm actually in favor of the recommendations of the amendment. Could we, looking at qualifications, I think it's perfectly legitimate for us to ask for qualifications. We're dealing with quite a bit of money and taxpayer money for that matter in terms of managing it. A couple recommendations I would make in terms of the qualifications. One is, I think it should be either a bachelor's or a master's degree. I have an MBA. I think you have an MBA too, Mr. Light, isn't that correct? I guess we would be exempted from this if we didn't put masters, because I don't have a bachelor's degree in accounting, finance, or that. The other thing is, I don't know about having CFA or CFP or should be necessarily a requirement. It's a nice to have, but not necessarily. I feel like I have a good grasp of investments, yet I'm not a CFA or a CFP. But I also think that if you don't have a degree and you have experience, 4 or more years experience in the areas that are recommended in 2, I think that's a good, very good substitute for a degree. So I would be fine with that. So again, I would, if we were going to do qualifications, I would include masters, bachelor's or masters, strike the CFA or CFP, and keep what's in there for the 4 more years of experience with that. I think that's a good substitute. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Yeah, you know, I agree with getting us into compliance on what we're currently doing in the city of Redondo and getting our charter fixed to ensure that compliance. I don't have any issues with that at all for that charter portion of the charter amendment. What I do have issues with are the requirements that the charter commission thought about. And I watched the entire charter commission and I talked to a lot of them. And I want to I asked to pose the question to them and I said, you know, if Warren Buffett came here to sign up to be our city treasurer to get elected, he had all the money in the world, essentially, most of it, a lot of it, and he wouldn't qualify under these terms.
Would not qualify?
No.
He's an MBA.
But it says right here, the second part, as a certified and a designated charter financial advisor, CFA, or certified financial planner.
That's what I'm saying.
Which he does not have.
We should strike that part. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, my point is this, is what this is basically saying is, and we had conversation earlier about voters, it's up to the voters to decide the qualifications. We need to have the absolute minimum requirement, legal requirement, like the city attorney's position. It's 5 years of being a bar a licensed bar for 5 years. It's the minimum requirement, and that's it. And the reason why is because the voters, as time goes on, might need to solve a specific problem. Might be an investment problem, might be an auditing problem, might be a reporting problem. We don't know. So we put these artificial layers in here. We're basically saying to the voters is, we appreciate you qualifying these professional positions, but we don't think those qualifications are good enough. That's number one. Number two is we believe this is the way the job should always get done. But as we've learned, we're actually doing the business of the city treasurer's office differently than what is actually prescribed in the charter. So, and we haven't caught up with fixing the charter yet. So I don't believe we should be changing or adding any requirements to that. You don't have any requirements to become a city council member, and city council actually approves the policies that the city treasurer comes up with. In fact, the city council can just say no to the policies that are recommended by the city treasurer and say, we're going to go down a different path. In fact, Councilmember Lowenstein, you asked last time about not investing in Monsanto and some oil companies to the prior.
Oil, I don't remember Monsanto, but yeah, that's probably right.
And so, if the city council had a prerogative of only investing in a certain sector or fashion, then that's the prerogative. The city treasurer comes up with policies, recommended policies, and we hope that there are, as to borrow a term from earlier, wonderful guide rails that we are required to follow from the state of California for our investment policies. So those investment policies are our guide rails, regardless of the person that comes in, what they want to propose. It has to fall within that scope. So I don't believe that we need to have the minimum requirements. That's for the voters to decide, just the way we had it. And I do appreciate and like the updates that you made here to update our city charter, get us back into compliance. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajurovich.
I think the changes to the charter amendments are fine. When it comes to the proposed qualifications, remember it is or, so it's 1 or 2. But if we are going to keep the chartered financial, it's actually analyst, it's not an advisor, and they're very specific about those. So that should be updated if we are going to keep that language in there. So it should be chartered financial analyst. And that's all it.
What about economics? Would that be one? If we're going to do that?
See, that's the problem.
Well, economics.
I think it's a great idea, but
it opens up a broader thing. So we have, if I might speak, if it's okay. Is there somebody else?
Councilmember Barrett next.
Okay.
We can come back to that.
No, it's okay. I'm fine. That's cool.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, with respect to the new requirements, it does kind of build in artificial layers. I think we had a meeting a while back. Someone said it's like building a moat in some instances.
I said that.
You said that. All right. Let the voters decide. They could look at each candidate's qualifications. Each candidate can get out and speak to their qualifications, let the voters decide. It was said tonight, there's no requirement for any city council person to, and I hadn't even dawned on me, but it's true. We don't have any requirements, and we're handling $100-something million budget and on. Every night we're making really big decisions. And it is good to have degrees and pedigrees and what have you, but at the end of the day, it comes down to judgment. It comes down to the judgment of the person who is the treasurer. And you could have every degree in the world, but if you have poor judgment, that's not going to work out. And conversely, if you have great judgment, that will work out. And I think the treasurer mentioned, maybe not tonight, but earlier, there's a deputy city treasurer, right?
Right.
And that person has layer upon layer of necessary requirements to make sure this is done right. And I think the treasurer may or may not have the ability to hire and fire that person. So city treasurer, let the voters decide, and city treasurer can employ the right person as the deputy city treasurer to get that job done. So I had some questions on the proposed changes, but I'll turn it over to council member. Well, back to you, Mayor, if we want to continue the discussion on these
Any other
requirements.
questions?
Not on the new requirements. I have questions about the other item, but if you want to keep the flow of the discussion on the new requirements, we can. Otherwise, I could ask my other question.
Councilmember Lowenstein, did you want to jump
I
in
was
on
just
the
going to say,
economics?
and this is no disrespect to you, but as a city clerk, there is an accounting requirement.
Correct.
But would you say that your job comprises a lot of accounting?
It's small. I mean, I'd like to do more, but I don't have enough people.
Right.
So, I mean, we review the warrants, so maybe it just depends on the situation.
And I get, and I do understand both your perspectives on it. I mean, I was kind of, when I first heard that that was a requirement for city clerk, I was kind of appalled. Like, there's a lot of people that are really good candidates that may never have taken accounting in school. So that I get. We do have requirements on Harbor Commission, and they're significant. And just because we're dealing with a really vital part that is very complicated. I think we're also dealing with large investments here. We're dealing with $110, $120 million, well, it's bigger than that, the portfolio, you know, at the end of the day, you're dealing with that. And I thought, well, get rid of the charter financial analyst, thank you, not advisor, or CFP, because that limits people. And I thought, well, at least you're showing somebody that's dedicated to a craft, at least spending 2 years of their life or 3 years of their life taking classes in accounting or econ or finance or business. And I mean, if I came in personally, and this is just me, I had a history degree as an undergraduate. I didn't know nearly anything about stock market, didn't know hardly anything about investments, anything else. It took me 2 more years to start to understand that stuff. Maybe everybody's different, and I'm sure there's geniuses out there that don't even have degrees in anything and are terrific. I just thought it's a good way of making sure that we have good quality people that we know that have dedicated part of their life to that, or having the experience of that, of, you know, governmental accounting and financial markets. But again, like other things, if it's the will of the council to get rid of that, I'm okay with it, I guess. I think it would be a good idea with this much at stake to have that background. So more than anything. And of course, we don't have a city attorney that doesn't have a law degree, right?
Absolutely.
I assume you have a law degree. I've seen it on your wall.
Haven't you seen his wall?
I have seen his wall.
That's correct.
Both virtually and in person. So.
And the 5 years was created because that used to be the minimum number of years you needed to become a judge.
Yeah.
Now it's 10, and we were still at 5.
I brought that up to charter review and it went nowhere.
I think at the very least, my personal perspective is Mr. Solomon's doing a great job, and we shouldn't pick quarrels that would prohibit him or would have prohibited him from filling the position.
He has a business degree.
I'm just.
No, I don't.
You don't?
No, sir.
Okay, then I start.
That's
He's
my
done a very
opinion.
good job, right? But he has experience in other things as well, financial markets. So.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, I'm going to go back to you,
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mayor.
Hart, so you can ask your other question.
Yeah, I did, just for the city attorney who participated in the charter review process. You were here at the last meeting. You've looked at the proposed charter amendment language for city treasurer. Any comments, any concerns, anything you think we should keep in mind on this?
I have to be careful here. I think the one thing that the treasurer pointed out to you all, frankly, that is equally as important as whether you add qualifications, because there are the charter review debated a lot of softer words where there's not as much authority versus harder words where there's more clear authority, and the treasurer can provide more of a true check and balance. I would say some facts that have developed since the Charter Review Committee discussed this would caution about removing checks and balances from either the treasurer's office or the clerk's office when you get there. So I would suggest that the council really take some time and get the thoughts of the city treasurer as to what roles, what softer words, what stronger words are needed for this, because I think it's important to maintain that check and balance of that office. I think you could see maybe some concern with the Moss Adams approach from before, that all the responsibilities be directed to financial service department. That really doesn't fit our system of government for many ways. But I urge you to take some time. Certainly you need to get this on the March ballot, but take some time to look at those things and see which words you need to maintain to ensure that the treasurer has the authority to serve as a true check and balance. The one thing that, and I've mentioned this before, changing collection to audit of city taxes and license fees. This is bringing past actions of past councils into in line with the language of the charter. But there are two ways you can do that. You can change the charter to what past actions have been, or you can change the past actions to be in line with the charter. And I think this council needs...
Future action.
Yeah, you change, yeah. So I think this council really, as a body, and the mayor should decide which approach, or is there a middle ground that really is the best way for the future of Redondo. And I mentioned that, like F is one I've mentioned before, I mentioned it to Charter Review, is that the city used to collect much more business license when that was in the treasurer's office, and they had a dedicated person who would go out and inspect every business to see if they had a license. At some point in time, that just became outsourced, and the enforcement was not as robust. That may be appropriate. That's a policy call for you all, but at least you should think about it. So that's what I would say. I'm not going to opine on which language I think is best, other than you really need to take some time and think about it. And you've got an excellent treasurer, and you should, in what has been proposed to you, you should see which language he's totally supportive, which he might have other modifications.
And thank you. And on the checks and balances, any particular item in here you think warrants focus?
I'm going to stay away from that. I think, you can see where you're taking the ability to control something, and you're saying, well, can you review it? Well, what can they do with the review? That's different from you can audit certain things, which is a stronger word. As Mr. Solomon mentioned, there were stronger words, softer words. If you have control, that's the ultimate check and balance. If they can review it, really doesn't give a lot of authority to your treasurer. If you audit, that, is more authority because you're going to come up with a formal audit and perhaps catch any things that need to be corrected. But I really want to stay away from giving my personal thoughts other than you should take some time in reviewing this and you should get the thoughts of your treasurer.
Yeah.
But in time to get it on the ballot for March.
Okay. And with respect to that, review, monitor, examine, do you think audit is stronger?
Yeah, absolutely do. I don't know if Mr. Solomon agrees.
I would agree with that characterization.
Are you
Yes.
okay with that? Are you concerned? Yeah.
With regard to audit, is it a broad enough term? Is it too broad a term? And then with regard to audit, would the council, or would it be a best practice to establish a frequency of that audit? We have our annual ACFR, which is our annual external audit. So perhaps a way of strengthening some of the language, it might be review, and it might be review on a quarterly basis. And I don't know if that's appropriate for language within the charter. I defer to the city attorney there. But for audit, if F was left as it is now, audit, collection of fees and taxes, I would think some established frequency might be wise to do there.
In the charter or by ordinance?
It's codified in the charter, and I think it makes the position of the treasurer a much stronger position as an oversight position.
Right. And so, audit is not as strong as collect, which is what it's replacing. But up above, you would have review as opposed to receive and have custody of. You could have audit as a stronger middle ground for A. And I do think you need to trust. Different treasurers have had different views of whether they can comply with their current charter duties with the staffing that they had. And so I could see future treasurers having different views of, well, I can't do quarterly, or I can only do annual. But if it's something that needs to be done, needs to be sure that our money's being taken care of, then you should put it in the charter.
Okay. So maybe change.
If I may, Councilmember
Yes,
Barrett,
please.
to add on to that. So there may be a situation when you consider what changes you'd like to make here, where it would add services to the treasurer's office that are not currently performed by the treasurer's office. So the consequence of that would be, would that be an expansion of the treasurer's office to have an employee that's conducting those audits, those reviews, those examinations? So when you consider installing a time feature, when you consider installing an audit feature as opposed to a monitor feature, there is a staffing concern there. The treasurer's office is presently the city treasurer, who operates as defined in the charter for the most part as a part-time role. The city treasurer is able to work outside of their role, where other department heads are not able to do that, such as the city clerk or city attorney. And then you have one full-time deputy city treasurer, who, as you mentioned, within their job description has a number of qualifications. And you would perhaps add that responsibility to that person. But if you established a high frequency for a number of these things, it might call on expanding the role. The city treasurer is, according to our charter, able to appoint additional deputies, but the city council controls the purse strings of that. And that's where there could be conflict.
Right. Okay. So I'll turn it over in a moment. So maybe change review, monitor, and examine to audit, and then establish a frequency for the audit.
And if I would establish a frequency for the audit,
Yeah.
it would be, I would think, more appropriate for F And I'd have to look at the other item, but especially for F because of the taxes and fees being such a revenue source generator for the city,
Yeah.
being a key revenue source.
So weekly?
After I get my automated presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
So do we really want to prescribe the frequency in a charter, in the charter? That seems like something we could do either by ordinance or, hey, leave it up to the treasurer because he or she is elected to the spot. And if he or she's not doing his or her job, then maybe there's recourse for taking action. Maybe that's something to put in some accountability.
Well, I think it'd be difficult to do it by ordinance because then you'd be directing a charter official how to do their job. If you put it, so you should, you've hit on the issue of like, should we put it in there and maybe they can't do it? Or, hey, it's important enough that we need the treasurer to do that so that we know everything's good. So it could be that you put a longer time period, so it's not so extensive.
Hold on. Are you okay? Okay. 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 Sorry. Thought we might have a health emergency.
Yeah.
And so I guess if you light up 3B, please. What I'm wondering is we're so focused on F, and that's the collection of money, but the other side is disbursements, right? And I don't think of a treasurer as dispersing money, but clearly in C, there was language relative to dispersal, right, of money on demands properly audited and approved in a manner provided in this charter or by ordinance of the city of Redondo Beach. So I wonder if there should be equal powers relative, equal overview powers or auditing powers relative to disbursements that are made to the extent we want to check over the finance department. But what do you think about that, Mr. Treasurer?
Well, I'll defer in part to the city clerk in that there is an oversight role from the city clerk with regard to warrants that are paid, if I'm not mischaracterizing that.
That's correct.
So with regard to disbursements, there is, forgive me, an audit feature or a check and balance with regard to those. Mainly the city treasurer's office is involved in revenues. Is very revenue heavily, certainly much more so than disbursements. So I think you could audit.
So you had the language monitor in here.
Yes.
Is that even accurate, or are we just diluting the language here, but you would not actually even be monitoring monies on demands properly audited and approved in the manner provided in this charter?
It's available to the treasurer, which I think is an important role should that person as a feature, should that person wish to go to a department and say, we'd like to review your disbursements for XYZ for this period of time. I think it's more that than actually auditing that as the feature of the payments that are being made are being audited by the city clerk.
Well, I'm looking at the city attorney's face and it's not shown, it's not.
Actually, I think the disperses for monies to be transferred to pay for the expenditures.
Oh, I see.
What the city treasurer does. So that's what that actual task is.
It may be wise, because I know you're going to have the city clerk, it may be wise to have that discussion together, because this originally was just, I'm collecting it and I'm dispersing it. And now it's the monitor, and I'm not sure what that means, which may be why I was looking more confused than usual. And, it's like, and as Mr. Solomon described it, it sounded more like an audit, but it's an audit by the clerk. And so it may be wise to take up those two at the same time, so you can see where the oversight falls within which office, because Mr. Solomon is correct. It's more I collect the money, I give the money. So,
Okay.
but it may, anyways, it may be wise to bring it back with the clerk's office so you can compare and contrast and see where you want to have the language, where you even want to keep it anymore if they're no longer dispersing monies.
Okay, and on the qualifications, Councilor Lowenstein, were you saying a bachelor's or master's, or do you want to include doctoral too?
That would be fine as well.
All right, degree from an accredited college. I don't know that we need to say university. Usually a college is within a university, but should we say or university?
I think that'd be fine.
In accounting, finance, business, you wanted to put economics
I thought
also.
economics might be one to consider.
Okay, so add that in. And I agree with crossing out all these specific designations. I think it really cuts down on the population of people who could possibly serve, who would be qualified. So I guess in two,
Yeah, I would agree.
and with two, would you also cross out with certification as a,
For me, yeah, I think you're still putting in the years of a
Right.
craft, right?
yeah, so that's what I'd favor.
Investment or government accounting, financial markets.
Like, that's great. If
Investment
somebody has that
policies.
stuff, they can put it on their
Or
candidate statement.
investments. I don't know.
Government accounting, financial, and investment policies.
You might want to put the word professionally.
4 years of working
Working
with governmental
professional.
accounting, financial markets, and investment policies?
Investments, I thought professionally working with government accounting, financial markets, and investments.
Okay, I like that.
Is there a reason for investment policies? Was that?
Mainly that each city has an investment policy that is reviewed and established by the city council. And the contents of that investment policy must be in conformity with the government code. So you'd want somebody who has worked with investment policies, but perhaps the former years of experience working in governmental accounting and financial markets encompasses that language as well.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. I'm fair for that.
I mean, again, it's casting a wide net, but if the rest of the council does not feel like we should have any qualifications for that, then, it's really up
This
for
isn't a
discussion.
super wide net, right? You still gotta have education or serious governmental experience.
I would, if you're asking if I would qualify, I would qualify under Section 2, I believe, with 4 or more years of experience working with governmental accounting, financial markets, and investments. I have worked in the past as a registered investment advisor. I have passed securities examinations to become a registered investment advisor.
But he would have to take that he would have to get that certification again to run again if we adopted the charter, what the charter committee.
No, because he's had
actually,
4
it's
more
not-
years.
That's, and that, in fact, that doesn't say that any certification whatsoever, this statement. It says 4 more years of working with government accounting, financial markets, and investment something. policies. Investments, okay? So that doesn't mean the person needs to be qualified at all. I just worked at a firm as a secretary.
I was saying originally, where the way it said policies with
policies with
certification as
certification.
council. Right, as California certified municipal treasurer, certified government investment professional, certified public finance officer, registered investment advisor.
Well, that's open to interpretation.
Then that's the problem. It's open to interpretation. I feel where you're trying to go, and the problem I see is it's so much open to interpretation. Well, what that doesn't count as working with government accounting. That doesn't mean financial markets. What do you mean by investments? And now it starts getting a little bit nebulous. And the more you qualify, the more people you throw out for the qualifications. I mean, I think the way we have it with the lack of qualifications, other than being a voter, registered voter, is.
You look at me when you said lack of qualifications.
Other than, I said other than stipulation, a fact, Other than being a registered voter for 30 days, which you were, allegedly,
Correct.
supposedly, maybe. And a resident of Redondo Beach. So I think we just leave it. I see exactly what you're trying to do, Councilmember Baji, and I feel you on it, but going with this here now leaves up to interpretation. Someone could sue, right? Say, oh, that doesn't mean that.
I believe it's up to the clerk to establish whether or not the person meets those qualifications. Up to the clerk?
No.
Oh, it's up to the candidate who's running against that person.
To challenge
To
their
challenge it,
qualification.
correct.
Oh boy, that can get ugly.
I mean, we have to sign a statement.
That has gotten ugly.
Yeah.
Well, a previous clerk has, in fact, reviewed qualifications. So we had a former elected official running for a different elected position, and that candidate put down an address where it's not legal to have a residence. This was quite some time ago. And the clerk then said, I need more information because you can't live there. So, some clerks would view it differently than Ms. Manzano in terms of saying they don't meet the criteria. And that's always the difficulty when you use broader terms and it's all of them. So I wouldn't say a secretary would be, because they've got to work with governmental accounting in financial markets and investments, but I don't know, is it all at the same time?
Right.
If they control if they control 401ks, they're working with investments. You know, if they're
Does this have to be
choosing-
decided tonight?
No, it does not. And
That's why it's-
that's what I'm saying.
I
You
think we
should bring it back, but you should bring it back with the clerk's office, because that will make it easier to,
contrast.
to,
Yeah, it's 11
and
o'clock
figure
at
out
night.
which oversight role is with which office.
Motion to receive and file and come back at a later date
Do we have to open
before.
up for public comment?
If I can, please, Mr. Mayor, just a couple of notes before you do that, please. One is that it was a recommendation of the committee, and I would ask also that these two charter amendments, one, the red line to the existing charter amendment, and the consideration of adding qualifications be two separate charter amendments. That would be two separate decisions for the voters, if you could. And then the second part of it being that if you, and I mentioned it in the presentation, elect to change the red line for the duties, that there will be some action directed so that those duties are delegated formally in some way, whether it be to the City Financial Services Department, the City Manager's Office, or elsewhere, that not be nebulous as to who is performing those duties, that it be established somewhere.
In the charter.
Yeah, I'm not certain I agree with that. I think that the city manager has, as the chief executive officer, as the city, would have those responsibilities if they're not otherwise assigned.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to receive and file this item, come back with in November, come back with
November?
November.
Is that enough time?
No, well, let me finish.
Okay.
Come back in November with a proposal, a proposed charter amendment for the duties, the first portion of the ballot. Actually, I'm gonna give it.
The red line to 11.1.
Yes, the red line 11.1, and a separate discussion to have, what?
On the quals.
On the qualifications aligned with the qualifications for the city clerk's position.
Okay, so you want to bring the city clerk's position back on November. So we're going to do November 5th?
Is November time?
Well, I'm calling it
Back.
December
Yeah,
3rd.
yeah, first meeting in December.
So once we do the 5th, we iron it out.
Mhm.
Hopefully I'll be coming back.
It's not an ordinance, it's just
It's a charter change.
Yeah,
It's a
there's
charter
charter
change.
change.
The
March.
question being, is it time enough to get it on the March
Yeah,
25
that's my,
ballot?
that's my question.
Yeah, December 3rd is when I have to call those measures.
Okay.
You made a motion.
He made the motion.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second.
What's the motion?
Yeah, what specifically?
So-
Back November 5th.
Should we say no later than November 5th?
Yeah, good point.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll accept that.
I'll accept that too.
Ideally with the city clerk,
That was
Yeah, that's a separate item.
right,
But
but
together in the same
together in the
Yes.
same evening.
Yep, that we separate, the qualifications we held as a separate item, because there's two items here in this item.
Okay, before we vote on it, I have a card from Mr. Strutzenberg.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a charter change to the organic law of the city, this is massive. If you look at these side by side, it guts the authority, the rights of the city treasurer. There is no doubt about that. We made it clear over and over again at the charter committee meetings that for years, the city's been in violation of its own charter. It was at various points called a charter change by fiat. I completely support that the change needs to happen, either to finally get the charter amended to align with what's taking place in the city. We never did get any viable answer as to why 2014 Measure CT didn't address these things. It was simply ignored. That's the time it absolutely should have been looked at. It was not. That's gone behind us. But the rights of the city treasurer are being completely changed with this. You read them side by side, you will see they are massively changed. With that, this can't go on a March election.
Cannot.
Election Code 1415 is explicit about what can be submitted to the voters as far as a charter change at a regularly scheduled general municipal election. A charter proposal that proposes to amend a charter in a matter that does not, this is what's allowed, a charter amendment that does not alter any procedural or substantive protection right, benefit, or employment status of any local government employee or retiree of any local government employee organization. You cannot change the right of this position or anybody that works under them on a March election. 1415 is clear on that. Our outside counsel that advised the charter committee gave advice on this. It was different from the city attorneys. The elected city attorney did everything he could to suppress that outside opinion. The outside opinion was unbiased, not politically motivated. So you need to follow 1415 or you're just subjecting yourself to legal action. It cannot, because it completely changes the right of this employee, and any employee works under the city treasurer at this point. Thank you.
How about that November election?
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council?
Or the spring of 2026.
Hello, everyone. As you know, my name is Andy Porchap. How should I say this? I'm very disappointed, the city treasurer position is already, or duties of the city of the treasurer reduced, because I think the treasurer's position is a very important position in city government. And it was very disgusting to see in the city of Torrance what did they do to the treasurer and the treasury department, because they channeled all the functions, all the decisions and all the duties of the treasurer to the city finance department. So I think I mentioned it, I went to school here, and I learned about government, and checks and balances is very important thing, checks and balances. So all the money that comes into the city should be controlled or documented by the city treasurer. And about the qualification, because this is all about that, you know, I don't know how many papers or qualifications like Mark Twain had. I don't know, he was the biggest American writer and he did not have any paper to show his qualification. And yes, he was very qualified, but other people, so I don't know what qualification Mr. Light has to be a, what is it, mayor? Did he go to mayor school? You know what I mean? So, or any of you, do you have to go to a mayor school? A city official, an elected official should be who oversees the people interest. See that and document that how much money the city takes in and how they spend it. You know what I mean? In the city of Torrance, this Treasurer Dana Cortez thought she was working for the citizens and they kicked her out. You know what I mean? Took the city treasury department to the finance department. Don't let that happen. I think somebody is qualified to be an elected city official if he is straight enough and honest enough to look after the people and the citizens' interest. You don't need paper, you don't need qualification, you don't need this degree, that degree to be crooked. You don't need to be a lawyer degree to be crooked. So I think all this BS, this is limit other residents to be a treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
I have none.
Okay,
And-
we have a motion to continue.
I'll just say real quick to the chair of the Charter Commission, I heard what you said, and you did remind me it is true on all those facts about the outside counsel and the letter. And it is, when it comes back in November, October, we can put it in to the November 2026 or spring 2026 election. So we need to have this come back with the possible qualifications and address what qualifications and duties there are. So regardless of what we do in November, we'll go from there, or tonight, I should say, for November. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. There's nothing you have to read on that, right? Okay. Now, discussion and possible P2. Discussion and possible action regarding designation of the LA Kings 5K fundraiser run as a city signature event and whether to subsidize it this year. Who's got this one on?
I've got it.
It's all you.
All right, well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll keep this brief. On August 20th, Council directed staff to return with an item to discuss the designation of the LA Kings 5K run as a city signature event. Signature events are usually subsidized or often subsidized by the City Council, and they usually occur on an annual basis. If the council chooses tonight to designate the 5K run as a signature event and you choose to subsidize it in 2024, we would go ahead and prepare a budget modification resolution for your consideration at the September 17th meeting. And with that, I'll hand it over to the council for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll just make this very simple. It's late. You know, I've been the council member here in District 1 since 2017. There have been a lot more runs, and once I took over in 2017 elected, than there are today. And the primary reason why is because of the costs that are associated with them. Police costs in particular, but there's also public works. Police get paid a lot more in public works, and there's a lot more of them. And I've worked through the years, and I really want to thank Chief Hoffman, actually, because for years I advocated and tried to get, was not successful at getting private security and less police officers and more private security, and getting a more real cost to these events in place. And one thing I've learned through all of these events is that, and being a District 1 council member, is I don't have to wait for what's wrong or what's happening in District 1. They know my phone number. They know my email address. They know where I live. They are not shy of communicating to me and using all forms of communication, electronic and paper. And I'll say that the Village Runner, when they put on events, they used to have 2 events, one in March and one in 4th of July, that I don't get a single complaint. He no longer does the March one because the costs have been so high, exorbitantly high. So it's tough for him to make money off that event. He also runs he took over for the Riviera Village board. There was someone else doing the Summerfest, and he took over for that. And that's a 3-day event, 2.5-day event. And I don't get any complaints for that either. They know how to run events down there. Again, the residents know my phone number and know what's going on. I'm clearly communicated to for these events moving forward. When I was first introduced to this run in 2017, it wasn't a signature event. It was made a signature event a few years later. I warned at that time, careful, because there were a lot of issues. I remember going to the first meeting in June of July, August 2017 in the back enclosure of Hennessy's. And we had a big meeting back there and, hey, this is what's going on. And every year we've had issues there with this particular run. And last year was exactly the same, just more issues and different issues. Seems like some get solved and new issues come up. And, when I asked last year to the Riviera Village board, hey, how'd the Kings Run go? Sorry about asking that question. And it was primarily because the business owners down there are just tired of not being heard and fixes being done in place. Anyone that knows me, I love having run events. I love having events. I want the Kings to come back. I want to have 2 events. I want to have all the March event coming back. I want to have that one for the St. Patrick's Day run. I want to have the 4th of July event happen. I mean, everyone knows I'm a big promoter of fireworks down there for the fireworks shows, 4th of July, every event. It's about community. That's what we are about. That's my job, create community. But I also want to make sure the impacts are minimized and the events are held to a high level, because that's what the residents expect. I do not support this being a signature event or giving the Kings any type of stipend or free services. There's a lot of other events, like I mentioned before, that have given over $400,000 either to the bid individually, Riviera bid, or to the Ed Foundation, well over 40 grand for that. Other educational and other nonprofits, over $100,000 separately for those. And they're run very well. So, I have to stand up for my district. I have to understand what's going on. I really appreciate the love and care for having this event. I love having this Kings Run here. It's great that they come down here. I just right now cannot support making this into a signature event moving forward. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have budget for this?
It would require a 4/5 budget modification resolution to
But do we have
implement.
budget?
It would ultimately, depending on the amount of funding, it would stress the personnel budgets of the departments that participate. So what happens with signature events, we set money aside in those personnel accounts to cover the overtime costs associated with their assignment. In an event like this, we would simply eat into existing personnel to cover the cost, but we would do that following your budget action.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'm going to keep this very brief. I will.
Councilmember Narenheim, brief or?
No, my brief.
That was brief, trust me.
I'm brief. One, I think the Kings do a phenomenal job with supporting community activities. They've offered to give money for the skate park. They give to the police foundation, and they're talking about other types of donations. I don't, though, believe that they should have a higher amount excused than the Super Bowl 10K. That is a long-established Redondo tradition. And the second thing is, I will not be here on the 17th. So I don't know how you get a 4/5 vote. Maybe you still get 4 people to vote, and there's not. But I won't be here on the 17th. I have a prior commitment to be out of the country. So think about that. That's all I'm going to say. That's brief.
That's brief.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Okay, well, I asked for this to come back as a discussion so that we could, talk it through. It sounds like Councilman Narenheim's issues are with the event itself. As you mentioned, there were issues that got resolved and maybe others that popped up. It seems like we could address those one by one. I just wanted to mention that for the Kings, I mean, they do have deep roots in our city. A lot of them live here. I was approached, or I was introduced to one of the Kings organization members, and because we're hopefully working on an all abilities playground. And they're very excited about another partnership here. And in that, I learned some of the other things that they had done in the community, the skate park, the donation there. They gave trauma kits to every single classroom in Redondo Unified School District. It's really sad that we need those, but with today's world and school shootings, that's significant. So I want to start this conversation. I think the relationship is important because they are rooted here, but also, they have such a big reach. They're a huge organization, and I think that benefits Redondo. It puts us in, with social media or all the things that the Kings do, we're more exposed, we're more advertised, and that does benefit us. So, I'm open to the discussion, but I think this is a relationship we should foster, and I'm happy to have them in our community.
I'd agree with that.
Okay, so do we have a motion out of this? Or are we just gonna?
I'll make a motion to recognize the Kings 5K as a signature event with a subsidy. You mentioned not more than Super Bowl Sunday.
Just 10,000.
10K for $7,000 this year.
Only 7?
Well, I'm
Little bit.
Trying to put it in
I'm
perspective.
understanding, constraints and everyone's position on this, trying to make it more palatable.
Okay, I'll second that, but with one modification, if I might, that we put some conditions in terms of the concerns that Councilmember Narenheim has.
Well,
In
you
terms
said
of,
issues, but I don't know what those issues are.
it has to do with everything from K-rails to cleanup to everything else, from what I understand.
How do we resolve those, though?
Right.
What's the bar for, does Nils have to bless it? This is his district, by the way.
Right, I understand.
We intend to address those conditions as part of the special event process this year. I think we're having those
already have.
conversations with the run organizers, and we'll be looking out for, Councilman Narenheim provided us a very complete list of the concerns via email. We're tackling those as part of the coordination.
Regardless of whether it's a
Regardless of
signature
what you do tonight in terms of signature status or subsidy.
My one question, and I don't want to belabor this tonight, believe me. is what's the threshold for signature event? I mean, I understand these are great community partners, but there's open water swim, there's, St. Patty's Day, we have the 5K and 10K July 4th, which are kind of, those are huge annual events. I'm just wondering what's the criteria, so that we can be objective in this for the future.
I would say case by case, but I would agree with Councilmember Kalujarovich. They're very
Oh, I was in the
active.
meeting. I'm very impressed with
mean-
what they're willing to put into the community.
And I agree with her about the relationship. It's a really good relationship for us. I may not be a Kings fan, I'm a Blues fan, but anyway, I do support them, and I think what they do is great. And I applaud everything they've done for our community. And that's one of the things that goes into my decision-making on this, because they're special in that way, so.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table.
My hand is up again.
I'm sorry?
My hand is up again.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Respond to a couple of things. So, yeah, I spent over 3 hours putting together an email over the course of a few months. Let me tell you, it was a lot more than 3 hours worth of conversations I had with members of the public, businesses. Like I said before, I would love to have the Kings back. I value the relationship. I think it's great. But it doesn't mean that somebody who gives some money and does things can just start doing things the way they want to do things. We have to have a very high standard. $7,000 is a lot of money. The Riviera Village Summer Festival only gets $12,500 for a 2.5-day event. The Super Bowl Sunday 10K, in the morning, I don't know how many thousands of runners, $10,000. I value this relationship, but a relationship goes two ways. And what I want to emphasize right now is before even this council action came up, I was already composing this email to city staff. It started last year, and I want to emphasize something here. These aren't, quote, issues, unquote. These are significant problems that either A, keep reoccurring, or B, new problems that occur. And the bar for someone who's in that district, and I really appreciate other council members look into to my district, where things are going very smoothly for so many different things that things are going smoothly, but everyone wants to come in and say, oh, wait a second, let's do this instead. I just want to remind everyone that I deal with this on a day-to-day basis, year-over-year basis. And I'm the one that has the event there. I know intimately involved with the issues. Yes, they need to get taken care of. They need to get taken care of sooner than later. But all of these other things that have been talked about regarding benefits and relationships, it's a two-way street. And I really respect and value the businesses down in the Riviera Village. The gold star, the gold standard, the only standard we should be using is the one what we've been dealing with, which are the prior events, which is the event needs to be cleaned up by 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock at the absolute latest. Streets open, ready to go, no questions asked. And then by 9 a.m. the next morning, to have all trash gone, all containers gone, nothing left out, no K-rails, no water fill barriers, nothing left out the next day. That's what happens with Riviera Summerfest, which is a 2.5-day event. That's what happens with the Firecracker Run. That's what happens with the St. Patrick's Day Run. They're well-oiled machines. They know what they're doing down there. The Holiday Stroll, same thing. I mean, these are community events. And I appreciate and I really love this idea of making this a signature event. I love it. I think it's great. But I want to make sure that the businesses down there feel comfortable with what's going on. They need to have a say. And the residents as well. They're the ones who are impacted by this. And I don't want to get into the details because I'm sure city staff are going to deal with the details of the email that I sent through. But and I don't really want to send that email around to everyone. It was tough, but it was even tougher sitting in my seat, having to have to deal with a tough issue. So I would respectfully ask that if you're going to give a subsidy for this, we wait until after the event to ensure that the event space has been cleaned up by 11 o'clock and nothing by the next morning at 9 a.m. is left behind, which would be Sunday, the next day. That's basically really, that's all it is. It's real simple. Clean up the trash, clean up the event, have it open by 11 o'clock, and have nothing left behind, no trace left behind by 9 a.m. the next day.
So I think that's an ask for a friendly amendment to do it after the fact and ensuring they comply.
I think it should come back to the council to verify that was done.
And I respect that. But again, I have a question. If I'm not here, how do you get a 4/5 vote anyway?
Well, that should be unanimous vote.
It'd have to be unanimous.
Which should be anyways. I mean, you're talking to the council member who is intimately involved with everything that happens in that district, right? I'm, like I said before, I don't want one Kings run. I want two Kings
If they
run.
add that friendly amendment?
Yeah, if they do that and the Kings satisfy that requirement, you know, and comes
Yeah,
back
so
to
it's
the
a post-
council.
It's a post.
Yeah, and we would bring the reso back in October at that point, and as long as it's prepared before we issue the invoice, council could act on it at that time.
So do you guys accept that friendly amendment?
That it's,
That it's subject to the event going well, essentially.
No,
Complying-
the event is cleaned up, the streets are open
Well,
by
I mean,
11
Isn't
a.m.
that the measure, that the event went well, that all of the issues are addressed and?
It's very simple. It's, event is cleaned up, streets are opened up by 11 a.m. And the next morning, Sunday morning at 9 a.m., there's no trace left behind.
No trace.
No trace left behind. I don't need,
I think it's fair.
I don't need
No
what?
trace?
No
on-
trace left behind.
On what time, by what time Sunday?
9 a.m. Sunday morning.
Is that what the requirements are?
So currently their permit, they have the street closed until noon.
Well, okay, so
What street is that?
I want to halt right there.
You know,
The
Academy.
permit says to have the street open by noon. The problem is, last year, it wasn't open until 3 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which is kind of typical. It's usually until 1 or 2 or sometimes 3. Anyone doesn't want to believe me, I have the video.
Well, but they forfeit if they don't.
And they
under
were
this-
only, and the last thing I'll add to that is they were only charged for those 6 hours. The other 3-4 hours that they were there for, they weren't charged for. So they are getting a subsidy for not complying with the permit,
Okay, so if they comply with their permit,
which is
Same
cleaned up and open up by 11 a.m.
You can't accept
Noon.
12.
it says noon.
I can say noon.
Okay.
Don't point fingers
No,
at
I'm
me. I
pointing
get,
at Ms.
yeah.
House, that she's noon.
By noon, we'll give an extra hour.
Yeah, and I want to make sure we respect
And
your
9
position.
a.m.,
Yeah.
the next day, no trace left behind. That means the
Okay.
40-yard
You guys
container.
accept-
Hold on. I want to clarify this, make sure the 40-yard trash container is gone, all the trash receptacles are gone, there's no water
Okay.
barriers left behind everywhere,
No bodies.
no bodies, no trash.
That's a
mean-
hard one.
People with the numbers on them, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's not-
as,
no
I will
trace.
accept the amendment as long as those are in line with what the permit is requiring them to do.
I will too. I think that's good.
Okay, so
I
they
think it's
accepted
fair.
your friendly amendment.
We can put where we want in the permit, so there you go.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay, any member of the public wish to address this item?
Hello, this is Andy Porchop. I'm here for popular demand. Let me see if I read this right. LA Kings, a very rich and powerful organization, come here to fundraising. They fundraising. First of all, who are they fundraising for? It's not saying it. But-
Hospital of LA.
Okay. But, you know, so then they come here to fundraise a signature event, and the city has to subsidize them. You know what I mean? This is a joke, at least. This is a joke, at least. They raising funds. They're not accountable how much money they take in. You cannot find out how much money they take in. Oh, they gave something to the school district. Oh, they gave this to the blah, blah, blah. Okay, if they have money, why are they fundraising with the taxpayers' money? Why? Why do we give a very rich, established sport company, or what you would call them, establishment, with millions income a year, millions. People go downtown and, pay for parking, pay for everything. They make millions of dollars. I don't know the amount because I did not look this up, but that's just ridiculous when you give $7,000 for millionaires. Excuse me, they probably billionaires. And the taxpayers, your citizens, give money, subsidy, so they can raise funds, and they say, oh, we give it to the hospital or give it to that. Anyway, maybe that's true, but if they're making money, why the citizens subsidizing this event? Why? Why? Tell me why they give money to millionaires and billionaires. Who is that good for? The residents? What the residents gain of this? If this is such a good event and make money, not subsidizing, charge them for the event. Thank you very much. I give my time to that lady behind me. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address this item? Anybody online?
And
I guess, Councilmember Obaji.
Just a question for Councilmember Narenheim. When these events occur, do the Riviera Village businesses get a boon from it? Like, imagine after people run a 5K or 10K, they like are super hungry and go to the nearest restaurant there in the Riviera.
So, I'll tell you now, the Kings event has a on average for the businesses, 20% decrease in business for the restaurants. A lot of the retailers don't open up until 10, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, sometimes later, because the patrons can't park on the streets. It's too full. The morning, the other events such as Firecracker Run, the March Run, the events are done, cleaned up, usually by 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock at the absolute latest. So the restaurants don't have an impact and the retailers definitely don't have an impact. And the parking is not impacted either. So that's when we're talking about being business friendly, is the Kings Run actually provides a decrease in revenue to the local business in Riviera Village.
Anything else, Councilmember?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay, last real item tonight. And that is the discussion and possible action regarding youth appointments to the 2024-2025 Youth Commission.
Are they members of the yacht club too?
Only half of them.
They're all from the Youth Foundation.
I recognize some of the winners, the sailors from the International Surf Festival, actually.
Who's covering this? Anybody?
it's the mayor. It's, okay, it's just regarding the youth commission. So,
I thought
Community Services has,
Community
Community Services.
did the interview.
Yes, they've interviewed
interviews.
12 candidates. Actually, it's a great news
15.
item, a lot of work on behalf of the council and
Yeah, okay,
re-advertising
if they're not
this.
going to brief anything, so there's a list of,
Yeah.
there's a list of candidates that they vetted, and I appreciate the activity there. I appreciate Councilmember Kalajerovich supporting that activity. I see no problem with the selection. In fact, I'm encouraged in that there's some people of other abilities that have been selected, and I'm very proud that came out of this. So thank you very much for being inclusive, in your selections. And I know you did a very deliberate process. So I support the recommendations as written and would ask the council to approve it as written.
Motion approved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Wait, public comment.
Oops, any public input before? So we're erasing that vote.
I have none.
Any public input on this one?
All right.
Okay, anybody online? Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, now going to the mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yes, actually, I've got one. It is, I'd like to, sometime before January 31st, or when the ballots go out, for the city of Redondo to have a full-blown test to implement our ranked choice voting system, and have a council discussion so that we can see what that test would be, how many ballots would be involved, and to make sure that we have a system that is following the rules that we have set forth.
What are you going to do if the test fails?
It's a fantastic question. That means we have to actually set up the guardrails, understand the points, and go from there.
Okay, we're not going to debate it here, so we've got a referral to staff. All for it?
Oh, no, you need a second first.
Oh, yeah, second. Do I have a second?
No one wants to test the ranked choice voting system?
Not that way.
How do you?
I don't see how you can get a
We're not
representative.
going to debate it here.
Oh, no.
You asked and not getting support. Anything else? Councilmember Narenheim?
No, that's it.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovic?
I do have a referral to agenda a discussion. Councilman Obaji and I have been working on some commission attendance requirements. So if we can agendize that discussion.
I fully support that because going through the attendance list, there's a lot of good commission members that we would have automatically booted had we been following what the charter says.
Well,
Let me
I'll
amend that
second it,
to,
saying that I think it's going to be a short discussion because I think our goal is to just send these suggested changes to the commissions. So
hold on.
hopefully we can get consensus to send them to the commissions for analysis.
I'll vote for it if you have an amendment of including a discussion for communications to the commission members, because
part of it, yeah.
in talking to the commission members,
It's in the plan. The plan is.
It's not just attendance, it is responsibilities of commissioners.
Includes reporting back.
includes reporting and communication to them, from city staff to them.
From
We're gonna
commissioners
get
to council.
direct communications. We'll discuss it
Okay.
on the day. We'll present our.
Yeah, you didn't have that in there.
So we
Just
have a motion, you
attendance.
seconded it?
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Okay.
It'll be shorter
Is that
than
it?
your
That's it.
consent
Thank you.
items.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
We got strategic planning next weekend. Good, next week. Good.
Hey, Councilmember Barrett. Okay, I just have one last bite at the apple since you threw in the yacht club quip there. Just going through the selections, 3 from District 1, 4 from District 2, 7 from District 3, 4 from District 4, and 6 from District 5. So there was no nepotism, no.
District 3 is not North Redondo per se.
Okay,
That is
I don't-
so
I don't
unbelievably
care,
rude.
yeah, I mean, that's so antithetical to the
It's central
politics.
to
here.
Redondo.
Redondo.
So you're now, I don't care whether it's north or south, it was distributed well. There was no, I'm from
Todd,
District
you're
1,
Proposing that,
that got the lowest number of ads. So
north versus south. That's you.
regardless of your accusations, I've tried very hard to be fair and spread it out. So I think Councilmember Narenheim's probably right in that he got the short end of the straw in this. So anyway, with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Right.
Okay, we are adjourned.
District 5 just needs to